Welcome to MindShock True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and today we're looking a look at the infamous unsolved quadruple homicide that took place in Keddie, California, overnight, April 11th through 12th in 1981, known as the Keddie murders, or the Keddie cabin murders. And this has been a case that has been requested quite frequently on MindShock to receive a logical analysis, a comprehensive, exhaustive look at every single aspect of the case in an attempt to decipher what truly transpired that fateful night. As always, if you enjoy the MindShock podcast, find it interesting and informative, and want to support logical analysis of true crime cases and keeping up their awareness in the hopes that they are solved as soon as possible, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. Like and share the podcast, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. Or you can just go to youtube.com/MindShock. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. So, this is a relatively famous case, but I have to confess, I was not really deeply familiar with this one on the level, of course, on Zodiac, Black Dahlia, or just some of these other cases that are just really, really infamous. Of course, JonBenet Ramsey, O.J. Simpson, etc. So the Keddie cabin murders are not the top of the heap when it comes to infamy, but they're pretty much top of the middle of the pack. People do still discuss them, and all victims are, of course, deserving of justice. So let's take a look at the case here. In Keddie, California, the location, also 28 Keddie Resort Road in Keddie, California. So I'm just going to do the quick wiki breakdown, and then we're going to get into the nitty-gritty and examining all of the variables for veracity. The Keddie murders are an unsolved quadruple homicide which took place over the night of April 11th to April 12th, 1981 in Keddie, California, United States. The victims were Glenna Susan Sue Sharp, born March 29th, 1945, daughter Tina Louise Sharp, born July 22nd, 1968, son John Stephen Sharp, born November 16th, 1965, and John's friend Dana Hall Wingate, born February 8, 1964. The murders took place in house number 28 of the Keddie Resort. The bodies of Sue, John, and Dana were found on the morning of April 12th by Sue's 14-year-old daughter, Sheila, who had been sleeping at a friend's house. Wow, that is trauma a 14-year-old does not need. Sue's two younger sons, Rick and Greg, as well as their friend Justin Smart, were also in the house, but were unharmed. Tina was missing from the scene. So this is going to get complicated here for the amount of individuals that were in the home who did not get killed. And again, this is why this case really does need an in-depth logical analysis, because there's a lot of moving pieces here. It is not a simple case. Tina remained a missing person until April 1984. Wow. And that's also kind of weird, because, I mean, that's almost the anniversary to the day. So from April 81 to April 84. So almost exactly 3 years. Her skull and several other bones were recovered at Camp 18, California, near Feather Falls in Butte County. Multiple leads and suspects were examined in the intervening years, although no charges were filed. Several new leads were announced in the 21st century, including the discovery of a hammer in a pond in 2016, as well as announcements regarding the discovery of new DNA evidence. The background of the timeline. July 79, Glenna Susan Sue Sharp, along with her 5 children, left her home in Connecticut after separating from her abusive husband, James Sharp. She decided to relocate to Northern California, where her brother Don was residing at the time. Upon arriving in California, she began renting a small trailer formerly occupied by her brother at the Claremont Trailer Village in Quincy. The following fall, she moved to house number 28 in the rural Sierra Nevada resort town of Keddie. The house was much larger than the trail and had become available when Plumas County's then sheriff, Sylvester Douglas Thomas, moved out. So this is the former sheriff's home. Uh-oh. There she resided with her 15-year-old son, John, 14-year-old daughter, Sheila, 12-year-old daughter, Tina, and two younger sons, Rick, age 10, and Greg, age 5. On April 11th, 1981, around 11:30 a.m., Sue, Sheila, and Greg drove from the residence of their friends, the Meeks family, to pick up Rick, who was attending baseball tryouts at Gansner Field in Quincy. They happened upon John and his friend Dana Hall Wingate hitchhiking at the mouth of the canyon from Quincy to Keddie and picked them up, then driving about 6 miles to Keddie. 2 hours later, 3:30 p.m., John and Dana hitchhiked back to Quincy, where they may have had plans to visit friends. Around this time, the two were seen in the city's downtown area. That same evening, Sheila had plans to spend the night with the Seabolt family who lived in an adjacent home, while Sue remained at home with Rick, Greg, and the boys' young friend Justin Smart with 2 T's. Sheila departed house number 28 shortly after 8 p.m., leaving her mother alone with the younger children. Tina, who had been watching television at the Seabolt residence, returned to home 28 around 9:30 p.m. after Sheila arrived at the Seabolts to spend the night. Did everybody get that? I mean, we're lucky Maxwell's not here. I mean, wow, that's a lot of kids to keep track of with all the movements. And I did want to just touch upon the hitchhiking situation. Obviously, this is a very, very different time. Hitchhiking was very popular in the 70s. I'm guessing the decline started somewhere around the early 80s to mid 80s. But the 70s, it was kind of popular. And again, if you see now, people are like, are they crazy? Hitchhiking? That's so dangerous. Teenagers hitchhiking. But if we take the amount of people that were hitchhiking, that hitchhiked safely, I mean, I don't know, would that be in the millions of rides hitchhiked? How many of them ended up at the hands of a serial killer? I mean, you could argue that hitchhiking was safer than driving in your own car in terms of getting into a car accident and dying. I mean, just comparing the numbers, I mean, I don't know what they are. I mean, maybe not, but it's hard to say that hitchhiking is just so incredibly dangerous when so many hitchhike rides went off without a hitch. Obviously, you know, there are cases where they did not go off without a hitch and people got killed or attacked or whatever. But clearly those were not the vast majority of cases. And also, if you're in an area that you know pretty well and there's locals and I don't know, it's like it's just obviously it was a more innocent time, but nowadays, again, with the internet, it's just the available information in all of these true crime cases. It's a lot scarier. If there was no internet or TV shows, I mean, who knows? Maybe people would still be hitchhiking because they would have never heard of all of the horrible cases, however rare they were. So continuing on here, murders and discovery. Around 7 a.m., on the morning of April 12th, Sheila returned to number 28 and discovered the dead bodies of Sue, John, and Dana in the house's living room. All 3 had been bound with medical tape and electrical cords. Tina was absent from the home, while the 3 younger children, Rick, Greg, and Justin, were unharmed in an adjacent bedroom. Man, I could already kind of tell this is gonna end up being a really long MindShock series because the logistics here of all the movements of all these people, and we're just getting started. Initial reports stated that the 3 young boys had slept through the incident, though this was later contradicted. Upon discovering the scene, Sheila rushed back to the Seabolt's house, whereupon Jamie Seabolt retrieved Rick, Greg, and Justin through the bedroom window. He later admitted to having briefly entered the home through the back door to see if anyone was still alive, potentially contaminating evidence in the process. The murders of Sue, John, and Dana were notably vicious. 2 bloodied knives and 1 hammer were found at the scene. And one of the knives, a steak knife later determined to have been used in the murders, had been bent at roughly 30 degrees. I mean, that's just plain nasty. Blood spatter evidence from inside the house indicated that the murders of Sue, John, and Dana had all taken place in the living room. Sue was discovered lying on her side near the living room sofa, nude from the waist down and gagged with a blue bandana and her own underwear, which had been secured with tape. She had been stabbed in the chest. Her throat was stabbed horizontally, the wound going through her larynx and nicking her spine, and on the side of her head was an imprint matching the butt of a Daisy 880 Powerline BB pellet rifle. John's throat was slashed. Dana had multiple head injuries and had been manually strangled to death. John and Dana suffered blunt force trauma to their heads caused by a hammer or hammers. Autopsies determined that Sue and John died from the knife wounds and blunt force trauma. Dana died by asphyxiation. Initial investigation. Sheila and the Seabolt family, with whom Sheila had spent the night in the neighboring home, heard no commotion during the night. A couple living in nearby house number 16 was awakened at 1:15 a.m. by what sounded like muffled screaming. Tina's jacket, shoes, and a toolbox containing various tools were missing from the house, which showed no indication of forced entry. The house's telephone had been taken off the hook and the cord cut from the outlet, and the drapes were closed. Martin Smart, a neighbor and main suspect, claimed that a claw hammer had inexplicably gone missing from his home. Plumas County Sheriff Sylvester Thomas, who presided over the case, later stated that Martin had provided endless clues in the case that seemed to throw suspicion away from him. In addition to interviewing the Smarts, detectives interviewed numerous other locals and neighbors. Several, including members of the Seabolt family, recalled seeing a green van parked at the Sharps' house around 9 p.m. Justin gave conflicting stories of the evening, including that he had dreamed details of the murders, though he later claimed to have actually witnessed them. In his later account of events, told under hypnosis, he claimed to have awoken to sounds coming from the living room while asleep in the bedroom with Rick and Greg. Investigating these sounds, he saw Sue with 2 men, one with a mustache and short hair, the other clean-shaven with long hair. Both wore glasses. According to Justin, John and Dana then entered the home and began heatedly arguing with the men. A fight ensued, after which Tina entered the room and was taken out of the cabin's back door by one of the men. Based on Justin's descriptions, composite sketches of the 2 unknown men were produced by Harlan Embry, a man with no artistic ability and no training in forensics sketching. Okay. It was never explained why, with access to the Justice Department's and FBI's top forensic artists, law enforcement chose to use an amateur who sometimes volunteered to help local police. In press releases accompanying the sketches, the suspects were described as being in their late 20s to early 30s. One stood between 5'11 to 6'2, tall with dark blonde hair. The other 5'6, between 5'6 and 5'10 with black greased hair. Both wore gold-framed sunglasses. Rumors regarding the crimes being ritualistic or motivated by drug trafficking were dismissed by Plumas County Sheriff Doug Thomas, who stated the following week following the murders that no drug paraphernalia or illegal drugs were found in the home. Carla McMullen, a family acquaintance, later told detectives that Dana Wingate had recently stolen an unknown quantity of LSD from local drug dealers, though she was unable to provide proof of this claim. Wow, that's weird. The plot thickens. About 4,000 man-hours were spent working the case, which Thomas described as frustrating. In December 83, detectives ruled out serial killers Henry Lee Lucas and Otis Toole as possible suspects. Okay, wow. I mean, this is tough. I mean, there's a lot of information here. Again, we're just getting started. One of the details that just does not seem to sit right is that the former sheriff, or the sheriff, was the former homeowner where this took place. I mean, that's a little weird to me. I mean, is there any other case where a sheriff investigated murders that took place in their former home? I mean, not former home like 5 owners ago, the previous owner to the people getting murdered, the current owners. I mean, that just seems kind of weird. I mean, I don't know. That just jumped out at me right away as an issue. And then the other thing that's kind of weird, so the neighbor, Smart, he's a suspect, but his own son is friends with the younger brothers of that, and he's sleeping over at their house. And he's the one that was put under hypnosis. Now, is it possible, if the neighbor is the killer, per se, Martin Smart, would he have coached his own son to make this up? But how would that work under hypnosis? Seems kind of unlikely. Unless he was just pretending to be hypnotized, unless they knew the hypnotist and they set this all up in some kind of vast conspiracy. I am not alleging that is the case, but I'm just, again, running through scenarios because this is truly an unusual case, just breaking down some of these details. And now we have the additional wrinkle of a family acquaintance telling detectives that Dana Wingate stole an unknown quantity of LSD from local dealers with no proof. But here's the thing about that. See, she's a family acquaintance of whom? The Sharps. So Dana Wingate is not a family member. She's a friend of John Sharp. So would this have been an attempt to kind of blame this on Dana? But why, though? I mean, or she is telling the truth. I mean, unless this is phrased weirdly, because Carla McCullen, let's see what the source is here. Actually, I just remembered something too, unless my memory is going the way of Maxwell's. In the Springfield 3 missing women's case, the house that they went missing from allegedly, that was a former judge's house, was it not? And they had only moved in however many months prior, possibly 2 months. I mean, is that a detail that can simply be written off? And now here again, this is the former sheriff's house. Something's weird about that. I don't know what it is, but something seems weird about that. Anyway, from the Encyclopedia of Unsolved Crimes by Michael Newton, here's a write-up here. Authorities offered no motive for the Keddie slayings. Armchair detectives noted that Dana Wingate was a known marijuana user, suggesting that he may have been caught in a drug deal gone wrong. Family acquaintance Carla McMullen claimed that Wingate and John Sharp stole a quantity of LSD from unnamed dealers, but she offered no proof. Parallel rumors, equally unsubstantiated, suggested that Glenna Sharp sold drugs or was involved in prostitution. Another theory, generally dismissed by police, claims that the slayings were committed by bloodthirsty Satanists. So it's not quite clear who this McMullen character is with direct relation to which family, but yeah, In any case, is the blame put on Dana? I mean, I don't know. That's we'll get into that later again. Let's continue here. Recovery of Tina Sharp's remains. Tina's disappearance was initially investigated by the FBI as a possible abduction, though it was reported on April 29, 1981 that the FBI had backed off the search as the California State Department of Justice was doing an inadequate job and made the FBI's presence unnecessary. A grid pattern search of the area covering a 5-mile radius around the house was conducted with police canines, but the efforts were fruitless. On April 22nd, 1984, 3 years and 11 days after the murders, a bottle collector discovered the cranium portion of a human skull and part of a mandible at Camp 18 near Feather Falls in neighboring Butte County, a distance of roughly 100 miles from Keddie. Shortly after announcing the discovery, the Butte County's Sheriff's Office received an anonymous call that identified the remains as belonging to Tina, but the call was not documented in the case. A recording of this call was found at the bottom of an evidence box at some point after 2013 by a deputy who was assigned the case. Wow, that's weird. So almost 30 years to find this. Wow. The remains were confirmed by a forensic pathologist to be those of Tina in 1984. Near the remains, the detectives also discovered a blue nylon jacket, a blanket, a pair of Levi Strauss jeans with a missing back pocket, and an empty medical tape dispenser. Okay, yeah, I mean, this is getting weird. Why would someone call and identify the remains? So this is 100 miles away, so not necessarily the first thought would be that this is the missing girl from the Keddie cabin, but that's weird. Why? What would be the motivations there? So this would have to be someone involved with the killers, per se, or not necessarily, or somebody who knows the killers and knew where they dumped the body? Subsequent developments. The house in which the murders occurred was demolished in 2004. In 2008, a documentary on the murders, Marilyn Smart claimed that she suspected her husband Martin and his friend John Bode, erroneously reported as John Bodie by author Robert Scott, were responsible for the murders. I mean, this guy's gonna kill these people with his own son in a bedroom upstairs. On the other hand, he can guarantee his son's safety if that is the case. I mean, does that make more sense than strangers who come in the house? Unless they didn't know. I mean, did they not sweep the house so they didn't know the boys were in the other room sleeping? I mean, this is really weird. Marilyn claimed that on the evening of April 11th, 1981, she had left Martin and Bobede at a local bar around 11 p.m. and returned home to go to sleep. Around 2 a.m. on April 12th, she stated she awoke to find the two burning an unknown item in the wood stove. Additionally, she alleged that Martin hated Johnny Sharp with a passion. However, in the 2008 documentary, Sheriff Doug Thomas said he had personally interviewed Martin and that he had passed a polygraph examination. I mean, how much is that worth, though? According to a 2016 article published by the Sacramento Bee, Martin had left Keddie and driven to Reno, Nevada, shortly after the murders. From there, he sent a letter to Marilyn ruminating on personal struggles in their marriage, which he concluded with, "I've paid the price of your love, and now I've bought it with 4 people's lives." Okay, that's damning. Wow. Has that been verified? In a 2016 interview, Gamberg stated that the letter was overlooked in the initial investigation and never admitted as evidence. He later criticized the quality of the initial investigation, saying, quote, "You could take someone just coming out of the academy and they'd have done a better job," end quote. A counselor whom Martin regularly visited also alleged that he had admitted to the murders of Sue and Tina, but claimed, "I didn't have anything to do with the boys." He allegedly told the counselor that Tina was killed to prevent her from identifying him, as she had witnessed the whole thing. Wait, what? Wait, so does that mean he only wanted to kill Sue? And then, what? Martin Smart died of cancer in Portland, Oregon, June 2000. John Boubied, who allegedly had ties to organized crime in Chicago, died there in 1988. Huh. So Martin Smart's buddy here has ties to organized crime in Chicago. March 24th, 2016, a hammer matching the description of the hammer Martin claimed to have lost was discovered in a local pond and taken into evidence by Plumas County Special Investigator Mike Gamberg. Wait, this doesn't make any sense, though. So they're leaving some hammers. There's a hammer and knife found at the scene. But they're taking other hammers and disposing them in a pond? I mean, how do you make heads or tails of this? This is a really weird case. Plumas County Sheriff Hagwood, who was 16 years old at the time of the murders and knew the Sharp family personally, stated the location it was found, it would have been intentionally put there. It would not have been accidentally misplaced. Gamberg also stated that at that time, 6 potential suspects were being examined. In April 2018, Gamberg stated that DNA evidence recovered from a piece of tape at the crime scene matched that of a known living suspect. So this is a very interesting clue here. So let's examine this. PlumasNews.com, Plumas County News, the online edition of Feather Publishing's newspapers, Feather River Bulletin, Portola Reporter, Indian Valley Record, and the Chester Progressive. New evidence discovered links living suspect to grisly scene. So the photo here, wow. Huh. I mean, I'm guessing this is accurate because this is a local newspaper, but they have the cabin here and then an adjacent home, which is claiming is the neighbor. So the Sharps' family home shortly after the infamous murders took place in 1981. Note the sign on the front tree proclaims this was a home where a mom and her 5 children lived. Also note how close the cabin is to its neighbor. The Seabolt family lived just 15 feet away. Members of that family, along with Sheila Sharp, 14, claimed they didn't hear a sound from the Sharps' house that night. A psychic online claimed she visited the house and could hear the screams of the victims. Cabin 28 was condemned and tore down in 2004. And this is a photo courtesy of Plumas County Sheriff's Office. Okay, so this house is almost touching the home. They didn't hear anything. The boys allegedly slept through this massacre. I mean, wow. None of this makes any sense. And then a more distant neighbor supposedly heard some kind of screams in the middle of the night. A more distant neighbor. Does any of this make sense to anyone? Wow. And then the other daughter who is at the sleepover. So Sheila is at a sleepover at the Seabolts. Okay, this is kind of weird. So the Seabolts are 15 feet away. So she's sleeping over 15 feet away. Why wouldn't she just sleep in her own house? I mean, the young boys, okay, they want to have a fun sleepover, but oh man. Does any of this seem weird to anybody else? Because I'm only getting into it here, and already there's so many strange oddities here. Wow. Okay. Let's continue with the article here, though. New evidence discovered links living suspect to grisly scene. Case file update is a new column. Okay. Editor's note, this story contains information that some readers might find unsettling or objectionable. Is that like a trigger warning? New evidence has surfaced in this infamous 37-year-old Keddie murder case, and more developments are anticipated. DNA taken from a strip of white medical tape consistent with that used to bind the victim's hands and ankles and to cover the mouth of one victim has revealed much as the Plumas County Sheriff's Office moves forward in its efforts to solve the quadruple homicide murder case. A segment of tape containing identifiable DNA was found on the floor near the body of Glenna Sue Sharp, 36, in 1981. Plumas County Sheriff Special Investigator Mike Gamberg said recently. The DNA matches that of a known living suspect, according to Gamberg. He's had the DNA for several years, but it wasn't until recently that he obtained needed samples and found the match. Until now, lack of fingerprints and identifiable DNA left at the scene by the perpetrators had stymied investigative efforts. Those who were inside cabin 28 the night and or early morning hours of April 11th and 12th, 1981, were somewhat prepared, according to Gamberg. It's suspected that someone brought a hammer, the one recovered in a nearby pond in 2016, as well as using a hammer and knives found in the home. Okay, so did they not feel the need to bring the hammers and knives they found in the home with them? But if they brought their own hammer, they didn't want that being traced, so they wouldn't want to leave it? Or they just really liked their own hammer? It was their lucky hammer? I mean, I don't know. It's also believed medical tape was brought along, and there's some evidence that an 880 BB or pellet rifle was there, but not recovered at the scene. Both Gamberg and Plumas County Sheriff Greg Hagwood believe that possibly as many as 6 people were involved in one capacity or another in the murders or the cover-up. Interesting. And again, would be remiss not to mention, whenever a female is met with foul play, a significant other is usually the culprit or someone known to her. Boyfriend, ex-boyfriend, or simply friend, coworker, acquaintance, someone known to her. Could be a neighbor, whatever. So we cannot ignore those statistics. So they believe up to 6 people were involved in this? Huh. In the murders or the cover-up. So not necessarily the murders, but in staging the cover-up. So it might have only been 2 people with the murders, but there might have been up to an additional 4 people to cover it up, or possibly more people involved in the murders as well. Most of the suspects wore gloves. Gamberg said identifiable footprints were not recovered inside. Apparently, as the suspects bludgeoned and stabbed their victims to death, none of the suspects were injured or left their own blood at the scene. Every bit of evidence that can still be recovered is important to this case, according to Gamberg, as he continues to search for leads and re-interviews anyone linked to the Keddie murders. I mean, was it a mistake, though, to tear the house down? Like, could there have been potentially more evidence? I mean, 2004 is kind of a while. I mean, just forensics and technology has evolved quite a bit between 2004 and 2022. I mean, perhaps they could have gotten more evidence, but I mean, you would think they kept the evidence, possibly taking floorboards or sections of whatever they needed, furniture. I mean, you would think they would have done that. Every bit of evidence that can still be recovered is important to this case, according to Gamberg, as he continues to search for leads and re-interviews anyone linked to the Keddie murders. Those left dead at the scene included the mother, Sue Sharp, her son, John Sharp, 15, and his friend, Dana Wingate, 17. It's known that Sue Sharp was home with her daughter, Tina, 12, and her 2 sons, Ricky, 9, and Greg, 5. Justin Smart Eason, 12, one of the 3 boys left alive in the second bedroom, was allowed to spend the night. His home was just a short distance away, cabin 26. He lived there with his mother and stepfather, Marilyn and Marty Smart, and his brother. It's known that John Sharp and his friend Dana were in Quincy and caught a ride home sometime between 10 p.m. and 1 a.m., Gamberg said. Although it's been a mystery as to who gave the teens a ride home, Gamberg has identified the individual and has interviewed her. I mean, that's strange. I found other sources claiming it was a he who gave them a ride. And then also, this is curious, just from this timeline here, that would mean this whole thing is possibly connected. So supposedly John and Dana were at a party. So this is possibly connected to individuals at that party, right? I mean, it's just, I don't know. That's kind of weird. Remembering when It was April 11th, 1981, when Sheila Sharp, 14, opened the door to her family's two-bedroom cabin and discovered the bodies of her mother, older brother, and family friend in the small living room. Sheila ran screaming back to the neighboring cabin where she had spent the night. This was cabin 27, where the Seabolt family lived. That family included James Sr., his wife Zonita, daughters Alyssa and Paula, and son James Jamie Jr. All right, hold on a second. The Seabolts are not the Smarts. So she's at... Okay, so the Smart residence is not directly next to the Keddie home. That's the Seabolts. Okay, wow. We are so lucky Maxwell's not here, because even I'm having trouble dissecting all these details and neighbors. Okay, so the Smarts are cabin 26. So let's look at the map here. So they were a little bit, still very, very close distance. I mean, we're talking a matter of yards here. So the Seabolts are 15 feet away, and then the Smarts are another... whatever, 50 feet away or so. I mean, right there. I mean, all these cabins are close by. Then you have a whole bunch of cabins on the other side. So this, I mean, what kind of logistics are these for someone attempting to execute a crime like this? I mean, this is such a public area. I mean, the cabins are all over the place. And then this is right next to the road here, too. There's a station. I mean, wow. This doesn't make a lot of sense. I mean... this is really bizarre on how all of this transpired. Also, apparently, the Smarts had only moved there a few months prior as well. Huh. Curious. Very, very curious. So let's continue here. So Sheila ran screaming back to the neighboring cabin where she had spent the night. This was cabin 27, where the Seabolt family lived. That family includes James Sr., his wife Zonita, daughters Alyssa and Paula, son Jamie Jr. At 8:05 a.m., Sunday, April 12th, the sheriff's dispatch received a call from Jan Albin, the co-owner of the Keddie Resort. She reported the possibility of a homicide in cabin 28. The Seabolts didn't have a telephone. Someone from the cabin ran to the lodge and reported the crime. While the crime was being reported, Jamie Seabolt, Sheila Sharp, and possibly Zonita Seabolt, possibly, they still don't know, helped the three young boys out a side bedroom window of the cabin. Deputy Hank Clement was the first to arrive on the scene. When he opened the front door, he saw the bodies on the green carpeted floor, according to Gamberg. Although someone had covered the body of the mother with a blanket, it did little to relieve the horrific scene that teen and law enforcement encountered. Although Sheila wouldn't realize it until later, the order of the bodies was her brother John, who was closest to the door. He was lying face up with his blood-covered hands bound together securely with medical tape. Dana was found next on his stomach with his badly damaged head resting partially on a sofa pillow. His ankles were firmly tied with electrical cord that linked him to John, whose ankles were also bound. Sue Sharp was found lying very close to the sofa. Although she was lying on her side, naked from the waist down, there's evidence that someone rearranged her from an indecent position. That's probably when she was covered. She was also tightly gagged. A blue bandana and her panties were used first and medical tape then applied. Defensive injuries would be discovered on her arms. Lone pools of blood on the living room floor and on the sofa pillow indicated the boys' bodies were also moved and staged, Gamberg said. Man, nothing is simple in this case. Blood wasn't confined to the floor and on or around the victims. It was discovered on the once cheerful ivory-patterned wallpaper and on some bedding in the bedroom Sheila and her sister Tina shared with their mother. Also, keep in mind, I mean, this is a very small cabin with another very small cabin literally feet away where supposedly nobody heard anything. Blood was also found on the living room ceiling and furniture. The bottoms of Sue's bare feet and the soles of one of the boys' shoes were also covered in blood, suggesting they were mobile and stepped in it at some point. Oh man, so did the boys come back from this party and they came back stumbling upon this type of scene? Or did they bring something back from the party? Or some nefarious individuals? And then there's the reports of the green van. Did somebody follow them, or did that van belong to the vehicle that they hitchhiked in? Blood was discovered on both bedroom doors. Whoa. On both bedroom doors and outside on the handrail of the steep back stairs. So this seemed to have been just a really murderous event going all over the cabin. All three victims, and nobody heard anything, because even if they were gagged, I mean, and also just the nature of the crime, it suggests that how could they have all been gagged immediately? There would have been a fight, screaming, whatever, as they were being gagged, and then all of this death and destruction going all over the cabin, blood spreading everywhere. Even if they were gagged for some of that, I mean, what about the noise they were making? I mean, this doesn't make any sense. So blood was discovered both bedroom doors and outside on the handrail of the steep back stairs. So there's some noise going on outside as well, and nobody hears this? All three victims sustained brutal blows to the head with a hammer or hammers, and they were stabbed, sometimes repeatedly. An imprint matching that of the butt of an .880 rifle was also left on Sue's head. The throats of Sue and her son were cut. Dana suffered multiple head injuries and was manually strangled. I mean, would that suggest, like, if he stole drugs from somebody or something, are they going to attack him differently and maybe put their hands on his throat while asking him questions or whatever? Is that why he was murdered differently? The other three children present in a second bedroom escaped physical harm. A fourth victim, Tina, was missing. It would take those at the scene at least several hours to realize that fact. While two of the lead suspects, Martin Smart and his friend John Boobeed, are now dead, others are alive and have been identified, said Hagwood recently. Changed overnight. As word spread throughout Keddie and the rest of Plumas County of the murders, it's clearly a crime that not only affected Sheila Sharp and her remaining brothers and the boy who was spending the night, it deeply affected some members of the sheriff's office and the community, Gamberg said. Life changed dramatically in 1981 for this whole community, Gamberg said, meaning not just Keddie, which is 6 miles west of Quincy. Everybody was suspicious of everybody and afraid of everybody else, he said. It's haunted people, and there were few reassurances from the sheriff's office that they were doing everything possible to catch the killers. Although Gamberg was a deputy, he said his young sons began locking the doors to their house at night. They'd never felt the need to do that prior to the murders. Both Hagwood and Gamberg said residents had very little trust or confidence in the sheriff's department before the murders. In many ways, there was even less trust following the deaths. Okay, so they didn't trust or have confidence in the sheriff's department before the murders, so obviously they're not going to have much after. Dropped the ball. In recent interviews, both Hagwood and Gamberg said the sheriff's office and the California Department of Justice blew it in 1981. Leads weren't followed, and evidence wasn't checked. Some of the evidence was ignored. In Gamberg's opinion, you could take someone just coming out of the academy and then have done a better job of investigating the case. That said, he understands that some of the individuals who had the experience to work the crime scene and follow the leads weren't allowed to do their jobs in 1981. The California Department of Justice was immediately given the case and then didn't follow through, said Gamberg. And both Hagwood and Gamberg can pinpoint their errors and omissions. The FBI was involved because it was believed that Tina Sharp was abducted. According to Gamberg, right after the murders, Sheriff Doug Thomas contacted the DOJ in Sacramento. DOJ sent two men, Special Agents Harry Bradley and P.A. Krim, from the division's organized crime unit, not from homicide, to investigate. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The only way this decision by DOJ makes sense is in considering the background of one of the suspects. Severin John Boobeed Smart's friend. He had known connections with organized crime in Chicago. Bo Bede also had at least 2 known aliases as Bobby Lake and John DeSantis, according to the Keddie 28 online site administrator DMAC. Although he prefers not to share his identity, DMAC has been heavily investigating the Keddie murders for many years. He's also shared some important information with the Plumas County Sheriff's Office. Although DMAC and Gamberg have some differences of opinion of just what happened in Cabin 28, Gamberg has come to respect DMAC's work. For some reason, the DOJ had an interest in Bo Bede. According to Gamberg, he wonders if DOJ protected him. Uh-oh. Are we looking at another CI situation? This wouldn't be the first time a confidential informant was protected by law enforcement for a crime because they wanted him for a separate crime, or to get info on bigger players in bigger crimes. Along with Special Agents Krim and Bradley, Spiro Vassos, what a name, a fingerprint expert, and Bruce Palmer, an evidence expert, also arrived from the DOJ. Although a lot of potential evidence was collected and cataloged, very little worthwhile information was realized from the scene. I mean, how is that possible? I mean, this is such a bloody scene. Remember, this was 1981, and DNA collection and processing at crime scenes didn't begin until 1985. Wow, that's a very specific year. DNA, deoxyribonucleic acid, is now considered the most reliable physical evidence. Investigators now seek any biological material, including skin, hair, blood, and other bodily fluids, at crime scenes, according to Randy James in a 2009 feature on DNA testing for Time magazine. Moving forward, DNA might still be retrievable from evidence collected at Keddie Cabin 28 if it hasn't been compromised, and DNA testing facilities are notoriously backlogged. Gamberg said he was fortunate in that he was able to get his piece of DNA processed in a timely manner. Gamberg was a deputy with the Plumas County Sheriff's Office prior to the murders. He said, then he got fired. When he was reinstated, Thomas kept him out of the investigation. Even his leads in the case were ignored. Wow, so is Thomas, the former owner of the cabin where this took place, intentionally trying to prevent this case from being solved? As a Quincy deputy who knew many of the area residents, understood and had experience in homicide investigation, and as someone who knew at least 2 of the victims, he believes his input should have been taken seriously. Relaunching an investigation. It was 2013. Hagwood, in his 3rd year of office, had many priorities to contend with inside his department and in the county. His department was short of funding and he was short-staffed, but the unsolved murders of a woman, 2 teenage boys, and a girl still haunted him. These were boys he went to school with. Hagwood personally knew them. He was also familiar with Cabin 28 in Keddie. In earlier years, before the Sharps moved in, he spent nights there with a friend and his family. Hagwood would graduate from California State University, Sacramento, with a degree in criminal justice. He became a deputy in his hometown in 1988. And as a deputy, he knew what was and wasn't happening with the case. Although still open, it wasn't a priority. The Keddie murders, as the case became known, had become infamous as one of the county's leading unsolved crimes. That and his personal connections led Hagwood to resurrect the case to provide the resources and time needed to solve it. That's when Hagwood asked Gamberg, a private investigator, if he'd like to take over the investigation. Gamberg also knew the boys. He was their coach in martial arts and other activities. Dana Wingate was at his house just the day before he died. Whoa. Okay. So both of these investigators, I mean, is this a conflict of interest also? I mean, I'm not saying that in a negative way. Perhaps they'd be more motivated to solve the case, clearly more motivated than the previous sheriff. But, I mean, shouldn't they also have other investigators who didn't know the victims? Gamberg still has strong opinions about what hadn't happened 32 years earlier. He accepted the job and the challenge of following the evidence and leads that still existed. What Gamberg first encountered was the Keddie murders crime scene room. It's here he would roll up his sleeves and begin going through the evidence. Box after box of evidence, file drawers filled with info and other evidence were all in disarray. What has made the case particularly hard to organize is that the original case history log, who did what and on what date, is gone. Gamberg said he has hunches about what happened to it, but it hasn't been recovered. Again, I mean, the sheriff lived in this cabin previously. I mean, this is weird. Gamberg also said that much of the physical evidence taken from cabin 28 is still in storage. This includes the living room carpet, wallboard, and other items marked with blood and other potential evidence. The problem there is that it's become disorganized. And some of the evidence in storage is contaminated. Some of the evidence was placed in a freezer to preserve it. The freezer got turned off, Gamberg said. And was that accidental that it got turned off? This case is as screwed up as a soup sandwich, Gamberg said recently. It's not about what was done, but about what was not done, and that was plenty. Is that a popular phrase, screwed up as a soup sandwich? I don't know. Have I heard that before? I don't know if I've heard that before. He also compared the available evidence in 1981 to someone firing a shotgun loaded with evidence, and no one followed up on all of it as it spread out like pellets. It was just left scattered. It wasn't followed, he said. As he sorted, he found one bag of evidence that was never opened. The items inside were never entered into evidence, a crucial part of the chain of evidence necessary in crime investigation. Another piece of evidence, perhaps vital evidence, that Gamberg discovered was an envelope that was never opened. It contained a tape recording of an anonymous caller to Butte County Dispatch. The call came just after someone discovered a skull and a few bones about 80 miles down the Feather River Canyon in a spot known as Camp 18, about 5 miles from Feather Falls. The discovery came 3 years after Tina's disappearance by a man out hunting bottles. Not Bigfoot, but bottles. Gamberg shared the contents of the tape with People magazine in 2016 when it featured the crime in 2 magazines and in a news documentary aired on CBS. The anonymous caller said he was watching the news about the discovery at Feather Falls down Highway 70 from Keddie. He said, quote, "And I was wondering if they thought of the murder up in Keddie, up in Plumas County a couple years ago, where a 12-year-old girl was never found," end quote. See, that's, so this is not, so this might have just been somebody, This might have just been somebody, possibly an amateur sleuth in a way, just theorizing. I mean, I don't know, how convenient is that, though? 100 miles away, I mean, I don't know. Although Smart and Bubid fled Plumas County shortly after interviews with DOJ. Whoa. So Smart and Bubid just left after their interviews after the murders. Okay. It's known that Smart allegedly lived in Paradise at the time of the phone call, according to DMAX research. Another person of interest also lived in Butte County. Gamberg is having professionals analyze the tape of recording, comparing the male voice to recorded voices of other identified potential or known suspects. As with other related evidence, the process of scientific evaluation is slow, and a crime that was committed so many years earlier doesn't have the priority recent crimes receive, he said. Gamberg thinks the tape was deliberately ignored when it arrived at the Plumas County Sheriff's Office. "I am not by nature a conspiracy theorist, but there are facts and circumstances, the number and the nature of which I can't ignore anymore," Hagwood told People magazine. Although 2 of the main suspects, Smart and Bubid, are dead, they were alive at the time of Tina Sharp's discovery. Bubid died in 1988, according to Gamberg. He would have been in his 50s during the murders. Smart died in 2006. Smart would have been in his early 30s at the time of the Keddie murders. Since 2013, Gamberg has followed the evidence that should have been investigated 37 years earlier. Gamberg is no stranger to homicide cases. From 1974 until his retirement in 1994, he worked all but one of Plumas County's cases. The one he missed, or more accurately, wasn't allowed to cover, was the Keddie murder case, he said recently. Just 3 years after reopening the case, Gamberg was talking to the media about new evidence that was recovered, namely a hammer that matches one Smart said went missing before the murders, and a hunting knife recovered in Keddie. And now, 2 years after that, he's announced that there's more that links a living person or persons to the crime. Neither Hagwood nor Gamberg are willing to divulge specifics on whom they're watching, but new evidence has given them solid leads. There are people locally who know more than they've said, and I believe we've identified some of them, and we know who they are, and we know where they are. And I have every confidence that they either participated after the fact, or they have first-hand information. It's obviously a worthwhile pursuit. There is not an expiration date on homicides, and to the extent that we have surviving siblings and family members, it is our fundamental obligation to help them understand who did this and why, Hagwood said in 2016. Comment here, I taught Dana Wingate that year at the high school. He was a sweetheart of a kid, broke my heart. So, all right, let's look at these images here drawn with this amateur whatever artist. But also, Boo Bede not only was he friends with Martin Smart, but he was his house guest at the time, supposedly. So if he was present there, okay. And now, coincidentally, what do we make of these drawings? I mean, under hypnosis of Justin Smart. I mean, you would think he would recognize his own father. I mean, one of them has a mustache, one of them does not have a mustache. They're both wearing gold-rimmed glasses. However, do they not wear glasses? On Martin Smart's license, he's not wearing glasses. In this image of Bo Bede, he's not wearing glasses either, but he has short hair. But even Martin doesn't really have that long hair. I mean, he's got regular hair. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to make of that. It doesn't quite match. But here's an interesting write-up on theCinemaholic.com. I guess this is kind of like a celebrity, pop culture type blog, whatever. Are Martin Smart and John Bo Bede dead or alive? Where is Marilyn Smart right now? By Deepra Sarkar, February 16, 2021. ID's People magazine explores the legendary unsolved case of the Keddie cabin murders in an episode titled Cabin 28, Horror in the Woods. The case revolves around the brutal murders of a mother and 3 teens while they were in the said cabin in Keddie, California. The initial investigation took several twists and turns without giving fruitful results. The primary suspects in the case were Martin Smart and John Bo Bede. But the police could not find substantial evidence to lock them in. Unfortunately, the case remains unsolved to date, despite the police still working at it, and with the suspect list getting some additions. If you are curious to find out about the primary suspects and one of their wives who is also tied to the investigation closely, we have you covered. Are Martin Smart and Bo Bede dead or alive? Martin Smart and John Bo Bede, the primary suspects in the 81 Kevin Keddie murders, are dead. So how exactly were Martin Smart and John Bo Bede related to the victims? According to reports, Martin's then-wife, Marilyn, sought the counsel of one of the victims, Sue Sharp, regarding the abuse inflicted on Marilyn by Martin. When Martin found out about this, an investigator said that he went ballistic. Furthermore, Martin's son Justin and one of Sue's sons were also friends. I mean, you'd think he'd be able to identify his own father under hypnosis or not. Martin was known to be a dangerous man with an obsession with the Bible and preached to people he thought had impure morals. Plus, Martin had supposedly become involved in the drug business thanks to his friend John Bo Bede. As per statements, the two had struck up a friendship at the hospital Martin was admitted to due to PTSD from serving in Vietnam. Okay, wow. The friendship became so intense that Martin even allowed Bo Bede to stay at Martin's cabin near the Sharps' cabin. Bo Bede was a known felon with robbery and home invasion convictions and associations with the Chicago outfit mafia. After the killings, the suspicion fell on these two men, but the police could not zero in on them. He allowed Bobby to stay at Martin's cabin near the Sharp's cabin. Wait, how many cabins are there here? Yeah, to stay at his cabin, which was near the Sharp's cabin. Okay. Wow. So, impure morals. So is this kind of a case of somebody snapping PTSD from Vietnam, possibly on drugs and involved in some kind of drugs, with his criminal buddy here with ties to the Chicago Mafia. And he finds out that his wife went to Sue Sharp about the abuse she was receiving at the hands of her husband, Martin. I mean, that's a decent motive. If he just snapped there, I mean, that is a decent motive. What can you say? Martin left Keddie following the murders and traveled to Reno. Here, he wrote a letter to his then-wife saying, quote, "I've paid the price of your love, and now that I've bought it with 4 people's lives, you tell me we are through. Great. What else do you want?" End quote. However, the evidence was not entered into the records. Moreover, years later, a hammer matching the description of the one Martin had reported missing was fished out from a pond close to Keddie. Investigators also found several other tangible pieces of evidence after the case was reopened. While some of them directed police towards Smart and Bo Bede, others pointed to other suspects. However, both the primary suspects in the case have died since. While Bo Bede died in 1988, Martin Smart died in 2000 after suffering from cancer. Where is Marilyn Smart now? Marilyn Smart, Martin Smart's former wife and an acquaintance of Sue Sharp, stated that her husband would often abuse her. She also did not object when her former husband brought in a friend, Bo Bede, to live with him out of fear that he might beat her up again. Later, after the murder, Marilyn claimed to have found a blood-stained jacket that supposedly belonged to Tina Sharp, another victim in the case whose body was discovered years later, in the family basement and given it to the police. However, no records of such a transaction exist. That's curious. In a 2008 documentary on this baffling case, Marilyn stated that Martin had always hated John Sharp, one of the victims and Sue Sharp's eldest son. Marilyn also said her thoughts on the case implicating her husband and his friend in the murders. Marilyn also further claimed that she received a postcard from her ex-husband 6 or 7 months later stating, "Bo is dead." She has been featured in the episode of People Magazine Investigates. Recent updates on her life are scarce, but we do know that she has since remarried. So, interesting details there. Couple more articles here with some interesting tidbits that might offer even more clues. AllThat'sInteresting.com has a write-up here published October 18th, 2021, updated November 1st, 2021, by Eric Hawkins. The Keddie Cabin Murders inside the grisly quadruple homicide that still haunts California. Between April 11th and 12th, 1981, Glenna Sue Sharp and 3 others were brutally killed in the resort town of Keddie, California. To this day, the murders remain unsolved. Morning of April 12th, 81, Sheila Sharp returned to her home, Cabin 28, in the Keddie Resorts in California from the next-door neighbor's house. What the 14-year-old girl discovered inside the modest 4-room cabin instantly became one of the most macabre scenes in modern American history and has come to be known as the gruesome Keddie murders. Inside Cabin 28 were the bodies of her mother, Glenna Sue Sharp, her teenage brother John, his high school friend Dana Wingate. The 3 had been found bound by medical and electrical tape and had either been viciously stabbed, strangled, or bludgeoned. Sheila's sister, 12-year-old Tina Sharp, was nowhere to be found. Stranger still, in an adjoining bedroom, the 2 youngest Sharp boys, Ricky and Greg, as well as their friend and neighbor, 12-year-old Justin Smart, were found unharmed. They had apparently slept through the entire massacre, which had unfolded mere feet from their beds. And supposedly blood even splashed on their door, the outside of their door. The Sharp family had just moved into Cabin 28 the year before. Sue had just divorced her husband and brought her children from Connecticut to Keddie in Northern California. The 6 of them, 36-year-old Sue, her 15-year-old son John, 14-year-old daughter Sheila, 12-year-old daughter Tina, and 10-year-old Rick and 5-year-old Greg, were friendly with their nearby neighbors at the Keddie Resort. The night before the murders, Sheila had slept over a friend's house down the street Is that down the street or right next door? John and his 17-year-old friend Dana had hitchhiked to a nearby town of Quincy for a party and returned sometime later that evening. Tina had briefly joined her sister at the neighbor's before returning home to her mother, 2 younger brothers, and one of the neighbor boys, Justin Smart. When Sheila returned home early the next morning to find her mother, brother, and her friend bludgeoned and his friend bloodied on the living room floor, she bolted back to her neighbor's house. Her friend's dad retrieved the 3 unharmed boys through their bedroom windows so they would not have to see the scene. The murders had been notably violent. Investigators were called about an hour after Sheila had discovered her slain family. Also, what took so long? Because, I mean, it's only a couple, 10, 20 yards, 50 yards to the lodge or whatever, the office area where they have a phone. Deputy Hank Clement was the first to arrive on the scene. He reported blood everywhere, on the walls, the bottoms of the victim's shoes, Sue's bare feet, the bedding in Tina's room, the furniture, the ceiling, the doors, and on the back steps. I mean, how could somebody sleep through that? And the neighbors. The prevalence of blood suggested to investigators that the victims had been moved and or rearranged from the positions in which they were murdered. Young John was closest to the door, face up, hands blood-covered, bound with medical tape. His throat had been slit. His friend Dana was on the floor beside him on his stomach. His head was badly damaged, as though bashed in with a blunt object, and lay partially on a pillow. He had been manually strangled. His ankles were tied with electrical wire, which was wound also around John's ankles, so that the two were connected. Sheila's mother had been covered partially with a blanket, though had done little to hide her gruesome injuries. On her side, the mother of 5 was naked from the waist down, tightly gagged with a bandana, and her own underwear secured with medical tape. She had injuries consistent with a struggle and had an imprint of the butt of an .880 pellet gun on the side of her head. Like her son, her throat had been cut. All victims had suffered blunt force trauma by hammer or hammers. They also sustained multiple stab wounds. A bent steak knife was on the floor. A butcher knife and claw hammer, both also bloodied, were side by side on a small table near the entry into the kitchen. It would take the police hours to realize that a 4th victim, Tina, was missing. The botched investigation into the Cabin 28 murders. When it was eventually discovered that Tina Sharp was missing, the FBI arrived on scene. The sheriff at the time of the murders, Doug Thomas, and his deputy, Lieutenant Don Stoy, were not initially able to discern an apparent motive. The murders at Keddie Cabin 28 also appeared to be random acts of cruelty. The strangest thing is that there's no apparent motive. Any case without an apparent motive is the toughest to solve, Stoy recalled to the Sacramento Bee in '87. So, wait a second. So, I mean, this doesn't make any sense. So, was the motive not reported until years later? I mean, that doesn't make sense. The motive we just discussed, where Sue's counsel in Martin Sharp's beating of his wife was sought. Further, the home did not indicate forced entry, although detectives did recover an unidentified fingerprint from a handrail on the back stairs. The cabin's telephone had been left off the hook and all the lights had been shut off as well as the drapes closed. More confounding is that the 3 youngest boys were not only untouched but allegedly unaware of the event, even though a woman and her boyfriend in the cabin next door awoke around 1:30 a.m. to what they described were muffled screams. Unable to discern from where they were coming, they went back to bed. I mean, is that normal? Unable to discern? I mean, did they actually go outside and try to figure it out and then they just went home? I mean, they didn't report this? And how long were these screams going on? So they wake up to the screams, so they had to at least, so it says they were unable to discern. So what did they do? Walk around, go outside? I mean, how long are the screams going on? I mean, this is all very baffling. However, though the 3 boys initially claimed to have slept through the massacre, Ricky and Greg's friend Justin Smart did later say that he saw Sue with 2 men in the house that night. One reportedly had a mustache and long hair, and the other was clean-shaven with short hair, but both in glasses. One of the men had a hammer. Justin reported that when John and Dana entered the home and argued with the men, which resulted in a violent fight. Tina was then allegedly taken out the cabin's back door by one of the men. Allegedly, a lot of potential evidence was collected at the scene, but because this was pre-DNA testing, very little helpful information was found at the time. Sheriff Thomas called the Sacramento Department of Justice, which then sent in 2 special agents from their organized crime unit, not homicide, which struck many as odd. I mean, why not both, though? Why not send in both? Immediately, the 2 lead suspects were Justin Smart's father and the Sharps' neighbors, Martin Smart and his house guest, ex-convict, John Bo Deeb, who was known to have connections to organized crime in the area. Both men had been seen in suits and ties, behaving oddly in the bar the night before. What does oddly mean? Martin Smart later told the police that he had a hammer that matched the one discovered, and also that his hammer had gone missing shortly before the murders. Later that year, a knife was recovered in a trash can outside the Keddie General Store. Authorities also believe this item to be linked to the crimes. Wait. The Keddie General Store? So the Keddie General Store is literally right down the street, roughly 500 feet. It's a couple hundred feet away, and it's actually right next to cabin number 2. This is really weird, though. So why would someone dump a knife right there? I mean, it's so close to the cabins, and this was a year later, and it's right next to the cabins. Or later that year, so possibly not a full year, so this is months later. It would be another 3 years after the Keddie murders that Tina was recovered. A man discovered a human skull in the adjoining Butte County, about 30 miles from Keddie. That's weird. The other state, 100 miles. In Plymouth County. Near the remains, detectives also found a child's blanket, a blue nylon jacket, a pair of jeans with a missing back pocket, and an empty surgical tape dispenser. With that, the remains of Tina Sharp had been found, which made the crimes committed on April 11th or 12th, 1981, a quadruple homicide. The Butte County Sheriff Department soon received an anonymous call asking, "I was wondering if they thought of the murder up in Keddie, up in Plymouth County a couple years ago, where a 12-year-old girl was never found." Meanwhile, Sheriff Thomas had resigned from the investigation 3 months in and took a job instead at the Sacramento Department of Justice. His handling of the case in retrospect would be considered disastrous at best and corrupt at worst. Quote, "I was told the suspects were told to get out of town, so to me that means it was covered up," end quote, Sheila Sharp told CBS Sacramento in 2016. The Sharps' home was demolished in 2004. Okay, hold on a second. So Sheila Sharp is stating that someone told her that the suspects were told to get out of town, and Sheriff Thomas, who lived in that exact cabin, resigned from the investigation just 3 months in. So was he the one who told the suspects to get out of town? And how deep is the corruption? Because this sheriff is now going to work at the Sacramento Department of Justice, which sent the organized crime agents instead of the homicide agents. I mean, does this make any sense to anyone? Is something going on with the DOJ? Are these guys CIs? I mean, this doesn't make any sense. Evidence at Cabin 28 ignored and overlooked. Remarkably, the tape of the anonymous tip regarding Tina was found sealed in case files untouched by Plymouth County Sheriff's Department until 2013 when the case was reopened and new investigators Plymouth Sheriff Greg Hagwood and Special Investigator Mike Gamberg. In 2016, Gamberg located a hammer believed to be one of the murder weapons in a dried-up pond in Keddie. Also, how was that hammer located? I don't know if they ever revealed those exact details. Because did someone give him a tip that that's where the hammer was? Further, it came to light that Marilyn Smart, Marty's wife and mother of Justin, had left her husband on the day of the murder discovery. Wow, so that day she's leaving her husband. So how many days before was she beaten by her husband, or was that an ongoing thing? And she sought the counsel of Sue So was that? I mean, how many days prior? And he just found out about it. Did he find out about it at the bar or whatever? And then this is, I mean, none of this really makes a lot of sense, though. Afterwards, she provided Plumas County Sheriff's Department with a handwritten letter sent to her and signed by her estranged husband. It read, quote, "I've paid the price of your love, and now that I've bought it with 4 people's lives, you tell me we are through. Great. What else do you want? Question mark, end quote." Can it be verified that that's 100% his handwriting? This letter was not treated as a confession, nor was it followed up on at the time. Even though Marilyn admitted in a 2008 documentary that she thought her husband and his friend Beau was responsible, Sheriff Doug Thomas contradicted this and stated that Martin had successfully passed the polygraph test. It was later confirmed that Martin was close with this sheriff. Whoa, hold on a second. So Martin is friends with the sheriff who happened to live right there? But wait a second. If hold on though. The Sharps moved in not even a year, and I mean the Smarts moved in not even a year, but the Sharps were there longer than the Smarts. So that means Martin Smart would not have known the sheriff when he was living there, unless something is just really off here with this timeline. But he's buddies with the sheriff. That's weird. And okay, well, I guess that would, if he's buddies with the sheriff, I mean, what connections are there with his friend Beau? So this guy from organized crime is his house guest, so they're friends, and he's also friends with the sheriff? Does this strike anybody as weird? So there's rumors that Martin and Beau got involved in the drug trade, so is Sheriff Doug Thomas involved in this trade as well? And that's the connection, and that's why this was never solved, and that's why the sheriff told these guys to leave town, and then he himself left the investigation after just 3 months. Wow, I mean, this is getting really crazy here. In 2016, Gamberg met with a counselor at the Reno Veterans Administration. The anonymous counselor told him that in May 1981, Martin Smart had confessed to killing Sue and Tina Sharp. Quote, "I killed the woman and her daughter, but I didn't have anything to do with the boys," end quote, he purportedly told the counselor. When the DOJ was alerted to this confession in 81, they dismissed it as hearsay. Wow, so they didn't even investigate? That's kind of weird. I mean, obviously this is just somebody's testimony, which may or may not be true, and if they're telling the truth, that doesn't mean that Martin was screwing, he might have just been joking. I mean, who knows if he's deranged or on drugs, whatever. I mean, either way, I mean, would you not do an investigation? You wouldn't just completely write it off as hearsay. I mean, obviously, you wouldn't hinge an entire case in court on that, but you might find it interesting. You might want to follow up on that to see if it leads to any more legitimate evidence. I mean, this is just really, really bizarre here. Really, really bizarre. The Keddie murders revisited. The most widely accepted theory involves a love triangle between Martin, Marilyn, and Sue. It was believed that Martin and Sue were having an affair and that Sue was supposedly counseling Marilyn to leave her husband, who she had said was abusive to her. When Martin discovered this, he enlisted Beau, his friend, and known mob enforcer who had lived with the Smarts a mere 10 days before the Keddie murders, to take Sue out of the picture. So he had just moved in 10 days, or he moved out 10 days prior, who had lived with the Smarts a mere 10 days before. I mean, I don't know what that phrasing means, but regardless, I mean, he's living next door at some point close to that point. This would account for Marilyn leaving her husband the day of the murder discovery. It would also explain why the Smart boy and the other Sharp boys in the adjoining room were spared. Additionally, it gives context to Martin's handwritten note that Marilyn gave to the Plumas Sheriff's Department. Some investigators who picked up the case when it reopened in 2013 tie the slayings to an even larger plot. To Gamberg, it is clear that the DOJ and the Thomas-run Sheriff's Department covered it up, is the way it sounds. He alleges that Beau and Martin fit into a larger drug smuggling scheme that involved the federal government. Martin was a known drug dealer, and Bo was connected to Chicago crime syndicates with financial interests in drug distribution. This might explain why the Sacramento DOJ sent 2 allegedly corrupt organized crime special agents instead of agents from the homicide department. It also provides an explanation as to why the 2 lead suspects were seemingly given a free pass and told to leave town by Sheriff Thomas. Furthermore, it suggests an answer as to why this case was handled so sloppily, remains unsolved, and is seemingly not a priority to the Sacramento DOJ. What is known is that this 37-year-old crime is far from a cold case, as new evidence sheds light on what may have occurred at Cabin 28 in Keddie, California. Although both Martin Smart and Bo Deeb are now deceased, new DNA evidence has pointed investigators to other suspects who may have had a hand in these murders and who are still alive. It is my belief that there were more than 2 people who were involved in the totality of the crime, the disposal of the evidence, and the abduction of the little girl, Hagwood said. We're convinced that there are a handful of people that fit those roles who are still alive. And here's the thing, is the reason why he's convinced because of people giving him tip-offs about the knife found at the general store, the hammer in the pond. I mean, who knows what else he was told by certain individuals that could have only known this information if they were somehow involved with the individuals responsible or among the individuals responsible. All right, so let's move on here to probably the best available evidence. This is a video clip from ABC 10 News. Murder in Cabin 28. Why detectives say they're closer than ever to solving the Keddie murders case. Unsolved California. So let's listen to this clip here with the investigators.
We are continuing our investigation into the Keddie murders in rural Plumas County. It happened 40 years ago this month. I sat down with the 2 main detectives on this case who say they are close to solving this once and for all. Triple slaying in Keddie.
There's only one road into Keddie and one road out.
A mother, son, and son's best friend found bludgeoned with a hammer, stabbed. A young girl kidnapped. Her remains later found. All this happened while 3 children were unharmed in a spare bedroom. Horror happened in Cabin 28.
This thing was planned to a certain degree.
And 40 years later, it's unsolved. But one that could have been cracked.
It was a solvable case.
Detective Mike Gamberg and former Plumas County Sheriff Greg Hagwood say crucial mistakes were made 40 years ago by investigators and the Department of Justice.
I found too many things to be amiss.
Evidence wasn't logged, the crime scene was tampered with, and follow-ups never happened.
It's like a shotgun going off, and each one of those pellets was a lead.
Detective Gamberg helped reopen the case in 2013. This case is personal to him. He knew each victim, Glenna Sharp, John Sharp, Tina Sharp, and Dana Wingate. He was a martial arts instructor and taught the boys from time to time.
The day before the homicide, Dana was at my house. And kind of made the case personal.
And for former Sheriff Hagwood, it's also personal.
When the murders occurred, I was 15, knowing the boys. You know, little Tina was in my mother's class. Yeah, it got real personal real fast.
Since the Keddie murders took place April 11th, 1981, the Keddie resort here completely changed. The cabin where this murder happened no longer stands. It was condemned and demolished, but all the evidence inside is stored at the Plumas County Sheriff's Office. And they found even more evidence years later. Right here in this pond, just down the road from where Cabin 28 once stood, they found a murder weapon, this hammer, inside the pond. Surely, this was a break in the case.
It's my belief that after the homicide that they were trying to get rid of the evidence. As they passed by the pond, they tossed it in.
The hammer was so rusted, no DNA could be pulled from it. But it matched the exact hammer that was reported missing from one of the suspects, Martin Smart. Investigators believe Smart and his friend John Bobaday are the main suspects. They are no longer alive.
They literally fled the area within a day or so of the crimes.
Wow.
And we spoke to the person that drove them out of town. He's still alive.
Besides the hammer, Gamberg has damning evidence. A letter written by Martin Smart to his then wife, Marilyn. I've paid the price of your love, and now I've bought it with 4 people's lives. Gamberg believes a possible motive is a love triangle. Was Glenna Sharp having an affair with Martin Smart?
It was kind of a lover's triangle type of thing that possibly, I mean, there were so many different avenues to go with.
And what happened to Glenna's daughter, Tina, is central to this case. She was initially reported as kidnapped. Her remains were found by someone in the woods in rural Butte County 3 years after the murders. But why was she taken away from the cabin?
I think there was something about Tina that could not be left there.
It's possible Tina was raped, pregnant, or she knew something she wasn't supposed to know. Then this happened. A 911 call made to the Butte County Sheriff's Office.
And when you were talking about this gang shot at the center town, after the event, and I was just wondering if you part of the murder up in Keddie, up in County, or taking this 12-year-old girl with everything.
The 911 tape was found at the bottom of the box of evidence. Gamberg says it wasn't initially investigated, but he tells me whoever made this call knew something specific about what happened at Keddie. Is there someone else out there that is possibly alive that is responsible for this?
I believe there's 2 individuals that are still alive that were
Probably accessories after the fact.
Yeah.
Gamberg and Hagwood say they're closer now to solving this case than ever before.
It would lift an incredible weight that have just hung over that community, over the surviving family members.
The surviving family members have been severely impacted by this case.
Opportunities and experiences that were denied by such a cruel, heinous act. It's unforgivable.
To solve this case, a weight would be lifted. Darkness would no longer cloud Keddie and the minds of all of those involved.
I believe that in some way, shape, or form, we're going to be able to pull this together.
If you know anything about this case, call Plumas County Sheriff's Office directly, or you can reach out to me on Facebook. I can get you in touch with Detective Gamberg.
So some shocking revelations there. So the hammer was found in the pond right down the road, so they're thinking it was kind of tossed in there as they were leaving the scene. And this opens another can of worms regarding Tina and why they think she could not have been left there. So either if she had been raped and she was pregnant with the perpetrator's DNA, possibly, then they would wanted to remove the body, whether alive or not, or a different reason. But here's where the logistics come in. Also, they stated they fled town the next day. The guy's wife, leaves him that day. So if they can't, but they left the following day, not the day of. So whoever kidnapped Tina, they took her elsewhere, possibly in a grain van. Then they came back, did the interviews and all that stuff. Then they flee town the following day. So what are the logistics of them taking Tina somewhere? Is it more likely that she is dead and they took her and dumped the body that day, then came back? Or was she kept alive for a certain period of time? Or were other individuals involved? Were there people waiting in the van? And then they brought Tina to the van and then took her away. Either way, some shocking revelations from the investigators here. The corruption involved. This is all really, really weird. And then, of course, they have a photo here of the entire note. Dear Marilyn, first off, you know that I haven't tried to hurt you with my letters. So there's other letters? I'm writing this after our phone call Monday, April 27th. Marilyn, there's 2 things I want you to know. The first is that I love you and I don't care what has happened. Now is the time to start over. Call now. Marilyn, you don't know how much I suffered before I met you. I asked God to send me someone who would care for me. For 3 years, I've heard about your kids. Don't get me wrong. I love them too. Now I'll ask, what about mine? Don't you think I love them? Honey, I gave up 4 of the most precious things in my life. For what? For you? The answer is simple. Now I'll ask you, why should I love your kids more than mine? I've tried. That's more than you can say. I don't think you ever loved. I mean, some of this is cut off here. Something, you expect this from me and I've given it to you. And then, of course, the famous line, I've paid the price of your love, and now that I've bought it with 4 people's lives, you tell me we are through. Great. What else do you want? So he's talking about other kids. Are there 4 of them? Did he mean he bought it with 4 people's lives? Are those the lives of his kids and his former wife who are not dead? Like, what does he mean, bought it with 4 people's lives? I mean, can that be interpreted a different way depending on how many kids he has? I mean, I don't know. It's all very, very strange. Also, the caller in the audio clip, I don't know, does that strike people as a perpetrator? They're saying, if that's just a small clip, because the investigators are saying that he knew other things that he couldn't have known. But from the sound of it, I mean, he just sounds like this backwoods guy. I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean anything, but I mean, I don't know. I really don't know what to make of that. Okay, so there's a little bit more info I found on the whole thing with the hammer found in the pond right down the street. This was 2016. Apparently, this was a tip sent into the website. And I'm guessing they mean Keddie28.com, which we'll get to in a moment. But it stated here, barely 2 weeks ago, it was 2016, a tip to the website led to the discovery of a hammer near the crime scene in a location that suggested it was discarded, not to be found. It matches the description of a hammer suspect Martin Smart says he lost shortly before the murders. Gamberg believes it's one of the murder weapons. So, the other thing is, could that hammer have been discarded at a different time for a different reason? I mean, it's right down the street, but, and again, why were the other hammers not discarded? But they have, right on the Keddie28.com website, I mean, we're going to go to serious conspiracy land because they're making some bold claims here. They list here, all are directly involved in the murders, naming Nina Meeks, Sheila, Richard Wade Loon, Martin Sharp, Bo Bede, D. Lake, and some guy named Tony G. And also, I guess they have a serious question here. Why did Sheila Sharp help in the slaughter of her family? Why did Sheila Sharp send Tina home from number 27 to be murdered? Because she was at the neighbor's cabin and then she went home. There are some crazy questions here. Alright, so we're going down deep into MINDSHOCK territory. The Keddie28.com theory here. I mean, this is getting really, really crazy. So let's read what they have on this here. The morning of April 12th, 1981, Glenn Sue Sharp and her kids, Tina and John's friend Dana Wingate, were brutally murdered inside house number 28 in Keddie, California. Dozens peripherally involved in the case had motive, if not opportunity. Yet law enforcement immediately zeroed in on their prime suspects, then seemingly inexplicably ignored them. Yes, this case was intentionally made to grow cold. Why was Marty Smart, the main suspect, the drug-running local sheriff's close friend? Why did an enforcer from the mob, Bo Bede, move in with Smart just prior to the murders? Why were corrupt DOJ BOCC agents immediately assigned to this rural case? Why did both the DOJ and Sheriff Doug Thomas skate these key suspects while law enforcement noted they were lying and Marty failed his polygraph test? So this is stating that he failed the test, and apparently the sheriff told everybody he passed it. Why was Marty's then-wife, Marilyn Musgrove, a key conspirator and fellow murderer, not arrested? Why did law enforcement agencies conspire to cover up this case? What were the killers involved in that caused law enforcement to protect them and play CYA? The following participated in the planning and or execution of these murders: Sheila Sharp, Glenna Meeks, Marilyn and Marty Smart, Bobo Bede, DJ Lake, Wade and Richard Meeks. He also lists names here. I don't know if they've been publicly named, so I'm just going to go with their first names and their initials. So John Blaine G, and then Tony G, a different G last name. More to follow. So the case synopsis listed here on the site. Part 1 background. In November 1980, Glenn Sue Sharp, known as Sue, moved her family from a tiny cramped trailer in Quincy, California, to the comparably large 3-bedroom near derelict wood frame house number 28 in nearby Keddie. A Navy wife who'd been stationed around the country, she and her 5 kids had left their Connecticut home when Sue separated from her abusive husband, James Sharp, in 1979. They moved across the U.S., visiting family and old neighbors before settling in Quincy that July, where they rented the trailer her brother had just vacated. Despite Keddie being a run-down, low-rent railroad town long in decline, the kids had more room in the old house, and their yard was the forest, a nearby stream, and Western Pacific Railroad tracks. Johnny, the oldest at 15, took an unfinished room downstairs off the small utility area in the partial basement. With no internal stairwell or bathroom, he used the back stairs or front door to access the main cabin, but was otherwise quite happy with his relative independence. The younger boys, Rick 10 and Greg 5, shared a bedroom at the front of the cabin, adjacent to the living room, while Sue and her youngest daughter, Tina, shared the rear bedroom opposite the kitchen. In mid-February, the eldest daughter, Sheila, 14, joined the family after giving birth to a baby in Oregon, which was swiftly put up for adoption by Sue. At that time, Sue slept in the twin bed while the girls shared the queen, or sometimes Sue slept on the pull-out couch in the living room by the TV. Times were hard in Plumas, and they always have been, and Sue had to make ends meet with the $250 she received from the Navy, which just covered her rent, food stamps and other social welfare, and the stipend she received for being enrolled in CETA, a federal education program of the era. Sue had been described as a quiet, reserved woman who primarily kept to herself. An FBI document dated a month after the murders depicted her much as her neighbors had. She was not a fancy dresser and was best described by casual associates and neighbors as a loner. Sharp had one close girlfriend, a neighbor woman with the last name of Meeks. Sharp's only known source of income came from her position as a CETA worker, wherein she was paid to attend school, the Feather River Community College, where she was to learn a business trade. She was described as being a good student who studied hard and obtained good grades, but who was also a loner and who did not participate in social gatherings such as coffee breaks. She had no other known source of income other than a $250 a month allotment check from the U.S. Navy via her husband. Prior to her death, Sharp had no local criminal record, nor was she known to local authorities. Sue still managed to date with some frequency, and while her romantic ambitions remain unclear, several of her boyfriends simply seemed at odds with her background and temperament. Plumas is a county of disparate social and economic classes, a place where the American dream went to die decades ago. Opportunities to better oneself, much less climb the ladder, are slim to none. Given the pool of eligibles, Sue was not exactly fending off prosperous beaus who appealed to her sensibilities. Religion and drinking have been cited as reasons she broke off relationships, and while Sue was no teetotaler? I don't even know what that is. She apparently didn't fancy too much of either. A teetotaler is someone who never drinks alcohol. Teetotalism is the practice or promotion of total personal abstinence from alcoholic beverages. Okay. She apparently didn't fancy too much of either. One of her suitors proposed marriage on the first date. According to one report of questionable veracity and dubious intent, seemingly filed to divert attention, Sue was in a vitriolic and abusive relationship with a man shortly before her murder, climaxing in a loud argument in her front yard 6 weeks prior to the murder. Filled with rage and coarse language, yet another boyfriend was killed a month after the murders while being chased from a bar by PCSO deputies. Okay. It's been claimed many key persons of interest either dated Sue, had their advances rebuffed by her, or were simply infatuated with her. Her most recent known boyfriend, Daryl, Dareyl, had been introduced to her a week prior to her death, and they spent much of time with each other in the ensuing days, either at his nearby trailer or at area bars playing pool and drinking beer. Their last date was 2 days prior to the crime, after which Daryl left Keddie to spend the weekend with family in Paradise, California. So apparently he had an alibi. Is Paradise... Wait, didn't we read earlier that Paradise was where one of these suspects went? Huh. Weird. Okay. Not this Daryl guy, who apparently would have an alibi here in this case. On Sunday morning, April 12, 1981, Sheila Sharp woke up next door at cabin 27, where she'd spent the night with neighbors, the Seabolts. Having decided to attend church with them that morning at about 7:45, she went to her cabin 15 feet to the south to get her Sunday clothes. Upon opening the front door, she saw 3 bodies on the floor, the furthest away covered with a blanket. She also saw a knife on the floor between the doorway and the closest body, bent at such an angle she mistook it for an opened pocket knife. She ran, screaming, back to the Seabolts. Sheila and Mrs. Seabolt went to the nearest working phone across the street at the landlord's cabin, 25, and called the Plumas County Sheriff's Office. As PCSO dispatched a car to the scene, Sheila and Zonita Seabolt returned to 27 and, with the help of Zonita's son, Jamie, knocked on the boys' bedroom window. Jamie pulled 3 unharmed kids from that window: Greg, Rick, and neighbor Justin Smart, 12, who had spent the night at 28 on a sleepover. Jamie then went to the rear of 28, up the stairs, and inside to the back door, which was open or left ajar by the killers. After looking around and searching for survivors, he rejoined the others outside. Soon, PCSO squads would be on hand. Part 2, law enforcement arrived. The first member of law enforcement to arrive shortly after 8 a.m. was PCSO Deputy Hank Clement, who did a quick search of the cabin, confirming the murders. At 8:25, Sergeant Jerry Shaver arrived, and Clement, talking with a group of residents in front of 28, told him there appeared to be a triple murder. After Shaver and Clement entered the front door and reviewed the scene together, Shaver placed Clement on point in front of the cabin. Upon asking the dispatcher to inform Sheriff Sylvester Doug Thomas, and sent out investigators. Sheriff Sylvester Doug Thomas and send out investigators, Shaver began interviewing witnesses. At approximately 8:30 a.m., PCSO's Don Stoy was called by dispatch and told to report to a triple homicide in Keddie. Also informed was Assistant Sheriff Ken Shanks. What a name. At 8:45, Don Davis, Sue's brother, arrived and met with Shaver in front of 28. Don gave Shaver details on Sue and the family, about her pending divorce and move from Connecticut. Davis also detailed how Sue's estranged husband, Jim, hadn't visited the family since November of 79, and how Sue refused to give Jim the new address or phone number after moving to Keddie. He supplied the names and ages of Sue's kids, then mentioned Sheila's baby, giving the baby's father's name and address, and mentioning he hung around the gaming arcade in East Quincy. Okay, so the plot's going to really thicken here. So Sheila's baby's father is from the general area in Quincy, but she was sent away to Oregon to have the baby. Okay, I mean, that might play a prominent role here in Keddie28.com's theory that she was involved in killing her own family here. I mean, this is dark stuff. When Shanks and Stoy arrived around 9:30 a.m., Clement was again inside 28 and came out to greet them. After a briefing from Shaver and Clement, Stoy and Shanks began photographing the crime scene and collecting evidence. Shaver returned to interviewing witnesses in the cabin's picket-fenced yard, while Clement was dispatched to do a cursory house-by-house welfare check of the area. PCSO went on investigating the crime scene for several days, and while all the crime scene reports aren't available, it's clear many reports don't match each other or the facts, and that Stoy's report, written to cover both his and Shanks's account of events, seems to have been doctored to indicate PCSO immediately understood something evidence shows they didn't realize for hours. Tina Sharp was missing. By noon, a California Department of Justice helicopter from Sacramento was hovering over Keddie, taking photographs, even capturing on film what appears to be the killers sneaking out of town the back way to avoid notice. What? Were either P.A. Krim or Harry Bradley, special agents for the Bureau of Organized Crime and Criminal Intelligence, on the chopper? Either way, two unreliable mafia agents were seemingly instantaneously on scene, distorting the facts and destroying any chance of arresting suspects or solving the case. So they were out there by noon. Interesting. Part 3, the bodies. In the front room of cabin 28 were 3 bodies. Closest and parallel to the front door, supine on the floor, was Johnny's corpse, his feet inches from the south wall and head nearest to the doorway. Inches away to his left lay the cheap table steak knife which Sheila had noticed. 2 feet away and parallel to Johnny's body lay that of Dana Wingate, a friend who was to sleep over at 28 Saturday night. Laying prone, the head was barely resting on the corner of a cushion which had been removed from the couch. Adjacent to Dana's body was Sue Sharp's on its right side, with the head by the base of the couch and feet near Dana's left arm. Sue's body was covered with a blanket and sheet, later determined to have come from Tina's bed. Johnny's hands rested on his abdomen, taped tightly at the wrists with several loops of white cloth medical tape. His ankles were wrapped twice and tightly knotted with a white extension cord. The cord stretched neatly parallel to the base of the disturbed TV stand, then turned abruptly 90 degrees, leading to Dana's ankles, where it was loosely looped once and knotted. Around one of Dana's hiking boots was 1 loop of medical tape, and then there was also half a loop of tape on his right boot, but the tape appeared to have been broken. Likewise, the tape around his wrists was broken, with the broken bands of tape connected only to his right wrist. The tape around the stronger Dana was also much wider than the tape binding the younger, smaller Johnny. Sue's ligatures were by far the most complicated. Her wrists and ankles were bound with narrow medical tape relatively loosely. Over the tape on her wrists was a tight loop of electrical cord knotted several times. Over that was another loop of stronger electrical cord knotted and connected to a third length of cord, which extended to and tightly looped around her ankles. Yet another length of wire superfluously tied her ankles together. The cord between her ankles and wrists was so taut her legs and knees were drawn together. She was also gagged with a bandana and her panties, which several lengths of medical tape applied on top of them. Part 4, the murders. The following is the most complete and detailed account of what happened leading up to and during the Keddie murders. This is not told in ifs or maybes. I've studied this case for 15 years now and have had access since mid-2020 to all case files, interviews, recordings, etc. still known to exist. I have spent thousands of hours poring over every detail and assisted PCSO's S.A. Mike Gamberg during his tenure as lead investigator from 2014 until budgetary restraints forced the case to be mothballed again circa 2018. During that time, we worked together to prove many points, including several of my own theories and conclusions. A few of these are: Marty Smart and Sue Sharp were having an affair. Marilyn Smart was the key conspirator and instigator of the 3 main killers: Marilyn, Marty, and Bo. Kathy Beckley lied about giving the boys a ride home. She in fact reneged on her promise to do so, but eventually acquiesced and arranged for a friend to take them to Keddie. PCSO knew this in 1981, then buried it and lied about it for 30-plus years. Upon my sending Gamberg paperwork on the missing recordings of the phone call IDing the skull as possibly Tina's, he located the tape within a week. John Bubede had a lengthy criminal career within and without the Chicago outfit mafia. Bubede was protected by several factions of law enforcement. Bubede's military records were falsified. Signs indicate his death may also have been a fabrication. Wow. The Keddie murders are officially unsolved. Since July 2020, I've been poring over all the case files I hadn't yet seen, having been given full access by former lead investigator Mike Gamberg. I've also been in contact with the step-niece of the original sheriff, Doug Thomas, who has provided me his original case files and case notes dating back to 1981. The main line of lies surrounding the Keddie case, those most often regurgitated online and in podcasts, is that Marty Smart and Bo Bede murdered Sue Sharp because Sue was counseling Marty's wife, Marilyn, nicknamed Loon by me for her ceaseless stream of insane BS, to leave the supposedly abusive Marty. That Tina was taken alive from 28 and killed later. Worse, that Tina was the target for white slavery. All of these are clearly lies, all of which were knowingly spread by several of the original investigators within PCSO and California Department of Justice. Here's the short and sweet version that is absolutely true. Sue was not counseling Marilyn Smart. Sue was, however, having an affair with Marty. Marilyn found out around mid-February to March of 1981. As a result, Marty was kicked out of their house, number 26, and moved to Reno and lived with his old friend John Bubede. They did not meet at the VA. They were both carnival workers and scammers who'd known each other for years. Bo was in Reno because he'd been kicked out of Vegas by remnants of Sheriff Lamb's crew. Loon's M.O. was to hook up with a guy, cheat on him while bleeding him dry, then latch onto her new victim while leaving the husk of the last guy drifting in the wind. The last thing Loon would allow for is her man du jour to stray on her to let some other slag sleep with him. Marilyn wanted Sue dead. Loon was friends with Nina Meeks, Sue's supposed best friend, who was in fact her worst frenemy. Nina's son, Richard, was one of the kids screwing Sue's daughter, Sheila. Wait a second. Pregnant at 13, the Meeks thought that the baby was Richard's and wanted the baby. Instead, Sue put the baby up for adoption. Richard and Nina Meeks wanted Sue dead. Wow. If this is true... Wow. Okay. If this is true, so Sue's supposed best friend's son is the one who is the father of Sheila's baby, allegedly. Obviously, we don't know that. Nina's other son, Wade, was 19 and was screwing 35-year-old Loon. Little did Wade know, but his best friend, Blaine G., was betting Loon too. Wade wanted Marty out of the picture. Loon wanted Marty out of the picture. Okay, this is turning into a really crazy soap opera now. Sheila hated her mother, hated Tina, hated John. She hates her family, period. Sue was a horrid mom, was rarely home, and left all the housework to the kids who were always running around town, shoeless and hungry, asking for food. Back when they were living in the tiny trailer at Claremont Trailer Park, Sheila and Tina would barricade themselves inside, locking the others out. Too small for 5 kids, most of them slept in a dirt floor shed Sue had built beside the trailer. Sue went through several boyfriends. One dumped her because she was such a bad mom. He met her when she was a dishwasher at the Elks Club in East Quincy. He'd often call her, but always the kids answered because she was never home. He'd see her kids occasionally in town because they were always unsupervised and wandering around. Sue was often at the backdoor bar. Barmaids recall her and Marty being there together a lot, as their affair was an open secret. Sheila gave birth to her baby girl in Oregon in early February 81, and Sue drove up to both get Sheila and put the baby up for adoption. This obviously angered Sheila and the Meeks family, enough for them to arrange to have Sue murdered. Sheila told the Meeks the baby was Richard's, but Dana also clearly feared the baby was his. What? Okay, I mean, how many love triangles are there here? I mean, these are just endless triangles if any of this stuff is true. I mean, the FBI statistics, again, I mean, it's hard to ignore them. Again, women who are met with foul play usually do so at the hands of someone known to them. I mean, some kind of jealous lover, etc. I mean, yeah, this is really tough, though. This is really tough. Sheila wanted out of her family. I believe she thought the baby was her way out and that she'd be taken in by the Meeks. Instead, Sue put her baby up for adoption. Sheila wanted her whole family dead. Things come to a head by March, around the time Marilyn discovered the affair. Loon and the Meeks were great friends, and Nina Meeks was friendly with Sue but really wanted her dead over the baby. I believe Loon and Nina got together, and over commiserating about their multiple issues with Sue, they agreed on killing her. It would have been easy to get Sheila on board, as she wanted Mommy dead too. Marty was fired from his cook job at the lodge for poor performance and or dealing, and his former boss was also evicting him from House 26. Loon was able to get Marty involved in the murders by claiming she'd take him back if they eliminated Sue. Bo got involved because, hell, he didn't mind killing people, that was his business. Marty and Loon claimed they knew Justin was sleeping at 28 Saturday night, which makes it hard to explain why they would kill 4 people in a house they knew their son was sleeping in. As it turns out, Justin had slept both Friday and Saturday nights at 28. Yet Marty and Loon had no idea where he was. They didn't care. In a 2016 6.5-hour-long interview with FBI agents, Loon blurted out that they had no idea Justin was in 28 that night. That would actually make more sense, though, because why? Yeah. I mean, if that's true, that's really mind-shocking. Somehow, Sheila finagled her way into sleeping over next door at the Seabolts that night, a night Tina typically stayed there. Sheila, however, had never slept at 27 before. Very odd. The first night she sleeps there is also the same night she agreed to have her family slaughtered. Tina had spent most of the day with the Seabolts, and Sheila went over there around 5 p.m. They both had dinner at 27, while Justin, Rick, Greg, and Sue had frozen burritos for dinner. Around 8:30 p.m., Sheila went back home, gathered some bedding for the sleepover, and then left for good. Upon exiting 28, though, she managed to flip off the light switch just inside the front door without anyone noticing. Sue was lying on the couch facing the TV, and the front door was on the opposite wall to her, perfectly in line with her vision. Had Sue glanced up to bid goodnight to her daughter, she may have noticed Sheila flipped the switch. Instead, she continued staring at a cheap black and white TV, engrossed in the latest episode of Love Boat, while her daughter set her up to be murdered. The boys, Rick 9 and Justin, who just turned 12 days prior, were also watching on the floor. This is around the time Greg, just 5, went to bed. That light switch not only controlled the front porch, but it was hardwired to a street lamp at the end of a yard arm attached to the tall fir tree at the front gate of 28. The yard arm hung out over the center of the Keddie's main street, illuminating the way for workers to get from the railroad station to the lodge. At one time, the contract between the RR and the owner of Keddie stipulated that the light had to remain on and that the lodge's coffee shop must remain open 24/7, 365 for the workers. By turning off the light, Sheila ensured the premises and surrounding environs of 28 were darkened so the killers could enter with far less likelihood of being seen. Not just that, she unscrewed the one bulb she could reach on the front porch just in case the switch turned back on. Sheila then returned to 27 and distinctly told Tina that Sue said they had to be home by 10 p.m. In other words, Sheila sent her own sister, her little angel as she'd say while pouring crocodile tears, back to 28 to be murdered. The stories about why Tina was told to go home vary wildly, but I believe Sheila set it up. I think she lied to Tina. Mom wants you to sleep at home tonight and you need to be there by 10. Sheila really wanted Tina to be in the middle of all she'd planned. It's up to speculation as to whether or not Sheila was supposed to be at 28 that night to assist, but it is perfectly within her sociopathic realm of behavior to chicken out. Bottom line, the killers were surprised to find Tina there instead of their co-conspirator, Sheila. Meanwhile, John and Dana were still trying to get home from an afternoon in Quincy. They'd hitched from Keddie into Q Saturday afternoon, heading to Dana's foster home. After asking for permission to sleep at 28 that night, they headed back towards Quincy shortly after 6 p.m. They'd arranged for a ride to 28 from Kathy Backley, the 27-year-old that 17-year-old Dana had been betting. Wow, is this a soap opera or what? Just another point to interject here. Is that a reason they might have taken Tina from the house if they just got confused and they didn't know if they were supposed to kill her because it's supposed to be Sheila? Would that be a reason? I don't know. Kathy lived in an apartment across from the Exxon behind the Chevron. She made up an excuse to renege on her promise of a ride home, so the boys went to the Exxon around 7 p.m. and tried hitching. With no luck, they kept going back to Kathy's to beg for a ride. They'd go through the fence by the Chevron, a shortcut, which is why witnesses saw them at Van Gas and the Chevron. They were traveling back and forth to Kathy's. After returning a few times, Kathy finally relented and arranged for a ride, so the kids hung out with her until their ride arrived. This is why eyewitness accounts of the boys hitching outside the Exxon ended around 9 to 9:30 p.m. I knew Kathy lied about why she reneged on her promise and surmised the boys wore her down once I got a fix on the true location of her apartment. Case files give wrong addresses, miles from the Exxon, and told Mike Gamberg of my reasoning, and he looked into it. He not only confirmed that Kathy lied in 1981 and eventually arranged for them to get home by contacting a friend who took them, Kathy told Mike she'd lied in 81 because she was embarrassed and concerned about her illegal affair with underage Dana and didn't want to be seen with him. The person who gave John and Dana that last ride then confirmed by phone before Kathy had time to poison the well, not just the ride home, but also what the killers lied about. The outside of 28 was not only unusually dark, but there was a dull glow coming from the living room window. This proved what I'd already deduced. Sue was asleep when John and Dana got home, but had left the bathroom light on, which acted as both a nightlight and a navigation light. This person dropped them off around 11 to 11:30 and got the hell out of Dodge because something about being there was creepy that night. This person also told PCSO all of this in 81, and PCSO buried it, so law enforcement continued to lie about how and when the boys got home, publicly stating that the crimes appeared to be a crime of opportunity, completely unplanned. Law enforcement for 30 plus years also claimed the boys probably either got a ride from their killers or walked in on the crimes as they were occurring. This they also knew to be complete pig dung. So many buried and falsified documents prove just the opposite. Hell, one look at the crime scene photos tells anyone with a brain this was planned. Poorly planned by idiots and a-holes, yes, but clearly planned just the same. This person, a bartender in nearby Greenville, also confirmed to Gamberg that Marty and Sue were having an affair. Marty and Sue would go there quite often, and Marty was skeezy in general, but especially so because he was jealous over Sue. Okay, hold on, let me recap here. So an individual who Dana's older girlfriend, or whatever, maybe not girlfriend, whatever, one of his lovers, the person she got to give them a ride was a bartender at a bar that Marty and Sue went to often. They went there often. So somehow she knows this bartender. Hold on, I gotta look up these populations. Okay, so I couldn't really find a population for Keddie in the 1980s, but in 2012, so in 2011, the population, according to worldpopulationreview.com, was 153. In 2012, it was 163. In 2013, it dropped to 73, back up to 89 in 2014, dropped to 41 in 2018, and is currently about 76. So basically, nobody lives there. So Quincy's population in 2010 was 1,728. So 1,879 during 2000. So perhaps there was more people there before, but either way, I mean, that's a population. So well over 1,000 people, and this so-called lover of Dana's just so happens to know the bartender in Greenville. So Greenville also over 1,000 population, 1,160 as of the year 2000. So over 1,000 people. I mean, I don't know. If the town wasn't as dead back in the 80s, is it possible there were a lot more people there? But either way, well over 1,000 people in Greenville, well over 1,000 people in Quincy, almost nobody in Keddie. But either way, Dana just so happens to have a lover who knows the bartender in a neighboring town, who just so happens to be the bartender who just so happened to witness in his bar the mother of John, Dana's friend here, and their neighbor, Marty Smart. Okay, does anybody else find that strange statistically? I mean, this is weird. I mean, I don't know what to make of this. It's really weird. Okay, so continuing on here. Marty and Sue would go there often, and Marty was skeezy in general, but especially so because he was so jealous over Sue. Mike was so elated about Kathy lying, but that I was also right about Marty and Sue having an affair, and that the impetus of the murders for Marty and Loon was really Loon's lust for blood revenge. That he immediately called me. It was a good day in the investigation for both of us, but I wanted further confirmation about Sue and Marty having an affair, which I've had time and time again. In all of PCSO's, DOJ's, and FBI's lies and cover-up, they never bothered to find out the movements of their prime suspects. Their only suspects, Martin Ray Smart, Severin John Bo Bede, and Marilyn Faye Smart. They never even claimed Loon, who was the main conspirator and killer inside 28, of being a suspect. Loon was the Charlie Manson of the 26 crowd, if you will. All we know about their movements on Saturday, other than dealer Marty being seen at a gaming arcade in EQ across from the Meeks house, is law enforcement and witnesses did place them at the bar, as visible as humanly possible, establishing their alibi. This, of course, law enforcement obfuscated and lied about as well. There were more false reports filed in this case than the number of shingles on 28's roof. Overdressed in three-piece polyester disco suits, Bo and Marty went the extra mile by wearing mirrored sunglasses at night inside a bar. I guess they're Corey Hart fans. All of this a full 3 years before Corey Hart made it into one of the stupidest hit songs of all time. Oh, wow. I totally threw that out without seeing that this guy referenced Corey Hart also. So he fact checked me. So they couldn't have been Corey Hart fans because this was 3 years before his I Wear My Sunglasses at Night song. Wow. Okay then. Loon wore a floor-length off-white gown. The garishly overdressed trio of murderers spent the entire night at a table right next to the dance floor, near the DJ from the local radio station hired that night to play records. Normally, the bar owner, Jack Brown, hired a band to play live on weekends, but not April 11th. Loon was on the dance floor most of the night, dancing with the soon-to-be ex-husband she despised. Sometimes Bo gave her a spin, but it was mostly Marty and Loon cutting a rug. Around 2010 to 2011, when first seriously looking into the case, I determined that Marty, Bo, and Loon created a joint alibi filled with the stupidest lies even an armchair detective like me could easily debunk from 1,000 miles away. It's so insanely insane, I coined it the Lunaby. And not just because the Lunaby also proves Marilyn was not only a key participant, but the instigator. Lunaby. The lies concocted by Marty, note by Marde, M-A-R-D-E, how Marty signed his name, fitting the French slang for expletive, synonym for manure. Bo, Marilyn, and a couple others, D. Lake, Mike Davis, Tony G., as a joint alibi for the night of the murders, called Lunaby because at the time I thought the murders were mainly Loon's idea. Okay, I don't know how I missed this, but apparently even Ranker.com listed D. Lake, who lived at the address that made the phone call to police about Tina's skull fragment. Lake was also a former vet like Smart and reportedly drove his buddy to Reno following Smart's split with Marilyn. So this guy D. Lake, the call that tipped that the remains could have been Tina's was from D. Lake's residence, and he just so happened to be a veteran who drove Smart to Reno right after the murders. What this is really weird. This is really weird. So the Mike Davis character, apparently this is the guy with Tony G. And just looking this stuff up, there were newspaper articles about these guys with their photos, so I guess they already have been publicly discussed. So Davis lived next door to the Sharp family. He moved out 2 weeks before the homicide. How coincidental. He said he did not know the Sharp family, but he saw the Sharp kids around but didn't associate with them. Curious. So going back to the breakdown here, I thought the murders were mainly Loon's idea at the time. The Tunaby, the lies concocted by Marilyn, some Meeks, Sheila Sharp, and a few others. Tuna because expletive was a major factor. Richard, Meeks, and Dana were two of the guys screwing Sheila, and both thought the baby was theirs. Dale and Blaine were screwing Loon, and Dale wanted her as his out in the open instead of illicitly. Marilyn was doing everyone just to get what she wanted, a free pass through life. The Tunaby, with some blatant changes from the Lunaby, was meant to shift blame from the masterminds to the killer they all wanted under the bus, Marde. Sorry, Bo, your Chicago muscle means Jack in Plumas. You were just some wanker along for the ride. One of the key tenets of the Lunaby is that Marty or Bo got pissed off when the DJ changed the music from country to rock. Marty or Bo, depending on who told the line when it was told, got pissed off at the bartender, Jack, and stormed out. The fact that all three of them hammered this key plot point home is the first red flag that it's hogwash. The second is the story is so completely stupid. The third is none of them could keep straight who was pissed or how it went down. Gamberg first contacted me in October of 2014, 8 years after I started working the case as a hobby, and over 4 years since I began seriously investigating it and making major progress. We didn't start sincerely collaborating for many months, as I knew Mike was PCSO long before the murders, so I was suspicious that he was crooked like so many others in 81. I told Mike very early on, though, that the lullaby is the easiest way to identify the killers. Anyone who parroted the lullaby was involved in the murders or cleanup, and that the changing of the music at the bar both never happened and was aggressively not asked about by corrupt pigs. For whatever stupid reason, the killers felt they had to have an excuse for going from twirling on the dance floor all night to suddenly leaving the bar. However, there was no gain in this lie, because anyone with a brain would have asked Jack the owner if the music changed, or ask Jan or Doug Albin, who were sitting at the bar, or ask Eric the DJ. Instead, the one lie forced the corrupt cops to lie about so many obvious points of what a valid investigation would remotely resemble. Conspicuously not asking pertinent, no-brainer, basic Detective 101 expletive is stamped all over this law enforcement cover-up conspiracy. Of course, none of these people were asked in 81. In fact, last summer, 2000, Jack Brown commented that I'd asked him more questions about the case in a few minutes than law enforcement did in all of his encounters with them. In fact, law enforcement didn't first speak with Jack until a full week had passed, almost a full week after Marty, Bo, and Loon had made such a stink about it to corrupt DOJ and corrupt PCSO. At about 1:10, the killers left the bar without any change in music as an excuse. They didn't make any major scene, no big stink, no argument, they just left. They returned home to 26, changed into denim work clothes, grabbed or gathered their kill kit, and descended upon the already darkened 28 with murder in mind. Their kill kit consisted of at least 3 rolls of white medical tape, 2 different lengths, 1/2 inch and 3/4 inch, several knives, Marty's expensive blue-handled hammer, and their Daisy 880 BB pellet rifle. It's duly noted in several documents that 28 had no such tape, no such rifle. Sheila and Rick were both asked. Also, Richard Meeks claimed to Sheila that Justin, at the Sharps group's funeral, said they had all kinds of medical tape and knives at 26. This is on file, yet no file exists of law enforcement asking the killers if they had access to anything used in the murders, much less the tape and knives. They apparently never even asked Richard or Justin about the claim of tape and knives at 26. I've read thousands of documents, and nearly every basic question that should have been asked, almost every line of inquiry one would logically take, wasn't. If they got a response they didn't like, they either buried their documentation or altered witness statements. So many documents were so blatantly falsified, the sheer audacity and sloth of their intentional miscarriage of justice would be utterly laughable were it not so ugly. We're talking about cops who rarely, if ever, typed anything. Yet so many documents are typed filled with obvious lies by law enforcement and unsigned that almost anything typed is immediately a suspect document. Descending on 28, Marty, Marilyn, and Bo entered through the unlocked front door. Since John's room was in the unconnected basement, and because burglary fears largely don't exist then in Keddie, the doors were left unlocked, even when nobody was home. As Sue had left the bathroom light on, they went straight to the far rear bedroom where Sue, Sheila, and Tina slept. This is a house Marty was very familiar with, as his great pal, Sheriff Doug Thomas, lived there just prior to the Sharps and had even let Marty live with him briefly. Whoa. So, hold on a second. Martin Smart, not only is buddy with the sheriff who happened to live in cabin 28, where all these murders took place, but Marty lived with him in that very cabin for a period of time. If that's true, I mean, this just gets more and more mind-shocking. I mean, the coincidence stack is just... it's getting high. It's getting really high. They immediately went for Sue, most likely not noticing Tina asleep at the far end of the bed at the far end of the room, some 10 feet away from their target victim. Sue slept in the twin bed immediately inside the bedroom door, and her daughters shared the queen. There was a space between the bed and the far wall so Tina could access her side of the bed, and then a throw rug lined the path between the beds. A TV tray served as a nightstand, which Sheila and Sue shared. It had Sheila's class reading assignment, Never Cry Wolf, on her side, with Sue's glasses and ever-present ashtray on her side. Between were an alarm clock and a cheap lamp. Sue was incredibly myopic, so she had the glasses on every waking minute. The mere fact she hadn't had time to put glasses on proves this was a planned surprise attack. Something unusual to this case is Tina's insecurities. There was a large piece of cardboard found on the lower part of her side, which was normally either blocking the window on the far wall or against the wall itself. This night, Tina slept with it on top of the blanket. I believe it acted as her own security blanket because her brother mentioned she'd slept with it on top of her before. So either the killers were expecting Sheila in that bed, or they didn't notice it was Tina, or simply didn't notice Tina at all under the cardboard. They certainly noticed Tina when she awoke and screamed, because that was not part of their plan. Sheila, in on the planning and execution, would not have screamed, but she chickened out and wormed her way into replacing Tina at the sleepover next door. Tina screamed, perhaps Sue as well, but I have a feeling upon awakening, Sue knew her life was over, so she may not have screamed at all. Whatever the truth, the screams woke Justin, Rick, and Greg in the next room. They woke John and Dana sleeping downstairs. They woke the couple in house number 16. The girlfriend woke first, then nudged her partner awake. The screams seemed to come from the back of 28. The rear window was right next to Tina. Hearing no more screams, they noted the time on their digital clock, 1:15 a.m., and went back to sleep. The killers were suddenly dealing with Tina and Sue, with several others on their way into the fold. I believe Tina was dispatched first, either killed immediately or, as Marty said in one of his many confessions, she was incapacitated. It's noted, however, early on in his Sherlock series, Doyle had Holmes state that a dead person is certainly also incapacitated. Not enough of her remains were found in law enforcement's half-assed recovery operation from 1984 for any cause of death, but she may have been knocked unconscious, throat slit, or even stabbed to death. Or, like Dana later, choked to death. However it was done, Tina was no longer screaming and certainly no threat. Nor were the boys in the next room with 3 armed adults they recognized and knew towering over them, threatening them into silence. However, John and Dana were bounding to the rescue, up the back steps and in through the kitchen. Again, 3 armed adults against 1 scrawny 15-year-old and a 17-year-old, it was no contest. And I mean no contest, no struggle, no fight. All 3 allowed themselves to be bound around the wrists with the medical tape, and there was no blood below any of the tape on the wrists. It's interesting to note only Dana, by far the strongest, was bound with the wider tape. This may have just been chance, but also points to more than one person taping the victims. Once bound, they'd essentially given their lives away. From then on, it was a torture and kill fest. The kill zone is something I figured out very early on from what few crime scene photos I was privy to. The main area of blood in the cabin was on the floor under and around the cushion found under Dana's head, and on the cushion itself. Both sides of the cushion were soaked through to the foam interior with multiple layers of blood from multiple victims. Therefore, whenever law enforcement from that era state they believed the cushion was used to comfort Dana, that he was given preferential treatment, and may have been involved, that person is either an idiot, a liar, probably both, or like the FBI's John Douglas was lied to. The reason Douglas's analysis and profile of the Keddie case is so off the mark is because he was fed lies. By PCSO, by DOJ certainly, and due my watching the 6-hour-plus interview with Loon by 2 FBI special agents in 2016, I know now the FBI were and remain actively involved in law enforcement's conspiracy to pervert justice. Again, once bound with tape, the systematic attacks began in earnest. Logic states Dana and John were dispatched next as they posed the biggest and only threats. Both were hammered in their heads and once unconscious on the ground were in turn worked over in the kill zone atop the cushion. Why was the cushion used? To comfort the victims? Hell no. To protect the killers. House 81 had cheap, thin, used carpet directly atop the wood floor, no padding. A hammer going into the head resting directly on top of the floor, it would act as a soundboard, notifying the world of what was happening in 28. No insulation under the house also meant the deep crawl space would act like a loudspeaker or echo chamber. The cushion was simply used to muffle the sounds of hammers and knives hitting bone. I mean, this is really dark. Oh, and why was the kill zone where it was? Because the light from the bathroom lit that little patch of the living room floor. That the bathroom light was left on was later verified by the person who gave John and Dana the ride home, who mentioned the dull glow emanating from the front window not only proved everyone was asleep and the bathroom light was left on, it proves this person really brought the boys home. All others are attention whores, liars, and or the killers themselves. While the killers smeared blood on most of the light switches and almost every doorknob, the killers usually only had the light from the bathroom Sue had left on, yet also at some point apparently turned on the closet light in the girls' room. It was left on with the closet door ajar. Huh. Were they just checking for more people? Huh. Why was only Sue gagged? Again, it was an orgy of overkill, but the main reason is while the killers dispatched the collateral damage as quickly as possible, Tina, Dana, and John were incapacitated nearly immediately, they also made sure Sue was a conscious witness to the depravity they unleashed. I mean, this is really dark. Of the four, only Sue was able to scream. The gag began with her panties. A knife nick on her crotch indicates they were cut from her body, then shoved into her mouth. Some reports claim a bra was used, and the ME's autopsy reports are pathetic. Another fail is he simply mentions a woman's undergarment. Other reports claim a cowboy hatband was utilized, but this is patently false. As I posted on my forum years ago and likewise stated to Mike, the only logical answers to why the killers entered 28 with Justin sleeping the night is A, Justin was a plant, or B, they had no idea Justin was there. The answer is also obviously the latter, based on the evidence of how the murders went down and the fact that they forced Justin, and probably Rick, to get dirty. Many of the post-mortem wounds were clearly done by kids. Also, in the 6-hour interview with the FBI in 2016, a flustered Marilyn even blurted out they had no idea Justin was there that night. I mean, I don't know. This is the darkest, this might be the darkest theory in true crime I have ever read. They're saying they forced these kids to participate? As if that would keep them silent or something? I don't know. Once the boys were down, they went after Sue with a singular focus and vigor. She was punched, hit repeatedly with the barrel and butt of the rifle, and hit with such force the point sight at the tip of the barrel and the ramp sight near the stock were both ripped from the rifle, found by investigators on the living room carpet. The tip point left a perfectly shaped puncture wound below Sue's right eye. Several teeth were loose in their sockets, as were Dana's. Several of Dana's front teeth were broken off. I used to believe Sue may have been held up against the wall by the front door light switch and threatened with a knife, resulting in several cuts to her left ear, nearly severing it. Sue also had defensive wounds to the top of her left hand, somewhat consistent with someone trying to fend off the knife, but it's inconclusive. I now believe all of this happened while she was on the floor, over near her place, during and after the murders, at the foot of the couch, always propped up for a perfect view of what was happening in the kill zone. The stab wounds to her ear also cut off several chunks of hair, and all of them I've located appeared between the foot of the couch and the kill zone, indicated she was likely on the floor at the time her ear was repeatedly sliced and nearly severed. In the 10 to 15 minutes that elapsed since the killers first entered 28, I believe both Tina and Dana, certainly Dana, were dead, and Johnny was knocked unconscious, slowly dying by hammer wounds, which left his swelling brain oozing through his skull. By 1:30, Bo and Marty realized they needed to bust ass back to the bar to reestablish their alibi, leaving Loon behind at 28 to guard Sue and the younger boys. Marty and Bo went back to 26, cleaned what blood off that they could see, switched back into the disco duds so quickly they didn't put their vests on, as Bo needlessly pointed out in his sole interview, and made a phone call. This phone call is another point of the alibi they stressed so loudly that it both must be a lie and true. They did not get a call from, nor did they call Jack Brown at the bar, as they have variously claimed. There was no kiss and make up with Jack because the music never changed. Jack told me A, he didn't give an expletive about Marty, B, he had no clue what Marty's phone number was, C, had Marty or anyone else complained about the music, Jack would have kicked their ass out of his bar. I believe they did call someone, and worried law enforcement would pull their records. Law enforcement should have, yet didn't. Were afraid records would show a local call was made at 1:30 a.m. Back then, a call from Keddie, 6 miles south to Quincy, was a toll call. And all long-distance numbers are probably logged. This means they made a local call. Of all the people Bo and Marilyn would bring into the fold mid-murder, and of all the suspects believed to be involved in the murders, the top two a-holes are DJ Lake and Tony G. Both local calls from Keddie. Both are certainly guilty of playing parts in the murders, at least the awkward cover-up. D's car was noted as being parked at 26 Sunday morning, but we don't yet know when he arrived. I believe D was called by Marty telling him expletive was out of control at 28 and to get his ass over there. Back at the bar, witnesses noticed Bo seemed distant and agitated when they returned. Bo Bede, of course, had mafia ties and despite being of French descent, tried to pass himself off as Italian. Marty tried to act normal but appeared nervous. Referring to Bo, he was heard to say, "There's nothing worse than a mad dago." While Marty and Bo were back at the bar, imagine the kind of abuse her main enemy and the instigator of the murders volleyed upon Sue. After a couple more drinks, the bar closed and they went back to 26, switched back into their murder garb, then stealthily made it back to 28. They assessed the damage done and decided on the next steps. By this point, Dana was already dead and laying on his back, blood settling on his posterior as livor mortis set in. Tina was also either already dead or they finished her off. John was still alive, hopefully still unconscious for what he was to come. But Sue was wide awake, propped up against the couch, overlooking the dead, awaiting her next turn of abuse. Whether or not the plan had been to kill everyone in the cabin, the fact that they'd killed Tina and Dana and mortally wounded John means they would likely have polished off the other two boys, Greg and Rick, had Justin's presence not surprised them. Were John and Dana not supposed to be at 28 that night as well? Because if they had left before and they couldn't get a ride back, was it kind of assumed or reported on by certain neighbors, whoever were guilty, if they were guilty, that they weren't there at the time? So the plan, wow, that is curious. Because that's a big mess that maybe, that would explain a couple things. The crime scene indicates the killers were surprised by John and Dana coming to the rescue. If they expected John and or Dana to be home, why did they not first sneak into John's downstairs room and take him or them out of the picture? No, Marty and Bo were most certainly under the impression their sole target was Sue. I believe they thought they could get in, do whatever damage was necessary, and get the hell out, with Sue being the sole victim. Evidence indicates those in 26 did not know Justin was at 28, that Sheila sent Tina home to 28 while hiding at the Seabolts, and that nobody involved in the murder conspiracy, Sheila, 26, the Meeks, knew Dana had any intention of staying at 28 that night. In fact, John often spent Friday and Saturday nights in Quincy rather than at home. So that is at least 3 and possibly 4 people the killers did not expect to be at 28, and all of the 4, except the killer's child, Justin, paid with their lives. See, in any kind of true crime case, I always look at what's out of the ordinary, because there's a lot of things out of the ordinary here. Like Sheila, who never stays over at the Seabolts, and Tina, who usually does. Now they swap places randomly, never before done. And then also John's usually not there, so Dana wouldn't be expected there either. Oh man. This is a lot. I mean, this is a lot. Whatever the plan, whatever the intended kill count, they came with enough weapons and rolls of tape to prove they were prepared for killing everyone in the house the moment they walked in. Justin kept ruining everything, yet Loon still made the mistake of sparing her firstborn son's life. I don't understand why, because she loathed him. He'd spent his entire life being ping-ponged between her, his biological dad, and other relatives. About the only thing he was good for was being tormented, an object of the very least, at the very least, her mental abuse. I'm certain Marilyn regretted not killing Justin and others, making it a clean sweep, because his very existence is proof she and Marty actively participated in the murders. Law enforcement also knew that they saw everyone present in 28. Blood on the boys' bedroom door and both inside and outside doorknobs, blood smeared on the interior bedroom wall, blood on the light switch. Greg also revealed multiple times that he was awake, even that he saw everything. Of course, Justin told many versions of his witnessing the murders, yet law enforcement completely buried that and lied about it for 30 plus years. To my knowledge, Rick has never publicly acknowledged witnessing his family being slaughtered, but he certainly did see and hear it. Justin, of course, is notorious for how many times his story changed, but he not only witnessed the murders, but the location where his DNA was found proves he was directly involved in the murders. Years ago, Mike G gave me permission to reveal his DNA was the hit mentioned in news articles. DNA matches that of a living suspect. In fact, when the money ran out and the case was again mothballed, 2018, Mike told me I can tell everything. He doesn't give an expletive what gets out there, which again points to what his wife Linda said about the case when I first met up with the Gambergs in July 2020. This case was intentionally contaminated from day one. They expletived it up so bad, there's no way it can ever be prosecuted. Wait a second. Mike Gamberg, the investigator? That's his... Wait, what? No. Okay, so this is poorly phrased. Mike Gamberg is saying that... Is this Rick's DNA here? This is really poorly phrased. Mike G gave me permission to reveal his DNA was the hit mentioned. So this is Rick's DNA. Or is this Justin's? Justin is notorious for how many times his story changed. Yeah, so this is Justin. Wow, so Justin Smart's DNA is there? So he's 12 at the time? This is crazy. I mean, this is really crazy. Mike told me when he first called Justin in and dropped the bombshell of the DNA hit, placing him as directly involved, he slumped and said, expletive, I was wondering when that was going to come back to bite me in the ass. When I first revealed Justin's DNA hit, Justin was in contact with me via email Mondo Pronto, requesting I remove any mention of him and that the DNA rumor was untrue. Boy, you should read those emails. They're tragic comedy at its best. I keep my word, but as he never even requested, I keep our correspondence private. Here they are. Okay, so a bunch of these emails with a lot of expletives. Okay. So basically, Keddie 28 is telling him he can tell his side of the story. It's the truth, and you expletive well know it. This is the response to the request for the takedown of information. I was kind to not mention the DNA, huh? Feel free to post your side of the story, but take a lesson from what we did to your idiot mom. Wow, this guy's not polite. If you try to pass lies off to us, we will eviscerate you. So many of her lies are ridiculously stupid, such as her claim she and Marty stayed in the tiny room north of the kitchen and gave you and Casey the master bedroom. Did you see how she went down in flames when she joined our mass chat last year, right after Marty's hammer was pulled from the pond? One lie after another, truly a pathetic excuse for a human being. Here's the highlights if you missed the show. Wow, this is really messed up. So she joined the chat right after the hammer was pulled from the pond from down the street. I mean, he just goes over a lot of stuff about, apparently, to reestablish the alibi at the bar. That wasn't part of the original plan, but when there were screams heard or whatever, things didn't go according to plan, they decided to go back and reestablish the alibi. Oh man, this is weird. So the youngest boys, but not Justin, were known to be there by the killers, and Loon made the mistake of sparing Justin's life. So how could they leave Justin alive and kill the rest? Big problem, they couldn't. They couldn't take Justin home with them when they were done killing all 7. Just because they were selfish a-holes who had no clue or care where their kids were, too many others would come out of the woodwork to say they knew Justin went to bed with the rest of the dead and woke up alive at 26. So all the boys in that room had to survive for them to spare Justin's life. I don't say this lightly. Despite Justin being a complete piece of expletive as a human being, Rick and Greg have only his presence at 28 that night to thank for their lives. So the killers relied on standard tools. They threatened the surviving boys with their own lives, since if you don't keep quiet, we'll come back and kill your family was already playing out in the living room. It was verbal and quite physical threats against them. The boys remained in the bedroom, scared expletive. Okay, so they didn't force those younger boys to be involved, just Justin. I guess that's his theory here. The killers, I figure, didn't leave until around 4 a.m., perhaps as late as 4:30. So Marty would punctuate his threats by throwing a knife into the wall, separating the boys' room from the kill zone. This went on often enough that the boys retreated to hide in the closet for hours. The killers realized this, so Marty shifted his knife throwing to the wall near the door, which separated the living room from the bedroom closet. Once the boys were dealt with and the overall situation assessed, the killers determined it was best to try to point away from Sue as the target. As it stood, Sue had the expletive kicked out of her, whereas the dying and dead were in much better shape, even in death. So they would eventually finish John off in a particularly brutal fashion and then abuse both bodies horribly. Sue hadn't been finished off yet, and they had to figure out what to do with Tina's body. I think Marty balked at abusing Tina's corpse. Speaking of Tina in the confession to his therapist is the only time he showed any emotion. So rather than defiling Tina's body, they decided to remove it. This not only would shift the focus to Tina as the target, but also Tina as perhaps willing participant. I initially felt they took Tina because she was the lightest, and slogging any literal dead weight 6/10 of a mile would be a pain in the ass for these cowards, but in his therapist's multiple tellings of Marty's confession have convinced me Marty couldn't bring himself to defile Tina's corpse. Marty told Krim and Bradley, the corrupt DOJ agents, that the best way to get Tina out of Keddie was over the swinging bridge, except he lied. That was locked. This is one of the few times PCSO DOJ made the mistake of checking Marty's story. The bridge was unlocked. Lisa and Doug decided to forget about their significant others and sleep together that Saturday night. Doug lived on the other side of the swinging bridge and walked over it around midnight to go to the back door. At closing, Doug and Lisa walked over the bridge together, going to his house. In the morning, Lisa walked back over the bridge to retrieve her car from the bar. Law enforcement did a horrible job of covering this up. All initial reports have them going over the bridge back and forth with no issue. Then a re-interview with pops up, claiming he was furious that the bridge was locked when he and Lisa tried to go to his house at 2 a.m. and that they had to climb over the gate. Then pops up a report of an interview with the guy who supposedly installed the gate, where the report claims he said he had the only keys and the gate was always locked. A few problems with Marty's and law enforcement lies. 1, there is a gate with a lock on both sides of the bridge. 2, it is impossible to climb over either gate, some 40 to 50 feet off the ground because of the barriers built around the gates. Only a soon-to-be-dead fool would even attempt. 3, law enforcement were too lazy to destroy initially filled reports in which Lisa and Doug had no problems crossing the bridge many times. In September 2015, I compiled for Gamberg a list of all the times I knew of the bridge being mentioned by Doug, Lisa, Marty, Loon, etc., Marilyn. Of course, it is the one who said, Justin said, look for Tina down by the river. Justin has never recalled saying this, just that my mom says I said. Marilyn knew Marty and Bo took Tina out 28's back door, down to the river, and across the unlocked bridge, probably hiding Tina's body in a gully across the 2-lane Highway 70. But not before Marty went through the girl's closet. This is probably why the closet light was on, retrieved the slinky pink pantsuit he'd bought for Sue to wear, and took it with him. While on the bridge, he threw the garment wrapped in a rock downriver into Spanish Creek. Imagine how the garment pissed off Loon. Those in 26 are broke. Marty's been fired, they're being evicted, and here's proof Marty was spending money on the whore he was shagging. I wanted Mike to look into what I saw to be a lie about the bridge being locked. Marty made a point to bring it up and shoot it down in his interview as one of only a couple ways to get Tina's body out of Keddie. I wanted Mike to see Marty lied. A lot of people lied about the bridge, and that it was likely Tina's corpse was removed from Keddie that way, long before the crimes were discovered by Sheila. Mike did look into them. Lisa was long dead, but was around, and Mike found the contradictory documents filed about the bridge being locked. Doug got pissed. Those expletive liars, I never said that. I could never crawl over that gate if it was locked. Nobody could. Removal of Tina and return to 28 would take 30 to 40 minutes easily. This would put Marty and Bo back in the crime scene around 3 a.m., quite a slog. I would imagine they took a break. Throughout the murder process, victims were taken to the kill zone and attacked, then left there until the decision was made to work on someone else. Sue, made to witness everything, was almost always propped up at the foot of the couch, but the others would be moved around with an arc of evenly spaced bleed-out spots leading from the kill zone to the far corner of the living room. Johnny was still alive, and to kill him, his throat was gouged, causing an arc of blood spray on the carpet just outside the main kill zone blood pools. He was then carried at head and feet to where he was finally staged. Dana, still on his back, was turned onto his stomach and placed on the cushion, his eyes facing Sue. His head was then bludgeoned into a pulp with a leg ripped from the folding card table and or the rifle barrel. 4 full-force whacks crushing the left side of his skull to the core, nearly bouncing his head completely off the cushion. The killers then grabbed the extension cord and quickly and ridiculously, stupidly tied Dana's feet to John's. This staging is so blatant and poorly executed, anyone who claims this was not planned and staged, that the victims were bound by wire while alive, is either an idiot or an idiotic liar. A blood map I made indicates the kill zone where the bodies were found, where the blood spray from John's kill-blow neck wound was, under where Dana's legs were placed, where bleed-out spots were, etc. The same floor plan blood map was used to indicate the approximate direction of the 4 post-mortem blows to Dana's head. The rifle barrel, or most likely the table leg, were used to deliver the crushing strikes. The killers showed the standard organized-disorganized traits, with blood smears in basically every upstairs room, but they somehow managed to keep the traipsing blood footprints all over the house, mainly by the way they controlled blood flow and bleed out in the kill zone. Another point about the lividity in Sheriff Thomas would take all comers when it came to destroying or tainting evidence. Not only was he poisoning the well with his hypnotism on valid witnesses, he'd have his team waste countless hours with psychics. Wow, I haven't heard that before in a case. So did he know Justin was fully awake and involved, and he wanted to cast doubt on his testimony, so that's why he brought in the hypnotist and the inexperienced sketch artist? Wow. That's curious. And I mean right out of the gate, most investigations wouldn't stoop so low as to listen to these frauds until months after all reasonable leads had dried up, but Sly Thomas was himself an unreasonable fraud. He sought out psychics almost as immediately as he called in those criminal frauds from the DOJ, Harry Bradley, and Prince Albert Krim. PCSO would also routinely feed these psycho-fraudster psychics information, even showing them crime scene photos from which to springboard their ridiculous fantasies. One saw or heard of the lividity on Dana and proclaimed that blanching on Dana's buttocks indicated he died tied to a chair. Donna Williams, one of the dumbest and worst liars who tried to insinuate her way into the case in infamy, also heard and spread this lie. In turn, Don Stoy filed an update report in '83 in which he claimed the blanching clearly suggested Dana died in a semi or upright position, buttocks free of lividity as if it was in contact with a hard surface, i.e. chair. Don is a dim bulb himself, so he must have come to this conclusion by taking the word of the fraud psychic and or the addict loser liar. Blood breaks down upon death, separating into a clotting glue and a clear serum. The spray and splatter from the post-mortem headshots to Dana also prove staging. The fact Dana's down vest, which John was wearing, was splayed out below his shoulders, proved both staging and presence of at least two killers, one at the head, the other carrying John at his feet. He had to be completely aloft from the ground, not dragged, for this vest to splay out as it had. I don't believe and desperately hope the killers brought the surviving boys into the crime scene until all were dead, and also hope they were only forced to do post-mortem damage. So this leaves Sue being finished off first. She was forced to bear the indignation of being paraded around the room, certainly being taunted by these a-holes. See what you made us do. See the mess you made. Happy with yourself now, expletive. Blood was all over the soles of her feet, the soaked carpet squeezing blood up between her toes. This was most likely Loon and Marty each taking a shoulder and walking her around the room through bleed-out spots, as Sue wouldn't or couldn't do it on her own. I mean, this is quite a detailed theory spun here. Back in her spot by the couch, down on her back, she was straddled by Marty face to face, 3 stab wounds to the chest, tightly grouped around the center line and just above the breasts, then the coup de grace, using the knife to push the bottom of her bra up. What appears to be a hesitation wound is made. Then a horizontal slice at the bottom of the breast just below the areola. The space between her ribs was located before thrusting in the blade 5.5 inches deep, puncturing the lower lobe of the left lung and destroying the left pleural cavity. As her lung collapsed, the cavity filled with blood, suffocating her. Due to the position and direction of the wound to her neck, I believe Marilyn knelt beside Sue's left shoulder and stabbed her. The wound was horizontal to Sue's body and pierced her larynx, esophagus, and nicked her spine. Seeing as it was impossible to hobble Sue around the room or straddle her to finish her off, she clearly could have only been bound by wire after death. Cords were cut from appliances, such as the lamp from the nightstand in the girls' room. At least 2 separate appliance cords were used. Sue's ankles were tied incredibly tightly, then her wrists. Then those bindings were tied tightly together anteriorly, so her hands and ankles were cinched closely together. Sue's hands pulled down between her legs, her terry cloth nightie was pulled up to expose her genitals, and she was placed on her back, head up against the base of the couch, staged for Dana to appear to be staring at her crotch. The introduction of the kids could have happened before they staged Sue, but at least Justin and Ricky, but likely not 5-year-old Greg, were forced to get dirty. I believe the crushing of Dana's skull was so forceful it was beyond the strength of Justin, but again, DNA proves he was involved directly at some point. Several wounds certainly were or could have been post-mortem. A pellet was fired from the rifle, 1 pellet recovered. Morgue photos show a wound to Sue and a wound to Dana not listed by the lazy-ass pathologist, which are both consistent with a pellet wound, which could also be post-mortem. A throat wound to Sue may have also been post-mortem by either Rick or Justin. Many other wounds may have been post-mortem, but the absolute clincher, proving forced involvement by the kids, are the half-assed stab wounds to John's chest. 3 shallow stab wounds which could not penetrate John's ribcage. Definitely done by a child. Unlike the stab through Sue's chest's ribs done by an adult who knew where to stab, and also to put the knife horizontally between ribs, the 3 wounds on John are vertical. Also, they were definitely post-mortem, as the wounds went through his jogging suit and shirt, but not the vest. So John was already staged on his back, the vest spread wide open by gravity when he was carried completely aloft before being lowered into place. The wounds were grouped there where the vest was already splayed away from his body, post-mortem period. The huge butcher knife was not used to kill anyone, as none of the wounds could have been created by it. The knife that was used on John's chest proves kids being forced to get dirty all over again. Instead of using the murder knife, which the killers brought and took with them, the boys used another knife from the kitchen drawer, a cheap, flimsy, serrated table steak knife. Dime store cheap. Again, the knife may have been strong enough and is roughly the right size to cause the wound in Sue's neck, but I believe that wound wasn't caused by a serrated blade. However, it was used on John, by a child who didn't know what he was doing and didn't want to do it. and the flimsy knife bent on the third try and was tossed away abandoned. That's why the knife was found bent and discarded inches from John's chest. I have to say, I mean, this theory does account for a lot of these problematic details, like why certain things were taken from the cabin and some were not. Because if the real killers wanted to take their own weapons to not incriminate themselves, yet they couldn't care less about the others, I mean, I don't know, it's really weird. A huge and obvious fact most miss amidst law enforcement's 30 years of lies, they claimed it was a crime of opportunity, that all weapons came from inside 28. Yet Justin admitted the two men brought weapons and tape. And of course, the autopsies proved neither knife found at the scene could have caused the knife wounds to at least Sue. Yeah, and let's not overlook the pellet rifle they brought. Also, the knife in the general store just down the street as well, just yards away. I mean, this is also mind-shocking. I mean, I don't know what to make of this. This is one of the most bizarre crimes ever. I mean, hands down, after looking at all these details. Once the boys were thoroughly dirty and silenced to the killer's satisfaction, they were sent back to their room. Marilyn, Marty, and Bo gathered up what they could see, the remnants of their kill kit and anything else they could find which they needed to remove, dumping it into John's wooden toolbox and taking it and the remains of the rifle home. After being in 26 for some time, I believe Marty went to the dumpster by the dorm and placed some evidence. Twisted and bloodied tissues, pre-DNA testing, a damaged Swiss Army type of knife. This was meant to leave a blood trail away from 26, but from 28 directly down to the only road out of town. Oh, so that would, again, I mean, this theory does seem to make sense of a lot of these details. Back in 28, Justin and Rick waited until they were sure the killers weren't coming back. Still using the bathroom light in the pre-dawn hours, they moved Sue from the horrible sexually humiliating pose and covered her with the top sheet and blanket off of Sue's bed. By this time, Sue was in full rigor, which is why her left leg is aloft, hanging mid-air. It's also what proves her body was moved by someone other than the killer. Whoever posed her would not have undone that. These idiots, despite wanting to make it look like Sue was not the target, undid all that post-mortem abuse and staging by again making Sue posed in death the obvious central focus and target of the killers. I say Rick and Justin did this because Rick would have had more impetus to give Sue some respect in death. Also, moving Sue's rigid corpse would have been exponentially awkward and difficult compared to a flexible dead weight. Sue was somehow rotated onto her right side and pushed further against the couch. This, in turn, knocked that corner of the couch some 3 inches back until it was against the wall, unable to budge further. This was no ordinary couch, but a 1970s fold-out, which weighed a ton. I doubt either Justin or Rick alone could have shifted both Sue and the couch without working together. Again, proof Rick, like the rest, was never asleep after 1:15 a.m. Next up is the discovery of the bodies by their murderer, Sheila Sharp. Sheila, probably anxious as hell, woke early like a child on Christmas Day. Nobody else at the Seabolts was awake, but as soon as they began to stir, Sheila made her excuse to go next door to see the results of their plan put to action. This took a few days to write, so give me some time to do a write-up on the intentional perversion of justice, which followed. Wow. I mean, this is just so stunningly mind-shocking. I really don't know what to make of it. I mean, they also have quite a few write-ups here on the timelines, which we'll get to in the next episode. But I just wanted to read one more testimony if the plot isn't thick enough for everybody. On the true crime subreddit, there's Keddie Cabin's post here that is supposedly by a friend of this poster's mother. This was just posted a year ago or so. I first heard about this case from a friend of my mother's. Her name was Lana, and she claimed she was friends with Tina, and she knew exactly who committed these murders, because she was there. She spoke with police the day they found the bodies, but they do not listen to her. Apparently, Tina and her were in the same class, and one of their teachers would inappropriately pay extra attention to Tina. He also sold marijuana to some of the teenage boys who were involved in this case. So according to this woman's story, she was there that night. She heard the struggle happening and saw the teacher. She ran out the door and down a road which was slanted downhill, apparently. As she was running, she heard the car coming down the road very quickly and panicked, thinking they were after her. But they shot past her down the road with Tina screaming from the back seat. According to her story, she spoke with police and federal police, but they continued to try to get her to change her story, eventually telling her she must be confused. None of her reports are ever mentioned in the stuff they released in the media, which leaves room for reasonable doubt. But in my opinion, she was telling the truth. I don't know anyone who could fake the amount of fear and terror I saw on her face and in her voice as she told me what she saw that night. I know from the rest of her family and records that they lived in the exact area around the time. So it's been something that has always stuck with me, and I figured that I would just put that theory out there for people to do what they will do. To add to my earlier comment, I went digging and found a Reddit post by a user which said this. Investigators then turned their attention to Tina, who at that point still hadn't been found. Tina was her teacher's pet. Joel Walker Lipsey was a special ed teacher at Tina's school, and she attended his class part-time. Authorities found it extremely creepy that he kept a picture of Tina on his desk and even had a photo displayed in his home. To make matters worse, Joel was a convicted child molester. California court documents indicate he had been convicted of lewd or lascivious acts with a child under 14. If this isn't suspicious, plus the fact they covered up Lana's testimony, they had an eyewitness. They were covering up the fact that they had a sex offender working with children and now had someone who could prove that he did it again. So, I mean, just the layers of this case, I mean, this is just really crazy. Also, just a further point, in the previous theory when we went over on Keddie28.com, supposedly, here's a post here also referencing that, Sheila, the daughter, set up the murders with the Meeks and Marilyn. Sheila then turned off the outside lights and unscrewed the porch bulb so 28 would be dark for the killers to enter. The bulb was found unscrewed by PCSO and her fingerprints were on the bulb. Marilyn set up Marty and Bo and committed the murders with them. Then she, the Meeks, and Sheila all pointed to Marty and Bo as the killers. So, I mean, this is all really, really shocking stuff. And the rabbit holes in this case, actually, I mean, they are very, very far-reaching. I mean, there's some other rabbit holes and curiosities here regarding Gamberg, who, Mike Gamberg, the one who taught both Johnny and Dana martial arts and who said Dana had been at his house the day before he died but didn't say why. Because, I mean, how old was this guy? I mean, I guess he wasn't that much older, but some people allege that Dana was Gamberg's CI regarding a few things, and there was some overlap, and that's why Gamberg wasn't allowed in the investigation. Now, that doesn't mean there wasn't a whole bunch of corruption and all this other insanity going on at the same time, but they're saying that that's another wrinkle in the case here. Also, I mean, there's other issues, too. Supposedly that psychiatrist that said that Marty told him that he killed Tina using a hammer, supposedly the skull that they found, there is no damage from the hammer. I mean, this is allegedly. Again, we don't know what they have, or if it was even, the decomposition was so severe they wouldn't have been able to tell, even if there was. So truly a baffling case. And, I mean, there's a lot here. There's a lot of variables. There's a lot of shady people with shady stories. I mean, how to rectify all of it. It's quite difficult. But we will do our best here on MindShock. All the MindShock listeners that have been following the case for a while, feel free to chime in with your thoughts, theories, suggestions, rebuttals, or debunkings in the comment section. And I hope you guys enjoyed another edition of MindShock True Crime. If you enjoyed the podcast, find it interesting and informative, Feel free to donate to our PayPal. Help us create more mind-shocking content with logic and reason at the forefront and keep up awareness in these cases that are still unsolved. Like and share the podcast, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time. Welcome to MINDSHOCK True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and you are listening to the Keddie Cabin Case series. We are examining the Keddie murders, one of the most gruesome crimes in history. This is episode 2, our continuing examination of different suspects, different theories, and a lot of the issues in this case that make it one of the most perplexing in history, with so many rabbit holes, so many shady connections, so many coincidences. I mean, this one is really giving the Maura Murray case a run for its money in just the amount of shady business involved in Keddie, the individuals in and around Keddie that are associated with this crime. All very, very tragic, but this is MINDSHOCK, and we are going to do a logical examination of every single theory and every single suspect, with logic and reason at the forefront, attempting not to fall for any logical fallacies. As always, if you enjoy the podcast, find it interesting and informative, and want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notification. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Support the channel that way, get access to exclusive streams and chats. Like and share, keep the awareness up in this case. Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, thoughts, theories, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. Alright, we're going to take a look at this 2005 documentary on the Keddie murders. And we're just going to listen to a couple of clips from it in attempting to piece together what's going on with Marty Smart. Now, this is the individual, the neighbor, who many believe is responsible for the crime with his mobster from Chicago buddy, Joe Bo Deeb, or Bo Deeb, depending on where you look. So, again, so many issues with the timeline, with the way the bodies were found, with the way everything unfolded. Nothing seems to make any sense, with the kids in the next room remaining, for the most part, unharmed. You know, they weren't actually physically beaten or killed, obviously. Who knows whether they saw part, if any, of the crime, or were even forced to participate, as some allege. And then, of course, we do have Justin Smart's DNA intertwined with the crime scene. Although, here's the thing. Is it possible Justin touched some of the tape, medical tape, whatever, wherever his DNA was found? Is it possible, if this was taken from the Smart home, that he could have touched it there and not have been involved in the crime? I don't know, just throwing theories out there. But let's look at the issues surrounding Tina. And again, if you haven't checked out the first episode, make sure you check it out, because it lays the foundation. This is a very complex case, a lot of moving pieces, a lot of characters. So let's examine this here.
November 1980 is when we moved into Keddie in a small cabin, which was number 28. Rick Gregg slept in one room. My mom, Tina, and I slept in another room. And Johnny, there was a basement downstairs, and since he was the eldest, he got to sleep down there. Johnny had scruffy blonde, I think dirty blonde hair. He had blue eyes, and he was small like the rest of us, but don't get me wrong, he made up in that he was very, very feisty. And I think that night, that's what happened to him, is he was defending the family, which he would do at any cost. He always stuck up for me at school or wherever for any of us. And I think that's what happened that night, is he was defending Mom and Tina and the rest of the family. When I went over to Alicia's that night, to spend the night, I didn't know where Tina was. She could have been outside playing or...
And again, just the recap here. We went over the theory that Sheila Sharp, in cahoots with all these different individuals, set this crime up. So this is the Keddie28.com theory. So again, we have so many oddities this night. So Tina usually stays over at the Siebold house next door. On this particular night, however, Sheila Sharp switched places with Tina. So we're examining the testimony here. This is Sheila.
At the house, who knows at this time. I do know that she wanted to spend the night, but Alicia and I wanted it just to be the older girls, nobody else. We're being stingy, I guess.
I remember Tina and Sheila coming over, and Sheila was going to stay all night with my daughter Elisa, and Tina wanted to stay, and she stayed every Saturday night, and so I just thought it would be really nice if Sheila stayed by herself that night.
So this is kind of weird. So the Seabolts, Zonita Seabolt, the neighbor, she's saying, was this her idea? That the older, did she really kick Tina out because she thought it would be a good idea for just the older girls to Sheila to stay over? Why wouldn't she let them both stay over? I mean, none of this really makes any sense. Some people say this is Duper's delight on Zonita's face because she can't stop smiling in all of her interviews about the murders here. But yeah, I don't know what to make of that. I really don't know what to make of the testimony here from Zonita, and then also from Sheila, who basically can't remember too much about that situation.
Tina was just beautiful. She had blonde hair that was kind of shoulder length and kind of unkept, but it looked good. It was kind of like she was a free spirit, if you will. She had these incredible, huge blue eyes that kind of overpowered her whole self. I mean, that's what captured you when you looked at her. You didn't see really her hair or anything like that. You were just captivated by her eyes.
I remember Tina as being a little bit slow at school. She was in special education classes, and that's all I can relate to her being slow, because she was a normal kid to me.
As a student, Tina was not at grade level. She was in a special ed class and getting extra help. I would help her one-on-one, but she really didn't get the help that she needed at home. She was struggling with everything. But she was one of the sweetest, nicest little girls I think I've ever had.
When I walked in the house that morning, what I saw was a person right at the door with their hands and feet tied. I dropped all my, I guess I had sleeping bag, clothes right there, and ran back to the Seabolts where I stayed the night before.
She was back in just a few minutes, and she was just screaming and crying hysterically. She says, "My God, there's 3 dead people in my house." And she didn't know who they were. And I ran across the street we didn't have a phone, and I ran across to the people that owned the house, owned Keddie at the time, and I had them call the sheriff.
One of the things I did see as well was a knife, which I thought at the time was a pocket knife, and come to find out it was a bent steak knife that they had used on, I don't know if all of them or one of them. After the police were called, we then ran back next to my house to the side window where Rick, Greg, and Justin were sleeping, and got them out through the window. I did not want them to see what I saw, and who knows if somebody else was still in the house at the time.
Now that's an interesting comment from her. Who knows if somebody else was in the house at the time? So again, just from her body language and talk, like I do not get a sense at all either way whether she's complicit in these murders or totally innocent and traumatized. I mean, it does seem like she definitely has some kind of information, though. Just from the switch up with the sleepover, I mean, is it something as simple as maybe they got in, two sisters got into a fight, and then now, there was no intention to murder her family, as Keddie28.com alleges that. But the thing is, like, the connections between all these other people. Is it possible Sheila is not really involved in this, but all these other people are? Is that a possibility? And she just, again, to Keddie28.com's eyes, they think she's involved because logically it seems like there can't be any other way that she's not, but perhaps she's not. Let's not fall for these black and white logical fallacies. Even if these other people somehow maybe are involved, that doesn't mean she's involved. But if she does have the real answers on this switch up, on why her and Tina switched places that night, and it might have nothing to do with the murders. That's just another possibility. We're examining all angles here. And yeah, there's a lot of problems here. I'm going to get into another mind-shocking theory in a moment here. We're going to examine some of Justin's words now.
Apparently, the bodies are pretty hard to tell who's, they were bashed in so bad or something to that effect. What amazes me is that the kids sleeping in the bedroom didn't hear a thing. How can that be?
There's a very good chance that I had witnessed something, whether it be the crime itself or the aftermath. The morning after the crime had occurred, after the police arrived, I was being interviewed by Doug Thomas, and he conducted the interview inside of his patrol car, probably because it was raining out and we didn't want to be exposed to the elements. I had made several remarks in reference to where is Tina? Tina's missing. And the sheriff or the detective was not acknowledging any of the statements that I was saying. He actually had to be interrupted by my mother and told, will you be quiet for a moment and listen to what this boy is telling you. He is telling you that Tina is missing.
What Justin was saying was, no, that is not Tina in there. That's Sue in there. And to go look for Tina. Tina's missing. He kept saying that over and over. Tina's missing.
Well, we're trying to locate Tina. We believe that she's an integral part of this and that she may be the clue that we're looking for. She's a girl of 12 years of age with shoulder-length hair. It's dark blonde in color, and she has light blue eyes. She's very slightly built, and one would maybe mistake her for a 9-year-old.
Are you going on the assumption that she has been kidnapped or run away?
Well, we know that she was in the residence, and at this point we have to go into the assumption that the assailant or assailants took her with them.
I just assumed that somebody took her because she was so pretty and that they just wanted her to be their own. I mean, I had no idea at that time. I was so naive that anything horrible could happen. But I just figured, they wanted her so badly that they would do anything to have her.
When the Keddie murders happened, Tina was not found. They didn't know where she was. And I went out looking for her. I always thought that if she were alive, she would come to me. She knew where I lived. She knew I cared about her. And she never came. So I was out tramping around in the mountains, and I'd get in my car and I'd go down the canyon, and I'd go into all the little roads and streets roads down there, just seeing if I could find something. I still can't go down the canyon without thinking about Tina.
So, actually, that teacher seems like the most, grief-stricken out of all these individuals. And again, that's not to say that her sister or the neighbors or whatever don't feel bad about it. They might be more directly traumatized, particularly Sheila. But what do we make of Justin's testimony here? He's got that 1,000-yard stare. Now, this is common in both severely traumatized individuals and also serial killers. Now, again, I'm not alleging that Justin is guilty of any crime here. I'm just saying it's hard to tell. Like, you can't just immediately say the 1,000-yard stare definitely means this or it definitely means that. That would, of course, be a false dichotomy or black and white logical fallacy. We don't do those. So, again, he said it's possible he might have witnessed something. What does that mean? So, again, this is a 12-year-old, so that's an interesting age, because that's not so young like the 5-year-old, where by all accounts it would seem very likely that the brain would protect itself and it might have intentionally just removed those memories to again, a self-defense mechanism. Now, that's not to say a 12-year-old's brain wouldn't do that either. It's possible. It's definitely possible, but just the phrasing, the hypnotism, I mean, something seems weird here. Now, I'm going to throw out a really out there theory. This has been discussed on several forums. I don't think it's a popular theory, but it's a theory out there. Are we assuming that Tina was actually taken by the criminals here, by the murderers? Some people allege, again, local rumors or whatever, that Justin and Tina were kind of an item. Now, again, item doesn't, at their age, that could literally mean basically nothing, that they're friends, but whatever. And if they care about each other, is it possible that whatever was going on, if Tina ran into their room and they were all hiding and they knew something was going on and Justin knew that Tina ran for help? What if Tina left the cabin on her own? And then, I mean, there's a can of worms there. Depending on how many individuals were involved, it would seem likely that they would grab her anyway, these same murderers. Although you could argue theoretically another criminal might have grabbed her elsewhere. And we don't know the exact spot that she was grabbed, but is it possible she left the cabin on her own, even if she only got like 10, 20 feet or whatever? That would change the dynamics of the entire crime. Is that a possibility? And is that why? And if Justin was so sure, because the body is supposedly, they're really disfigured and bloody, and he supposedly did not see the scene. So why is he the one telling the sheriff, that's Sue in the room and not Tina, you have to find Tina, when he supposedly never even saw the crime scene? And yet he's telling the sheriff, you have to find Tina. Now, again, we went over the whole timeline where nobody even knew she was missing and they were ignoring this kid. And it's just, the whole thing's weird. And then they didn't want to look incompetent, so then they were kind of pretending that they didn't ignore him after the fact. So this is just one big mess across the board. All right, let's continue with the interviews here, see what we can make of the sheriff's words. There's an FBI agent here that worked on the case that also describes the crime scene. So let's continue here.
For Plumas County, the Keddie murders were indeed a shock. After all, this county only has 17,000 people, only 33 sworn officers, and at one point, 1/5 of those investigators were working on the Keddie murder and kidnap.
Politics played a big role in the whole thing. We had a sheriff that was trying to make probably more of a name for himself, and rather than relying on the expertise of the Department of Justice when it first started out, he tried to do things himself, and I think hurt the case quite a bit.
We collected evidence from throughout the room and from throughout the house, actually. Anything that we could believe that had a connection with the homicides. We even tore some panels off the wall because there was blood there. And then all of that was sent to the Department of Justice in Sacramento for analyzation.
The most kind of strange thing for me was that the walls, forward and backward of that room, had knife marks, like somebody had been throwing a knife, trying to stick it in the wall.
At the time, I had been using hypnosis. I had gone to 2 different training sessions to learn hypnosis, to get recall from witnesses. We took Justin and put him under hypnosis. And under hypnosis, Justin didn't actually say that he saw anything, but he described watching Love Boat. And then in detail talked about a fight and talked about Sue and talked about at the end that Sue was thrown overboard.
I had indicated body placements, which were, from what I understand, very close to being correct, if not correct.
He heard the loud noises, the scuffles, the noises that were being made in the living room, and that he was probably peeking out from behind the bedroom door.
Police artists have drawn these composite sketches of the 2 suspects. If you know anything about these murders or recognize the men in these drawings, call 1-800-78-CRIME. Help put these men behind bars. They are 2 of California's most wanted.
When I saw the composites, I did see my ex-husband in those composites, as well as a man that he had met over in the VA mental hospital.
Now, these are the pictures that came out in the newspaper of the people they thought had done the murder or committed the murder. And we had noticed that if you took the top half of one guy and put it with the bottom half of the other guy's face, and it was almost a carbon copy of Bo and Marty. And this is what it would look like on one, and kind of like that on the other one. Mm-hmm.
Martin Smart lived just around the corner, like maybe 3 houses away, 2 to 3 houses, but just around the corner. And Bo was a friend of his, and it's my understanding that they had met at the VA hospital and developed a friendship. And of course, the night of the homicide, they had visited the bar in the hotel, and people just were suspicious of them.
He wanted to stop in and see if Sue would go down to the lounge with us. And I tried to tell him no, that she wouldn't go. She doesn't drink. She's not that way. And he said, well, Bo needs a partner. And I said, well, she won't go. And he insisted, you go and talk. You go ask her. And so I said, well, okay, I'll go ask her. But she won't go. And I did. I went and asked. And she didn't want to go. And so they were both upset about that.
Okay, so Marilyn here just admitted to going into the cabin that night to ask her. So without an established timeline here, I mean, how many people can corroborate this in terms of other neighbors, etc.? Also, how much nervous energy is that of her just rocking in the chair at certain moments when she's discussing certain things? I mean, again, I'm not saying that's because she's responsible for anything. Just perhaps she knows something she's not saying.
I did wake up. It was, it had to have been probably 2 in the morning or so. And I heard noise, and I did get up, and I went to the bedroom door, and I saw them burning something in the wood stove.
So, whoa, where was that information at the time? Was it all covered up, or did she just make this up after the fact now that she wants to blame Marty, as some allege? So, that's curious. So she's admitting here that she heard a bunch of noise at 2 a.m. and then they're burning something? Does that strike anybody else as odd? Because all the initial reports time of, unless the vast cover-up and the fix was in immediately. But did she not say this immediately? Or is the sheriff just that buddy-buddy with Marty Smart? It doesn't seem like he's that smart, though. So there would have had to have been some kind of law enforcement complicity to cover this all up. We'll be getting into that later. But here are the friends, so-called friends of the Sharps, who are supposedly also friends with other individuals in this kind of soap opera ordeals. I mean, we're dealing with Sheila's previous pregnancy, the baby that Sue Sharp gave up for adoption that Sheila wanted to keep. So here are the Meeks.
Well, Marty had went to Reno the day after the murder, and he come home about 5, 6 o'clock. It was in the afternoon, and he was real high on something. And he kept saying, well, I got to go to Keddie. I got to go to Keddie. And I'd say, Marty, you don't need to go to Keddie. Somebody's out there killing somebody, and you don't need to be going. And he says, well, I got to go. And he was walking up and down the room. He says, I got to go. There's something I got to finish. Something I started that had to be finished. I've got to go finish it. And I kept arguing with him and saying, Marty, you don't need to go. I'll take you in the morning. But he kept saying that over and over. I got to go back. I got to go there. Something I got to finish. Something I started. Something I got to finish. I have to go. And I finally talked to him about 9 o'clock at night. I talked him into staying. He says, okay. He said, I'll stay. But all that evening, he was just like a caged animal, walking up and down, and repeating himself. And sometime, about 4 o'clock in the morning, he got up and left. And he went, I guess, to Keddie.
And what do you think he might have been? Why do you think he needed to go down there?
Well, I think that maybe he knew where Tina was. I think that maybe he left some evidence there that he had to get rid of.
We went to the Smart residence and, with their permission, searched the residence in an outbuilding, looking for any kind of clues that might, connect them to the crime. And then Department of Justice had some agents assigned to the case, and they extensively interviewed both Bo and Martin, and then myself and Ken Shanks. We interviewed them. We went to great detail to make sure in our own minds that they were not involved.
They were going through the cupboards. Marty was a chef, and he had all kinds of knives and so forth. They found, I guess they found like duct tape. They found his knives and stuff. I think one was missing or something. They found a hangman's noose that was way up on top. They found Hustler magazines that I didn't even know existed.
Yeah, that's definitely very relevant.
They found a jacket down under the house that belonged to Tina that had some blood on it. They also found the kids there was a little shack just up the road and from our cabin, and the kids had a little clubhouse type thing in there. And the police, when I went out to get some clothing, the detectives and the sheriff, some deputies that met me out there, and we went up to the clubhouse, and I noticed something that I know wasn't like that before, and I questioned whether Tina might have been held there because the floorboards were torn out. And I know the kids didn't do it. We asked. And it wasn't like that when I had been out there that weekend. But the floorboard was tore up, and we kind of wonder if maybe that's where Tina had been.
Wow. Okay. So this is some very damning testimony here from Maryland. However, other individuals involved in this case and local there, they stated that that building that she calls the Playhouse was completely boarded up and inaccessible. So nobody could have, you wouldn't even be able to tell if the floorboards were torn up and that the kids never went in there in the first place. Now, does that mean that she couldn't have been held there or somebody couldn't have forced their way in? Supposedly, it was in such shambles and it was just not accessible. That's what people have said. Again, I don't know, but let's continue here.
Marty was always calling on the phone with little tidbits of information. Normally, they were things that were designed to throw the suspicion somewhere else.
So he's laughing here that Marty is throwing suspicion elsewhere. This sheriff, Thomas, is laughing about this, about his supposed buddy doing this. Interesting. And he did not recall anything about a blood-stained jacket belonging to anybody, let alone Tina being found. Interesting. I mean, obviously this guy can't be trusted. This is the same guy who lived in the cabin where these murders took place previously.
Yeah, there were several things that brought some suspicion to Tina. The fact that the wires that were used to tie the boys came from Tina's bedroom. Of course, she shared that with Sue. And then in doing an examination of everything in the house, we learned that a shoebox that had been made as a school project was missing from the kitchen. And we found that really strange. There was nothing else really missing from the house other than that shoebox. And we learned that Tina had a real liking or a fixation on that tool or that shoebox. And we just assumed that when she left, that shoebox went with her. And to my knowledge, that shoebox has never been recovered.
I believe it to be approximately 2 days after the crime occurred. I was talking to my brother, and this is a story that my mother tells me. I was speaking with my brother, and I was telling him some details, I was talking to him about the crime.
Casey and Justin were playing on the floor. I remember that. I don't remember what day. It was just right after it, though. And I caught Justin saying, "No, Casey, you have to do it this way." And he was having Casey stabbing. He said, "'Cause I have to stop your arm." And so Casey was supposed to try and stab him, and then he would grab his arm to stop him. And then I couldn't believe what I was seeing, and Justin was saying, "I have to protect Sue. I have to protect Sue." And then Marty, he grabbed Justin, and he jerked him up, and he said, "You will never talk about this again, ever." And he took him outside, and I don't know what was said to Justin outside. But Justin didn't talk about it again.
How disturbing is that account? What does everybody make of that account? Well, first of all, Justin, this stare that Justin has, I mean, it's kind of disturbing. I mean, clearly this kid's been through some trauma, but it seems, does this trauma never leave him? Or is it just because he's talking about it here? I mean, this is just so sad because a lot of these individuals involved with not just this trauma, but any other trauma or murders, I mean, it's kind of sad, but a lot of them probably never really have a normal life again. I mean, it's really rough, but it also makes it difficult to assess the validity of what is being said. As far as Marilyn goes, I don't know what to make of her at all. I can't tell if she's just lying about everything, if she's telling the truth about everything, or if she's just mentally insane and she thinks she's telling the truth when she's not. I mean, I'm not getting any kind of read from this woman at all.
After Marty threatened him is when he shut everything down. Up to that point, he was talking to Doug. But then when I think Marty caused him to forget, because we are almost certain he knew that Tina was gone. He knew she was missing. He knew that the female out there was Sue. He knew that it was Johnny. He knew that it was Dana. All of the blood, the glass, all of that. He could describe all that stuff. So either he walked to the scene after the fact, or he could have been standing. The way it was situated, he could have been standing in the little hall next to the doorway and could have seen it all. Tina would have had to come all the way down the hall where he would, and his tennis shoes. They took his tennis shoes, and they told me that there was evidence that he had walked through the scene on those tennis shoes. We don't know what happened to those tennis shoes.
Wow. And then, of course, Sheriff Thomas here doesn't recall anything about the shoes. He doesn't seem to recall anything about anything, but wow, this is all quite damning if this is true. If this is all true, very damning. And also, is there yet a third theory where Sue was taken from her bed and they never bothered to take Tina? Or if Tina was pretending to still be asleep, or maybe she was really asleep, they dragged Sue out into the living room. And then there's the altercation with Johnny and Dana. Now, what if Justin here is in the hallway creeping up on the scene? He doesn't know what's going on. He hears it, and then Tina hears it also, and she encounters Justin in the hallway there. What happens after that? And then if Marty Smart is not involved in any of this, is it possible, just because if he is dealing drugs with the sheriff or whatever, he just does not want anybody talking about this at all, and that's why he's pissed at Justin? Or maybe he never liked Justin in the first place, but regardless, maybe that triggered something. Even if Marty's not involved, is it possible that it triggered something? He yelled at him so badly, maybe even hit him, whatever, to never speak of it again. I mean, again, there's just so many variables here. It's kind of impossible to definitively state what exactly is going on here. There's a couple more mind shocks in this video here, so let's skip along.
Okay, we've kind of moved it a little bit, and I think you've seen it before. But the timeline pretty much starts here with, look at the date that it actually starts. It even has stuff mentioned from June of 1980, and then starts working through with, some of the victims involved and other, people that could be involved, to where it reaches, let me find it. The time that the homicide occurs, and then some of the investigation that was done afterwards. And
now, where would it start back in June?
I think just some information they got while the investigation was going on that just may kind of set the stage for certain things or possibilities.
So apparently they didn't want to answer any questions, but the cameraman here filmed something from their own timeline? This is kind of weird. Let's look at this. So Michael Bowers, who I couldn't find any information on here. I mean, is this another neighbor, friend, police officer, whoever, said that the composites look like Martin Smart and John Sessions or Wade Dale Meeks. So let's clarify the Meeks situation. So Glenna Meeks, supposedly the friend, possibly best friend of Sue Sharp. Now, her sons, Richard and Wade Meeks. So Richard and Wade are brothers. Richard Meeks was the boyfriend of Sheila. It is rumored that they were the ones who were the parents of the child Sheila gave birth to and Sue gave up for adoption. Supposedly, Sheila and Richard, as of 2008, which is not that recent, were reunited and are living together now. 2008 now. Again, I don't know any of this information. This is put forward by cabin28.com. Supposedly, Wade Meeks was also involved with the much older Marilyn Smart, according to the rumor mill. Okay. So that's Wade Meeks. Now, Richard Meeks, again, the former boyfriend of Sheila. Wow. Okay, then. Is everybody following? So, Michael Bowers is stating that the sketches here look like Wade Meeks and Martin Smart. So, let's get into Richard Meeks and the Meeks family in general. So a lot of things just don't add up here. So this is from a Tapatalk forum posted by Zodiac Hoax. I'd like to see actual reports of statements made to investigators by Richard Meeks for a ton of reasons. 1. The Meeks family was all up in the Sharp family business. Glenna was apparently the first real girlfriend Sue made in Quincy. Johnny supposedly spent every Friday night with the Meeks, even after the Sharps moved to Keddie. So Johnny was not supposed to be in the cabin that night, and neither was Tina, and neither was Dana. I mean, this is all crazy. Richard is supposedly the father of Sheila Sharp's first child. Richard's older brother, Dale Wade Meeks, was such a pimp that he supposedly dated Marilyn Smart and introduced Martin Smart to Sue Sharp, not Glenna Meeks. Dale Meeks. By the way, if Dale were the father of Sheila's baby, he could have been charged as an adult with statutory rape of a minor. On the other hand, it seems Sheila and Richard remained close over the years, so who knows? At the same time, Tina Sharp is being sexualized by neighbor men in the trailer park. I don't know if I went over this in episode 1, but supposedly Tina was abused by some predators in the trailer park. Sheila was having sex with someone in the Meeks family. Then on April 12th, the night after the Cabin 28 murders, the entire Smart family spends the night with the Meeks. Glenna is all over Josh's documentaries, but the funny thing is, Richard's statements are all over the timeline. 2. Richard's version of Johnny and Dana's day is very different than Sheila's. 3. Richard is the one who says it was Wolf, real identity totally unknown, who stole the pot, not Johnny. And we'll get into Johnny and Dana's alleged drug business and crimes later. 4. Richard is the one who told Stoy that Steve was in Keddie high on speed the night of April 11th. How would he know unless he was in Keddie too? 5. Richard said that Steve told Richard that Steve picked up Johnny and Dana from the Exxon and drove them to the park and back to the Exxon between 9 and 10. Now, why drive them to the park and back unless they're buying and or selling drugs? Good question there. 6. Richard is the person who spread the rumor around school that Martin Smart and Bo Bede killed Sue and the boys and took Tina. Interesting. 7. Richard's alibi for the time of the murder is he was supposedly with Mike H., Angus L., and Steve at the arcade. No one checked Richard's alibi. For what it's worth, Steve was considered a liar by the Dorises. Now, the funny thing is, no matter how unbelievable Richard's story might sound, it's frequently corroborated by others. Let's say more or less it's true. That means several people driving cars either spoke to or gave rides to Johnny and Dana all over town, probably dealing drugs. Then someone drove them to the entrance to the resort about an hour, give or take, before the violence started. That is, Johnny and Dana had no intention of going straight to Keddie. They planned to hang around the Exxon, meeting various acquaintances, going here and there back and forth to the Exxon for a couple hours before going home. That is the only lie any of the witnesses, especially Richard, may have told was about the reason for Johnny and Dana hanging around Quincy and the Exxon that night. They were dealing a little. Wow. Okay. You know what else is weird, though? You have members of the Meeks family who are friendly with Johnny and Dana. Then you have members of the Meeks family who are friendly with Sheila. And then you, of course, have Glenna Meeks friendly with Sue Sharp. So, and this is the home that they are at the morning of their last day alive. Anybody else find all of this coincidental? They're also all friendly with the Sharps as well, who stay with them after the murder. Is any of this making sense to anybody? So, of course, one of the theories we went over in the previous episode is that the Meeks family was involved in the murder of Sue, and possibly everything else got out of hand. Maybe it wasn't even designed to be a murder. Maybe it was only supposed to be some kind of beating as revenge. But supposedly the Meeks were willing to take in Sheila and her baby and have them live with them. And Sue, if this is all true and Sue did not allow that, that's the motive there. Now, how exactly the Smarts are involved, I mean, that's a whole other can of worms regarding if Sue rebuffed Marty's advances and whatever, or if they really were having an affair, and then Marilyn found out about it. So there's overlapping motives from both the Sharps and the Meeks, if this is to be believed. There could also be third parties involved that gave the Meeks and the Sharps false information about Sue, which led to some of this pettiness and then ultimately the murders. Now, what about overlapping drug business with Johnny and Dana? Again, all of this is just so insane. I mean, this is so many different levels of soap opera, and yet none of it can be rectified. I mean, because how do you match this? This is one of the most baffling cases ever. It's really hard to match any of this up. So, let's circle back to the sketches supposedly resembling Marty Smart and Dale Meeks. So there's a post here on Zodiac Killer Hoax 1986.freeforums.net by Horon, June 6, 2017. These two geniuses managed to get themselves arrested several days after the murders. A PCSO deputy wrote this report, The Jailhouse Exchange Between Marty Smart and Dale Meeks. At approximately 2:40, April 18th, 81, I brought in Dale Meeks. I placed him in front for the booking window. A subject named Person of Interest was in the other and holding cell. When POI observed subject Meeks, he became enraged. He began to beat on the door, yelling, "Put him in with me. I'll break his expletive neck. Tell them where the dope is, Meeks. Put him in here with me. I'll find out." All these statements and many others were yelled at the top of his voice while beating on the walls and door. At approximately 3 a.m., subject POI lowered his voice from a scream and stated, "You know I got her, Meeks, and I'm gonna get you in the same way." Subject was removed from the area at this time. The other thing that's kind of weird, I'm gonna interject here. So it's Glenna Susan Sharp is her name. And then we have Glenna Nina Meeks. So Nina Meeks, also Glenna Meeks. Their first name is both Glenna. Not Glenda, Glenna. How popular of a name is Glenna, and how it's just another coincidence in the coincidence stack? I mean, I don't know. Okay, continuing on here. The subject was removed from the area at this time. At the bottom of the report is the date April 18th, 1981, time 3:30, and the name of the reporting officer. A supplemental report that coincides with the above, a reporting officer writes the following. On April 18th, 81, I talked to Dale Meeks prior to his being released from custody on a drunk driving charge. Meeks told me that POI and POI's friend Bo had been at the back door bar in Keddie Saturday night, April 11th, 1981, with POI's wife, Marilyn. I like how this is obviously Marty, but they still keep referring to him as POI. They had walked Marilyn home and then returned to the bar after changing clothes, and Marilyn had fallen asleep, so she does not know what time they returned home. However, they were there when she awoke the next morning. I asked Meeks how he knew this, and he said Marilyn told him. Meeks said Bo had left for Klamath Falls, Oregon on Tuesday, April 14th, 81, as he had taken Bo to the bus depot himself. Meeks also told me that Justin had said the police did not check the river thoroughly enough, and that POI spent a lot of time at the Cascades on the river. I asked where the Cascades were, and he said he does not know. Wow, that's curious. So Marty gets into a fight with, well, by the way, is Marty, we'll get to it in a moment with the documentary, is Marty in jail for a knife fight? And then Dale Meeks is there for a DUI, but supposedly in this written report, Marty stated, "You know I got her, Meeks, and I'm gonna get you in the same way." So this guy gets into a lot of knife fights, and that's the statement he made. I mean, that's insane. Now, yeah, this doesn't make a lot of sense. Someone else has said that there's houses and barns called the Cascades 6 miles north of Camp 18. So somehow Justin knows this? What in the heck is going on here? Because this is April, and Justin is telling them to search the Cascades? Or a collection of houses and barns called Cascade, 6 miles north of Camp 18, near where Tina's body was ultimately found. What in the heck is this? How much does this 12-year-old Justin know at this time? Also on the forum, there are people saying this. Supposedly, Glenna Meeks said she saw a piece of paper written by Justin that said Marty was the killer. Again, not that this paper has never been produced anywhere. These are just the words of Glenna Meeks. And then, of course, Marty acting all crazy after he returned from Reno and had to get back to Keddie, allegedly because there might have been some evidence he needed to cover up. Another poster posted this. I have wondered the same thing. Was Marty scared of something or someone, and that's why he and Bo got out of town so fast? The rent was supposedly paid up until May 1st at Cabin 26. He wanted Marilyn back. Bo left on the 14th, not exactly sure when Marty left. They both told law enforcement exactly where they were going, and even the name of the hotel they'd be staying at. Doesn't sound like they were running from the law, but they were running for another reason. Also, there's another report here that mentions Marty acting paranoid after the murders and claiming, quote, they are after him. Really bizarre. Really, really bizarre. Let's continue with the documentary here. So, wow. Terry Alger said that he knew that Martin Smart and another guy who he didn't know had done the murders, and he stated it was because of a big dope deal, and someone was at the wrong place. Alright, so the only information on Terry A here is from a forum. I don't have the source here. someone contacted him. I contacted Terry A. and talked with him about the information he supposedly had on the Keddie murders. Terry said that he knew POI and another guy who he did not know had killed the people at Keddie. I asked him how he knew they were the ones responsible. He said that they had to be, because they were Vietnam vets, and were always talking about killing someone. I told Terry that I had heard that he was telling people around town how the killings had been done, and that he said it was because of a big dope deal and someone was at the wrong place. I asked Terry where he was getting his information, and he started getting evasive and said he could not tell me now. I asked him if he had ever told anybody that a guy named Ted had been talking in his sleep. Terry said he did not remember, and I got the feeling that he was not telling me everything. Terry did say that Pat and Joe, who managed the Meadow Valley Inn, knew some things and they were not talking because they were scared. Terry also said that a guy by the name of Gary E. knew something. Gary is supposedly to be camped somewhere in the Meadow Valley area and drives a white International Stepside. Terry said that he overheard Pat and Joe talking on the phone on a few occasions, and something was said about the middle fork of the Feather River and how he thinks that the two guys who had done the killing may be hiding out down there. Terry also said he heard Oregon mentioned in phone conversations. Terry said that Pat and Joe had photographs of the two men. I am very unsure of Terry and how much he can be believed. This is from a PCSO report. Another report here, Terry A. reported being shot at while hitchhiking on Meadow Valley Road. I have asked Terry to take a polygraph examination, and he has agreed, although somewhat reluctantly. All right, so that's pretty much the only information on this Terry A. fella. So is this just a guy spinning tall tales, or does he actually know something? But let's continue with the documentary here. So that's interesting. So Marilyn Smart reported that Bo Bede told her it wouldn't bother him to kill a child or abroad. Did she make that up? Who knows? But he's living with her and her husband Marty. So Martin Smart gets arrested for getting in a knife fight, and then Marilyn never sees him again. And what are the details of this knife fight? Is this with this? If Martin Smart is innocent here, and these whatever drug dealing people killed Johnny and Dana. See, if Sue Sharp was not the target and Johnny and Dana were. So someone follows them back, or maybe whoever gave them that ride, which we'll get into in the next episode, all the details there and the Johnny and Dana angle. If these drug criminals are the ones who did all these killings, is this who Martin Smart got into a knife fight with, and that's why he left town and why he told police exactly where he was and where he was staying, because he was not fleeing from the police and his buddy the sheriff for the murders, for the Keddie cabin murders, but he's fleeing from these other drug criminals that they're the true perpetrators, and he wouldn't blow the whistle on them because then they'd kill him and his family. Is that a possibility?
When they released him from jail, he was told not to come around the Meeks' house, not to notify me. He was told basically, get out of town. I've got to back up a little bit. You know, my daughter was living with us for a while. She was terrified of him, and I didn't know this. But she ran away, and she went back up to Oregon with her stepmother because of him. And after all this happened, she received a phone call up there, and she does not know who called her. But it was the same night that, the next night after it happened, she received a phone call up there telling her that she could be next if she didn't keep her mouth shut, which scared her to death. She has no idea who it was that called, because at that point, they didn't even know anything about it up there.
Okay, is there any verification of that story? According to Keddie28.com, everything Marilyn said, or just about everything, is a lie. But can we verify that report? If that report can be verified, someone called her daughter in a different state, telling her that she could be next roughly 24 hours after the murders. Does this make any sense to anybody here? Like, how is she connected? How is Marilyn's daughter, who no longer lives there and who was not living there at the time of the murders, how does she connect to all of this? Wait, what? What the? Okay, this is just, unless this isn't true either, I'm assuming there has to be some, how did they tell Sheila, okay, how did they tell Sheila Sharp that Martin Smart was dead in 1997 when he's not dead? Wow. I don't know what to make of this sheriff's office.
I received a postcard, and this was many months later, like 6-7 months later. I received a postcard saying, all it said was, Bo is dead. Marty. That's all it said. I don't know how he died. I know that it came from Portland, Oregon. I'm assuming that's where they were at.
It's just the idea that at least 2 people committed this crime, and it's just bothersome to know that they're still not apprehended, that they're still out there. If they were capable of committing such a heinous crime in 81, like you say, 22 years ago, it's just amazing that they haven't committed some other ones since then.
Okay, so what does everybody make of that? I mean, this is just really, really bizarre. You have these false reports of people dying who are not dying. And why would Marty randomly send his ex-wife information that Bo Beat is dead? I mean, what does that have to do with anything? I mean, that's just, I mean, what does that have to do with anything? Does everybody send their ex-wife postcards that some guy that lived with them however many years, 20, 30 years prior for however many weeks, is now dead? It's kind of weird, unless there's more going on there. So here's the other point here. It seems to me that it's very possible, is this all to make Marty look guilty if he's not? Because if the sheriff's department, if they all know he's not guilty, would they make up statements that he's, this jailhouse altercation stating, I got her? It's just, it's weird. It's almost like some of this is being planted. Maybe even planted by Martin Smart himself. There's also, is it possible he told this counselor, admitting to the crimes? Because he knows he's innocent, but he also knows that they're going to pin this on him. So he's playing some kind of weird game here. And it's like, if he knows for sure that he's innocent, I mean, this is really rough. Is it possible some of these individuals might have split personalities? ThoughtCO.com has a write-up on the Keddie cabin murders, where Justin, it states this: while being polygraphed, Justin told the polygrapher that he thought he saw the murders. He said that a noise woke him up. He got up and looked through the door into the living room. He said he saw Sue Sharp laying on the sofa and that there were two men standing in the middle of the room. He described the men, one with black and dark glasses, the other with brown hair and wearing army boots. John Sharp and Dana came into the room and began arguing with the two men. A fight broke out and Dana tried to escape out through the kitchen, but the man with the brown hair hit him with a hammer. John was being attacked by the man with black hair. Sue tried to help John. Justin said at this point he hid behind the door. He then saw the men tying up John and Dana. He also claimed he saw Tina coming into the living room holding a blanket and asking what was going on. The two men grabbed her and took her out the back door as Tina tried to call for help. He said the man with the black hair used a pocket knife to cut Sue in the middle of her chest. Justin worked with a sketch artist and came up with composites of the two men. So a harrowing account there, but that's supposedly what Justin told during a polygraph examination. So let's go to PlumasNews.com that has a 3-part write-up. This is part 3. Disclosed truths. There's more damning alleged evidence against Smart. Even though he's dead, evidence provides a clearer picture of what happened inside Cabin 28 that night and why and how he and Bo Bede were allegedly involved in the deaths of 4 people. 2 years ago, Gamberg told the Sacramento Bee and others that a counselor, who will remain anonymous, at the Veterans Administration in Reno came forward with information concerning Smart. He said Smart confessed while he was his patient. This occurred during a 7th appointment with Smart just weeks after the Keddie murders. Smart allegedly wanted to clear his conscience and admitted to killing Sue and her daughter, Tina Sharp. Quote, I killed the woman and her daughter, but I didn't have anything to do with the boys, end quote, according to the counselor's recollection from May 1981. Smart could have been under the false assumption that what he told his counselor would remain confidential, but the law states otherwise when it comes to a confession of murder. D-Mac, who has researched Smart's alleged confession, pointed out that the counselor said that while Smart was talking about Sue's murder, Smart was a 0 during the confession. No stress, flat effect, until he mentioned Tina. When asked why Tina didn't run away, Marty indicated he'd incapacitated her, according to the counselor. D-Mac is inclined to believe Tina was already dead. Even the counselor didn't ask for more details, or Smart didn't provide any. When asked for motive, Smart told the counselor that he was convinced Sue was responsible for Marilyn wanting a divorce. In looking at what's been amassed concerning the Smart's troubled relationship, there are many reasons why it wasn't working out for the couple. It seemed doomed from the beginning as one follows the dysfunctionality of their relationship. Smart told his counselor he had to kill Tina because she saw the whole thing. I couldn't have a witness. The counselor said he advised Marty he needed to turn himself in. The counselor said his patient just smiled at his advice. When asked about a polygraph test that law enforcement requested Smart take soon after the murders, Smart said to his counselor, quote, I beat it. Those things are easy to beat. I was lying and they let me go, end quote. Some allege that he actually failed, but his buddy, Sheriff Thomas, told everybody he passed, because they either had some drug business or whatever. Gamberg said that in an earlier session with the counselor, Smart was so angry that they couldn't achieve a worthwhile dialogue. Although the counselor couldn't remember the name of the woman Smart was angry with, Gamberg said it was Sue Sharp. The counselor told Gamberg that he alerted the authorities, DOJ at the time, and was surprised it didn't lead to the arrest. The counselor said that he called DOJ and asked for the special agents working the Keddie case, the supposedly compromised agents, Bradley and Krim. He said he told him of the confession, and he was told the partners would like to meet him. Gamberg said that the agents did meet with the counselor, but they dismissed his allegations as hearsay. Whoa! Here again is part of the evidence that makes Gamberg and D-Mac strongly believe that the Keddie murders were part of a cover-up. Nothing else makes sense to them. Again, Bo Bede was probably a person of interest to DOJ, and they in part were helping him. But more than likely, it was part of a bigger conspiracy. DMAC points to the possible involvement of 2 alleged corrupt DOJ special agents and their potential involvement in the big drug smuggling operations then backed by the CIA in the early 1980s. Also, Smart, so this is like the Tom Cruise movie American Made, and the Barry Seal situation, smuggling drugs for the CIA. Also, Smart went on to tell the counselor that allegedly he and Sheriff Doug Thomas were friends. Thomas lived in cabin 28 prior to the Sharps' arrival, both Gamberg and DMAC learned. It was an easy walk along the Keddie Resort Road from cabin 26 to cabin 28. They could have met in the bar or allegedly have been involved in nefarious activities. Smart said Thomas allegedly allowed him to live in cabin 28 for a time when Smart was having marital problems with Marilyn. Okay, hold on a second here. So supposedly, not only does the sheriff live in cabin 28 where all these people are murdered shortly after he no longer lives there, but the neighbor, Marty Smart, also lived in cabin 28? Does anybody find this strange? In information recovered by DMAC, Thomas was asked if he knew Martin Smart. Thomas said he and Marty were great pals, and Marty spent hours with him while on patrol. Thomas said that Martin and Marilyn Smart allegedly came to him once for marriage counseling, but he said he pointed out he was hardly the person to give advice. Thomas was recently divorced. Wow. What happened? The night and early morning hours of the murders have been the subject of intense investigation. There's discussion that the two men had time to change from their suits into jeans and denim jackets before entering cabin 28 and allegedly attacking Sue Sharp. One of the individuals who was in cabin 28 that night reported under hypnosis that he saw two men wearing jeans and jean jackets. Under this theory, they subdued Sue Sharp, partially changed back to their suits, and headed back to the bar. Just before closing time, they could have returned to cabin 28 and continued their alleged abuse. Gamberg, however, thinks that the two men allegedly subdued Sue Sharp and then returned later in their suits. He doesn't believe they took time to change clothes. He doesn't believe they wore denim that night. Another individual said he saw Smart burning clothes in a wood stove later that morning. Gamberg did not name the individual. There is no evidence that bloody clothing allegedly worn by two men during the crime was recovered, and the clothing would have been bloody, Gamberg emphasized. Blood-spattered clothing, socks, and girls' shoes were found in the living room of cabin 28 by investigators, but they seem to belong to members of the family and not potential killers. Besides what clothing the two men allegedly wore, there's a slight time discrepancy. Smart told special agents they left the bar before 2 a.m. Gamberg said his source saying she dropped John and Dana off at cabin 28 between 10 and 11 p.m. And again, it's actually, some people believe the source is a male and not, the person who dropped them off. The boys went to the front door, Gamberg said, not around to the back to John's bedroom. There was no outside light on, but the driver could see light from inside the cabin. She said it was real eerie. She said she was afraid and uncomfortable, Gamberg said. She left immediately. Wow, this is really creepy too, because this is kind of weird. Is this just an intuition thing? Like why was there a need to say that? I believe they probably went in the front door. The faint light could be the bathroom light or Sue on the couch with only the TV on. I do believe Johnny and Dana were in the basement when the killers entered, and Sue was fast asleep in the small bed just inside the girls' bedroom door, DMAC explained. John's bedroom could only be accessed outside in the rear of the cabin. DMAC believes they heard a noise, possibly a scream, and ran up the steep flight of backstairs to see what was the matter. For some reason, that lower room appears never to have been processed by law enforcement. If that room had been processed, there might be evidence that the two teens were there before they were murdered. Dana was a diabetic and would more than likely have left his insulin and other evidence behind, according to DMAC. Either way, the two teens walked into a living nightmare. There's a likelihood that John rushed to support his mother, who was allegedly being brutalized by Smart, Bo Bede, and probably others. John was immediately assaulted according to the evidence. At some point, Dana started to leave the room, but he was savagely struck in the head from behind with a hammer or the Daisy 880 pellet rifle DMAC claims was used in the crimes. Gamberg believes the torture, especially of Sue Sharp, continued for quite a while. This was no spontaneous event. The killers were in cabin 28 for a while, he said. DMAC believes the blood found on the bottoms of Sue's feet and evidenced in a few bloody footprints in the living room show that someone walked her around to see what she had allegedly made them do to the other victims. Smart would have been aware of when railroad crews started a new shift early that morning and made sure they were all well away from the cabin by at least 4 a.m., April 12th, according to DMAC. Smart and Bo Bede would have walked home to cabin 26 and gone to bed. Smart stated to special agents that he was at home until around 10 a.m. the following morning. Fact or fiction? During one of 2 hypnosis sessions, Justin Smart described a dream he had that involved a boat and what was happening to the passengers on the boat. Justin is the 12-year-old boy who spent the night of the murders with the Sharp boys. Under hypnosis, Justin describes the day he'd had. I just thought of something else too. Okay, is this all coincidental? But the last names here are Sharp and Smart, both meaning highly intelligent. I mean, is this just another coincidence? I mean, that is kind of weird though. I mean, Sharp, I guess Sharp and Smart are both not the rarest last names in the world, but they're also not that common. I mean, I don't know, kind of weird. Under hypnosis, Justin described the day he'd had. He said that later in the day, Sheila and Tina were next door at the Seabolt's house. Tina came home about 7:30 p.m. to wash the dishes and then returned next door. Sheila was spending the night there, but Tina had to return home. Justin said that Tina returned around 9:30 p.m. Okay, so Tina is at the home, then she goes to the Seabolts. Then she comes back at 7:30, then goes back to the Seabolts. Then she goes back to the cabin 28, the Sharps, at 9:30 p.m. and goes to bed. Wow, okay. Justin, Ricky, and Sue Sharp were known to have been watching The Love Boat on TV before going to bed at 10 p.m. That seems to be the theme, as he described an alleged dream in which 2 men were involved in a fight with John and Dana, and they got thrown overboard. In the dream, one of the men had a pocket knife in his right hand and cut Sue Sharp in the chest. He also said the same man had a hammer in his other hand. DMAC is first of all a skeptic when it comes to hypnosis, but he's especially skeptical when it comes to Sheriff Thomas conducting the first hypnosis session with the youth. Or as Joe Pesci would say, with the ute. Thomas attended 2 different training sessions to learn hypnosis, especially to get someone to recall witnesses. Not long afterward, he was using it on a possible witness in perhaps the worst crime in Pluma's history. So his only experience were 2 training sessions at that time, is that correct? According to the transcript of an interview in 2003, Thomas said that he did the hypnosis with Justin, according to info from DMAC's website. Under hypnosis, May 19th, 1981, this time by Dr. Jerry Dash, a psychologist at the Children's Hospital in LA, Justin told of Tina Sharp. He said Tina allegedly woke up and appeared in the living room to see what was going on. She was carrying a blanket. According to what Justin said, under hypnosis, a man allegedly grabbed her and carried her through the kitchen and down the back stairs. The man then returned, removed a hunting knife that someone had stuck in one of the walls, picked up the blanket, and left again, according to Gamberg. Gamberg said that the residents of one of the neighboring cabins reportedly heard a muffled scream. When they didn't hear anything else, they went back to sleep. The scream could have come from Tina inside the house, according to DMAC, or it could have come from her when she was carried outside, Gamberg said. They agree that apparently there was only one scream that might have come from Tina, and then it was silenced. That's when they believe she was killed. The two investigators have different ideas about what happened. Gamberg believed that someone noticed Tina when she walked out of the bedroom, grabbed her, and took her down the back stairs and killed her. She was probably stashed in a nearby vehicle and then driven away at some point. This could have been at any time since no roadblocks were established and vehicles weren't searched. The location of some of the vehicles in the area was photographed as the DOJ helicopter flew over Keddie about noon, April 12th. And supposedly the Meeks vehicle was there as well. DMAC believes that Tina was murdered inside the house. DMAC believes Tina was attacked in bed alongside her mother in the opposite bed when the killers first entered the cabin. DMAC doesn't believe she woke much later, as Justin claimed, coming out of the bedroom carrying a blanket. The only blanket found in the crime scene was the one Justin claimed to have used to cover Sue, which evidence shows came from the bed in which Sue slept. He believes that she was roused when they went into the bedroom to grab Sheila Sharp. This is evidenced by blood spatter discovered in that room, he said, including blood on both beds. She was then carried outside and across the narrow swinging bridge to the other side of the Spanish Creek, according to DMAC's theory. She was left there until someone had time to take her body to Camp 18 near Feather Falls. To use the swinging bridge, the individual carrying Tina would have risked notice, even at that time of night, even in the dark, and the swinging bridge is outside of Keddie. Instead of following the main road around Keddie, the individual would have gone right off Spanish Oak Drive. That road winds around and then comes out into an open area. The bridge was close to a house. Gamberg knew the people who lived in that house in 1981. They had dogs that barked and would have alerted them to someone or something coming onto the property. Gamberg believes the owners would have greeted anyone with a loaded firearm. And then there's the discrepancy about whether the gate on the bridge was locked or open. DMAC believes it was left unlocked on that particular night. Actually, DMAC pointed out sheriff's report that showed that the gate was always unlocked, including that night. The gate is also high enough that no one could have climbed over it. If the gate was left open, then there would still have been the risk and challenge of carrying a blanket-covered girl the full length of the bridge from one side of Spanish Creek to the other. The way to access that part of the river is along a private drive and past at least one home, according to Gamberg. But when considering risk, DMAC pointed out that to drive out of Keddie, someone would have had to pass the two-story dorms and hotel, as well as approximately 20 cabins. But if they put the body in, let's say, even in the back seat covered up or in the trunk, maybe they wouldn't have been that scared to do that. I don't know. The bridge does seem riskier. Smart and Bobede. Smart told law enforcement that the first time he met Bobede was at the Veterans Administration Hospital in Reno while both were in the psychiatric unit. According to Gamberg, a man named D. Lake reportedly drove Smart to the VA in Reno. Lake was a veteran, and supposedly Lake's car was also photographed by this DOJ helicopter at the scene. Some people believe they borrowed his vehicle to dispose of Tina's body. Lake was a veteran service representative at Feather River College back then. Lake and Smart may have met on campus or in Keddie. Lake allegedly had several other friends in Keddie. In his third therapy session, Smart told his counselor that he was suffering from PTSD. This was about the time the term started being used, according to Gamberg. But Gamberg doesn't believe Smart had any reason to have PTSD. Lake allegedly might have suggested it to Smart as a way to get veterans assistance and possible benefits. Smart did serve in the Army in Vietnam, but he was a cook on a military base near Saigon. One of the safest places to be during the war, Gamberg said. According to the counselor, he asked Smart if he ever saw action or received rockets, mortar fire, ever even fired his rifle or heard gunfire. No, was the reply, but he stated when laying in bed he worried it might happen. When he was pushed on the subject, he admitted he was never fearful and that he had an easy tour in the military, according to DMAC's information. Bobede served in the Air Force, Gamberg said, but there are discrepancies in Bobede's timelines, according to DMAC. Bobede claimed to be several things, including a peace officer, which was proven to be untrue. In one account, Bobede said that he had to retire from Cook County Sheriff's Department because he was shot in the groin during a robbery. It's true, Bobede was involved in a robbery in which his uncle was shot in the groin by responding police, but nothing is true according to DMAC. Taking into account some of Bo Bede's known aliases and varying birthdays, he would have been 9 years old when he did some of the things he claimed DMAC worked out. What is known for certain is that Bo Bede served time for armed robbery in Chicago's Statesville prison in Joliet. He also served time in California, according to Gamberg. Jimmy Rini, whom DMAC considers to have been Bo Bede's de facto father after the death of his father and uncle, was heavily involved in organized crime in Chicago. Rini helped raise and mentor Bo Bede, and allegedly, Bo learned a lot from the outfit enforcer. Following Bo Bede's known trail, DMAC discovered Bo was in Vegas at multiple addresses, suspicious addresses on many levels due to their locations and their history. Bo was not in Vegas by chance, he said. Bo Bede was allegedly involved during this time with people heavily connected with moving large amounts of drug and money around. I've maintained Bo was in Vegas as an alleged enforcer and desert hole digger. This is when Tony Spilotro was destroying the mob's stronghold over Nevada gambling during his bloody reign, DMAC said. And DMAC maintains there was a connection with a group known as the Chicago Outfit, run over the years by Al Capone and Sam Giancana, who also had control of interests in Nevada gambling. Bo Bede was allegedly long involved with law enforcement in that it involved payoffs and the law looking the other way, according to what DMAC has learned. It might sound a bit wild on the surface, but DMAC has done his homework when it comes to Bo Bede's link to organized crime. He's also found many links with Chicago's mobs and activities in various parts of the U.S. DMAC wrote in 2013 about Bo Bede's alleged activities, but we definitely have Bo associated with Hyman Larner in the 50s, and Hyman Larner as the controlling operative with the Bush-Reagan CIA drugs for arms deals. If that was Larner's and the CIA's coke being trafficked in and out through Plumas, as it definitely was just south in Yosemite and Mariposa County, the case has come full circle. If Bo was allegedly connected higher in the ops than previously believed and asserted, then he wasn't just a loser drifter down on his luck, according to DMAC in January 2014. DMAC bases much of his research on the newspaper coverage and books about Chicago's organized crime from the 50s through at least the 80s. According to some in-depth research into VA records in Reno, there's proof that Smart was a patient there, but there are no records that Bo Bede was ever there in any of its medical departments, DMAC said. It also has profound implications on the gravity of why Bo was in Keddie, as well as Marty's and others' local law enforcement alleged connections in 1981 involvement in the drug trade, according to DMAC. Bo Bede left Plumas County April 14, 1981, right after his interview and release by DOJ. Lake drove him to Reno so he could catch a bus to Klamath Falls, Gamberg said. As these connections are pondered, it makes sense why DOJ sent 2 organized crime special agents to Keddie instead of special agents from homicide. Smart probably didn't mean anything to DOJ, and the family and friend who lost their lives were unimportant to them, but Bo Bede could have meant something. Gamberg has repeatedly said that the entire case of the Keddie murders was handled badly. Hagwood recently repeated that it sat for years in the local sheriff's office without anyone doing anything to move towards solving it. And as pointed out before, the sheriff received a job with Post, Peace Officer Standards and Training, just 6 weeks after the murders. Both Gamberg and DMAC believe that no one can be vetted for such a position in the DOJ in just 6 weeks, even in 1981. Smart also had a record, according to Gamberg. He believes that the 2 were allegedly involved in con games, including selling fake ads and subscriptions to non-existent magazines. Was that like a big scam back then? Curious. A notice for bogus solicitations appeared in the Five Feather Publishing newspapers April 1st, 1981. April 1st. It stated, an organization identified as law enforcement report has been soliciting donations for advertisements in a CHP yearbook or CHP journal. Both are non-existent publications. In Shasta and Tehama counties, solicitations have been made by telephone, and in at least one instance, the caller identified himself as a CHP sergeant. The CHP is not soliciting money for these non-existent publications, nor has it lent its name to any organization for the purpose of obtaining donations or advertisements. Citizens receiving calls should notify their nearest California Highway Patrol office. I wonder if there's any recordings of those and if they can be matched to Bo Bede's or Smart's voice. DMAC's research uncovered this notice. Both he and Gamberg believe it's exactly the kind of scams Bo Bede would have gotten Smart involved with. This tells us that Marty and Bo didn't meet at the VA unless Bo was a visitor, DMAC explained about the notice. This appeared April 1st, which means it was happening long before. It takes time and many attempted scam calls before it percolates up from several complaints across many counties and then through law enforcement channels and then to the public through newspapers, he explained. When Smart and Bo Bede left Reno together, Bo Bede was invited to share the Smart's 2-bedroom cabin. In one of the interviews between Smart and law enforcement, he talked about getting Bo Bede's medication and making sure it had the correct dosage. Smart then said that Bo Bede was out for the night, meaning unconscious due to his medications. It's unknown if Smart was saying that as part of the alibi, that Bo Bede would have been sound asleep and couldn't have been involved in the murders, or if he's just mentioning it. Regardless of when they met, DMAC believes that Bo Bede called the shots. Although the murders might not have been Bo Bede's idea, there's nothing to suggest he wasn't involved, according to Gamberg. Looking back, actually, you know what? What if Bo Bede was involved with some kind of drug deal gotten bad that Johnny and Dana were involved with? And something happened there, and Martin Smart, being friends with Bo Bede, what if the plan was to murder everybody in the house, including the boys, but he made sure that Bo didn't do that because his son Justin was among the boys? I mean, this is all really weird. Looking back, the crime scene and Keddie weren't handled right from the very beginning, Gamberg said. The scene wasn't immediately secured. Jamie Seabolt from neighboring Cabin 27 not only helped Rick and Greg Sharp and Justin outside the bedroom window, he admitted that he went up the back stairs and into the cabin to see if anyone else was left alive inside Cabin 28. It's unknown if he deliberately interfered with the crime scene, but he could have tracked through it, potentially contaminating evidence. And Don Davis, Sue Sharp's brother, was reportedly at the scene either just before or about the same time as Sheriff's Deputy Hank Clement arrived, according to DMAC's research. Reportedly, Sheila Sharp called her uncle right after resort co-owner Jan Albin phoned the sheriff's office to report the murders. Under Sheriff Ken Shanks was reportedly second on scene, and then Sergeant Jerry Shaver. Sheriff Thomas arrived at 8:50 a.m., Gamberg said. Okay, hold on a second. If someone were to make the case that this case is a psyop, we have the Sharps, knives are sharp. We have Ken Shanks, the undersheriff. We have Sergeant Jerry Shaver. Obviously, shaving is done with sharp blades. I mean, is this too many coincidences? I don't know, man. Sheriff Thomas arrived at 8:50 a.m., Gamberg said, according to his records. Investigators Dennis Forcino and Al Brubaker, who were fishing together at Antelope Lake, arrived at the scene as soon as they could manage. Davis arrived very early at the scene. In a video of him taken some years following the murders, he didn't say whether he went into the house when he first arrived. What he did say on video was that there was confusion about who the victims were inside the cabin. Initially, the sheriff's office thought the victims were Sue and 2 of her children. Later that day, Don said they brought out the bodies for him to identify. Davis said he recognized his sister and nephew John and someone he didn't know, which was Dana. Davis said that about 2 hours after he got home, he was asked to go to Anderson's mortuary in Quincy and help determine if the female victim was his sister or niece. He said he determined it was his sister. When Gamberg was asked to confirm Davis's remark on the video, he said the bodies were taken directly to the coroner's office in Sacramento. Gamberg said there is no evidence in his files that they were taken to Quincy first. Wow. Okay. That's just another weird thing. On scene, what has totally stumped DMAC is how quickly DOJ special agents were in a helicopter flying over the scene April 12th. That is kind of weird, isn't it? Considering the logistics of getting a call at their homes near Sacramento, getting a helicopter, and then flying time, he alleges Thomas may have contacted them immediately after he learned of the situation. In other words, he wasted no time in contacting DOJ, organized crime agents. Gamberg said Thomas must have made the decision before viewing the crime scene, or just shortly after. And you know what? The phone records would make that clear. Did Sheriff Thomas call DOJ immediately after receiving this call himself? And why would that be? But how would the sheriff know the crime deserved the attention of organized crime agents unless he immediately deduced Bo Bede was involved? Or is there a theory that Thomas himself might be involved? How would Thomas know Bo Bede, who had only been in Keddie for 10 days, not the month he told law enforcement and DOJ? Each made it clear they'd never met. Keddie wasn't immediately secured, Gamberg said. Although law enforcement took down license plate numbers of vehicles that were present, no one set up a roadblock and searched vehicles for evidence. That evidence could have included Tina Sharp. Indicating the list of license plate numbers taken down that day, Gamberg said there were certain vehicles known to have been there that day and identified in aerial photographs that don't appear on existing logs. How curious. There's one road in and out of Keddie, Gamberg said. Without securing the road, setting up a checkpoint, anyone could have smuggled out anything. There are at least two differing opinions of what happened that night. They vary slightly. Gamberg, who was familiar with Keddie in 1981, said that late at night it was so dark you could hardly see the hand in front of your face. It was that dark. Gamberg believes the predators were already with Sue Smart. The teenage boys arrived unexpectedly, walked right into it, and probably tried to help her. It was a rough, brutal fight, but the predators were there for a while. It wasn't over quickly. It's Gamberg's opinion, based on what he knows, that Sue was the last one alive. She was made to witness what happened to her son and his friend. She probably saw what happened to her daughter earlier. This is the end of the 3-part series for now. Okay, so a lot of issues here, but they do bring in a good point because, wow. This is really tough because we don't know the exact arrival of Johnny and Dana. We don't know whether Tina, we don't know the order anything happened when it, really, I mean, we don't know when the perpetrators arrived. I mean, it's kind of impossible to do anything here. All we can do is go through all the different possible theories and what stems from them, but there doesn't seem to be any verification of any of this. But the most frustrating thing is the evidence exists. Now, whether it's in the files that were misplaced, whether it's just with the individuals involved, I mean, a lot of these individuals are still alive, so there's really no reason this case should not be solved. So we're only really beginning to scratch the surface here with just the amount of information available. The amount of suspects, just the amount of people involved is just not necessarily involved with the crime, but involved in knowing these people and the area and not being able to kind of nail down the comings and goings and the timelines. It's just really problematic, but there's actually other suspects that some believe are really good suspects. So again, plenty more to go over. This will probably end up being a really long series, just the amount of information to go over. But hope you guys found another edition of MINDSHOCK True Crime interesting and informative. If you enjoyed the podcast, want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications, like and share the podcast, keep up awareness in unsolved cases. Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time. You are listening to MindShock True Crime. This is the Keddie Cabin Case. Episode 3, we will be examining The Last Ride. Johnny and Dana's hitchhiking fiascos. Who was the individual that gave them the ride back to Cabin 28? And why has this individual taken so long to be identified? Why are they still not definitively identified, as there are several different sources claiming that there are several different individuals who gave them that last ride? So we will attempt to decipher this, which in my opinion is very key to the case, because we don't even have an established timeline here. So we will be going over that in typical MindShock fashion, with logic and reason at the forefront, attempting not to fall for any logical fallacies. As always, if you find the MindShock podcast interesting and informative, want to help support the podcast, want to help us get more mind-shocking content out there, keeping up awareness in these unsolved cases, cold cases, missing persons cases, strange disappearances, wrongful convictions, and more, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. Like and share the podcast, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get a priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. Okay, make sure you check out the first 2 episodes in the series, because there's a lot of details here. There's a lot of moving pieces, and there's a lot of individuals to keep track of in this case. Now, for those that really just want to listen to this podcast and don't want to go back, I mean, I'll do a super quick synopsis here. The Keddie Cabin murders, unsolved quadruple homicide, took place over the night of April 11th to the 12th, 1981, in Keddie, California. Victims were Glenna Susan Sue Sharp, daughter Tina Louise Sharp, son John Stephen Sharp, and John's friend Dana Hall Wingate. The murders took place in house number 28 in the rural Sierra Nevada resort town of Keddie. The bodies of Sue, John, and Dana were found on the morning of April 12th by Sue's 14-year-old daughter, Sheila, who had been sleeping at a friend's house. Sue's 2 younger sons, Rick and Greg, as well as their friend, Justin Smart, were also in the house but were unharmed. Tina was missing from the scene. Tina remained a missing person until April 84, when her skull and several other bones were recovered at Camp 18, California, near Feather Falls in Butte County. Multiple leads and suspects were examined in the intervening years, allegedly, though no charges were filed. Several new leads were announced in the 21st century, including the discovery of a hammer in a pond in 2016, as well as announcements regarding the discovery of new DNA evidence, which pointed to, of course, Justin Smart, the son of Martin Smart, one of the neighbors, and we went over all that in the previous episodes. Some glaring points, and these are huge red flags. Whenever something is out of the ordinary, and then people get killed, you can't just hallucinate that those out of the ordinary instances, things that happened for the first time ever, had no relation to the murder. I mean, this is silly coincidence theorist stuff. We don't do that here on MindShock. So, the neighbors, the Seabolts, we're talking neighbors, we're talking mere feet. Their houses were mere feet apart. Supposedly none of them heard any of the commotion or screaming, and yet a cabin farther away, several dozen yards or so, they heard the commotion and the screaming. So, make of that what you will. Some people believe the Seabolts might have been involved because of that. Because it would have theoretically been impossible not to hear screaming or fighting or whatever went on, and there's a huge bloody mess of a crime scene, knives possibly being thrown against the wall. I mean, it's just crazy, crazy stuff here. Blood all over the place. So, yeah, a lot of anomalies here. So, one of the biggest ones, of course, is that Tina Sharp was the one who usually spent that night at the Seabolts. And for whatever reason, Sheila went over there and told her that she had to go back home, and Sheila slept at the Seabolts for the first time ever, supposedly. Yeah. Yeah. And then also, supposedly, John did not normally sleep there that night. So he was not expected. And we'll be getting into that as well. And this ride. So this is the other thing that doesn't make any sense. So that morning, they're in town with their friends in Quincy. They're there that morning at the Meeks residence. Now, then they go back to Keddie, and they pick up Johnny and Dana on the way back to Keddie. Then Johnny and Dana, supposedly they do some yard work or whatever. Then they go back to Quincy, and then supposedly there's parties, whatever. There's alleged sightings at various different parties of them. Then all of a sudden they're trying to get back to Keddie. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to keep track of all of this. I mean, there's just so much madness in this case. I mean, it truly is a unique case. So what we're going to do is attempt to examine who exactly gave Johnny and Dana a ride back to the Keddie cabins that night. So we're going to go to Zodiac Killer Hoax 1986 forum, where they have a lot of astute researchers discussing this case, and they bring forth a lot of interesting information and also expose some of the supposedly intentional obfuscation over the individual that gave them the ride. And this woman allegedly that was involved with Dana, who is supposedly quite the womanizer, involved with a lot of high school girls as well as older women to him, women in their early 20s, which that's an older woman to a high school kid. So, yeah, possibly drug connection there as well. So, some posts here by Karis, March 20th, 2018. So, they copy-pasted this statement from another forum. The reason I had difficulty believing the bartender's account of Sue shagging Marty is the mind-blowing other expletive she brought up. She gave John and Dana the ride to Keddie late Saturday night. The reason it's been secret for 35 years is she didn't want to get Kathy B in trouble for her affair with Dana. Yeah. So, yeah. Let's dissect this here. So Dana Hall Wingate was technically a minor. He was 17 years old as of April 1981. So, okay, so here's some more points here. Here are statements made to or about Kathy B. I decided to put them in one place in order to see if I could follow the logic of the statement above. I have trouble understanding how anyone, Kathy, her mother, or the mutual friend, could keep their secret in 1981 with a 12-year-old girl missing. I mean, isn't it kind of important for the police to determine who gave the boys the ride back to the cabin where they're ultimately found dead? I mean, that kind of seems important in an investigation, call me crazy. And people obfuscating who this party was that gave them the ride, that's a red flag as well. Wouldn't they want to investigate the person obfuscating? And there's so many different accounts. Okay, so timeline A, 5:50 p.m. Statement from Pat Doris. John and Dana left foster home after a visit to go to Kathy B for a ride to Keddie. So Dana lives at this foster home in Quincy. Okay, the Ken Shanks report. I talked to Kathleen Beckley. She told me on Saturday, and that might not even be her real name. I guess, yeah, I mean, there's some discussion here that that's not even her name. She told me on Saturday, April 11th, Johnny and Dana were at her house. They were there from 6:30 to 7 or 7:30. Beckley said Johnny and Dana were planning to hitchhike to Keddie. Beckley tried to talk them into staying, but John said his mother was expecting them. She said both John and Dana were sober. They hadn't been drinking or smoking pot. Dana had a shot of insulin while he was at the Beckley house. And I don't know if we talked about that. So Dana apparently needed insulin. And some people were asking about the basement, Johnny's bedroom in the basement in the Keddie cabin, whether or not there was insulin or whatever required medical supplies for that in the basement to determine when his last shot would have been. But anyway, according to Ken Shank's report, Kathleen Beckley's claiming Dana had a shot of insulin while he was at the Beckley house. The only thing they had to drink at the Beckley house was a Tab Cola. Neither boy mentioned having any problems with anyone. Beckley told me that Pat Doris told her that Donna Williams had given John and Dana a ride. She doesn't mention to Shanks the phone call from her mother to come to dinner, nor that she knows who took the boys home. So she's claiming to Ken Shanks, very interesting police officer's name here, that she was told by someone else who had given John and Dana a ride, as if she didn't know. Okay, is everybody following here? So that's timeline A here. So between 7:30 and 7:40 p.m., Beckley's mother called her for dinner, and the boys said they would hitchhike. A victimology report dated May 13th, 1981 states that Wingate was recently becoming a ladies' man with the girls at school. He was rumored to be having a sexual intercourse relationship with a 27-year-old unmarried woman in the Quincy area. Now it would seem that by May 13th, 1981, Kathy would know that the police knew of her relationship with him. She was 27? I think there's also different reports on her exact age. Kathy would know that police knew of her relationship with Dana, and we are to believe this information because Marty shagging Sue was attached to it. So what if he was? Sue seemed to be shagging a few. Kathy seemed to be in possession of information about Marty and Tina, not Marty and Sue. What? So this poster is insinuating here that Kathy had information about Marty Smart and Tina. Yeah, I mean, this is rough, too, because supposedly Tina was also being abused at the trailer park in Quincy, which is why they moved to Keddie in the first place, or one of the primary reasons. I mean, there's a lot of shady individuals in this area. So, from another source here, someone named Karen A., apparently she stated that Kathy Beckley told her that Tina was pregnant and Martin Smart was the father. Now that indeed would be motive, would it not? Another individual, Sherry, denied, supposedly, I'm guessing that, okay, well, another individual stated that she denied telling Beckley that Tina was pregnant. So we have a big rumor mill situation here. Again, we really don't know what to make of any of this because any of it could be true or untrue. So here's another post copied from another forum instead of here, Mean Kitties Forum, transcribed in reference to the aforementioned report regarding Kathy's encounter. Actually, there was one other person, Trisha, who dated Dana, said she didn't know about the drug use and she was not the one who told Beckley that Tina was pregnant. And it's unclear whether she believed that or was told someone else, and she simply was not the one to relay that information to Beckley, or that that was just a rumor, it's not true, she doesn't believe it true, and she didn't tell Beckley. So that is not clear from the statement here. But regarding the report from Mean Kitties Forum, Kathy's encounter with blank, giving him a puppy, and his blank would eat it for supper, blank, not LACH. The conversation took place at FRC. Kathy informed the undersigned that she had been told by Trish, who works at Plumas Company Health Department, and by Sherry at the downtown trailer park that Tina was pregnant. So apparently more than one individual had told Kathy Beckley that Tina was pregnant, unless Kathy made all that up. Okay, B, Tina was pregnant. Blank stated she had been told by Beckley that Sergeant Shanks had told Beckley that Tina was pregnant and that Martin Smart was the father. Wow, that's crazy. So supposedly, Beckley told other people that Sergeant Shanks was the one who told her that Tina was pregnant. Unless that's not true either. C, space number 6, downtown trailer park, stated Kathy Beckley told her that Tina was pregnant and that Marty was responsible. This individual did not know Tina. So, notes here. Now, if Kathy Beckley was credible in 1981, I would think Tina being pregnant by Marty was more important than Sue shagging Marty. It just seemed by reading these statements, Kathy was the one spreading the Tina was pregnant story. Why? She couldn't have been jealous of a 12-year-old girl. After all, Dana had many girlfriends and a baby on the way. What? So apparently this poster is stating that Dana got somebody pregnant. Wow, this is really hard to keep up with all of this. I mean, I kind of feel like Maxwell regarding the Keddie cabin case, because this is all just, there's so much to keep track of here. Okay, so Kathy, her mother, mutual friend. So Kathy couldn't give them a ride. She told her mother, who then called a mutual friend, the bartender, to take them home. So the plot thickened even further. So originally, I believe it was reported that I think I went over this in the first or second episode. I think the first episode, Kathy stated that she couldn't give them a ride home, so she got the bartender to do it. Now, supposedly, she was speaking with her mother on the phone, and the mother was the one that got the bartender to give them a ride. Wow. Okay, so the bartender apparently stated, okay, so it's unknown. So there were more than one bartender. There's more than one bartender at the Pioneer Bar. Okay. So one of them was someone named Judy. This poster stating here, don't know if Judy is the one who took the boys home or not. We are not privy to the information for whatever reason. The other bartender, Carl, told his story and changed his story a couple of times. Why was he in Keddie in the first place? Carl did describe following a car into Keddie with a San Rafael license plate. I find that interesting because Kathy Beckley was from San Rafael. Her brother, Ed, moved there in 1973 as a high school teacher. Her mother and father moved there in 1976. She had a child born in Quincy in 1977. So we are supposed to believe that in 1981, Kathy Beckley told the police that Tina was pregnant by Marty Smart, and the bartender told in 1981 that Marty was shagging Sue, but neither one bothered to tell the police who took the boys home. And Mike Gamberg finds them credible, question mark, question mark. Besides the anonymous letter to the school counselor, these are the only two people to link Marty Smart with Sue and Tina. That's an interesting point as well, because if there are steers here and people fabricating situations, that's important to keep track of, because if they intentionally spread rumors to divert attention away from something else, and then all these other people are simply reporting the rumors spread by these one or two individuals, I mean, that's not the same thing as having multiple independent points of reference if all the information came from the same place. An intentional plot to deceive. And there's some serious questions regarding Gamberg. Because supposedly, I mean, the mind shocks don't stop. Supposedly, Gamberg's wife is actually friends with Kathy Beckley here. So, I mean, make of that what you will. Some people are stating they became friends later, but I mean, again, these are all unknowns. And yeah, the Mind Shock listeners can make of that what they will. So another response here from the administrator here, Horon. Great work. Here are the problems. 1, X gave the boys a ride to Keddie. Therefore, Martin Smart and John Boubede committed the murders and kidnapped Tina. I don't follow the logic here, unless it's to try and say that they were not murdered by their ride. 2, Y withheld info about Z giving them a ride because Z would have gotten into trouble for sleeping with Dana. How does giving them a ride to Keddie prove that Z was sleeping with Dana? Sue gave them a ride to Quincy, supposedly. Does that mean Sue was sleeping with Dana? I mean, if Z was sleeping with Dana, she wouldn't have to worry about Johnny or Dana saying anything, would she? 3, several other women, some in their 30s, admitted and bragged that they were Dana's girlfriends. None of them were arrested. Maybe if Kathy's involved in some kind of drug business with them or other individuals, and there was a completely other situation, maybe that's the reason. 4, was Sue sleeping with Dana? 5, the thing is, one very, very, very obvious reason so many women were dating Dana is because of his access to drugs. Johnny's own friggin' uncle told police Johnny was using drugs. Johnny's friends said he was stealing drugs and selling drugs. I don't know if this is verified, by the way. Again, these are just posts on a forum. Everybody in town said the murders probably had to do with drugs. Doug Thomas, who was in charge of the case, said it was probably about drugs. Half of the residents of Keddie, including Smart, were dealing drugs. The crime scene sure looks like the people who were responsible were high on some kind of drugs. No one has come up with any other halfway plausible motive. Drugs, 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 drugs. But Gamberg and Hagwood keep shrieking, drugs had nothing to do with it. Drugs had nothing to do with it. Drugs had nothing to do with it. That is kind of weird if that's a specific focus of theirs. Were they involved in some kind of drugs as well? 7, all of the rumors about Tina being sexually mature, active, or pregnant. The source? Well, all of these ladies were friends of Dana's. All of the rumors about Dana having sex with every female in Plumas, maybe even Alyssa Siebold, well, Tina was a fast female in Plumas. Does that prove Dana was having sex with Tina? No, but he might have bragged about it after the supposed phone call from supposedly Nina Meeks to Sue saying that Johnny was bringing Dana home for a sleepover. Tina tells Sheila and Zonita, I have to sleep at home tonight. Funny that. This is all really messed up. I mean, these are all minors. I mean, I don't know what to make of all of this. I mean, again, small town rumors. If this is all rumor and nothing more, I mean, if these people weren't killed, I mean, every town has rumors kind of like that, just crazy, wild rumors that aren't true, and nobody really makes anything of it because nothing. I mean, there's people don't end up getting murdered, so. And then eventually, I guess, they're kind of exposed as rumors. Obviously, some of them theoretically could be true. But, yeah, it's kind of weird. 8, this is Gamberg's and Hagwood's theory. Yeah, all the evidence points to some kind of drug-related thing, but the funny thing is, it turns out that because of some bizarre and incomprehensible statewide conspiracy to cover up for Martin Smart blaming Sue for breaking up his marriage to Marilyn, so he killed her, her druggy son, her druggy son's druggy friend, her daughter, then, with the massive cooperation of half of the law enforcement personnel in California, rigged the bodies and the crime scene to make it look exactly like a drug-related thing. Then, a couple of days later, he left his wife for good and lived happily ever after. Anyway, and we can prove it, the world's most unreliable secret witness told us 35 years later about a third-hand story that the world's other most reliable witness said she gave the boys a ride to Keddie that night, case closed, and we make Sherlock Holmes look like Inspector Clouseau. Oh, man. Wow. I mean, I don't even know what to say here because, I mean, clearly how do you explain the DOJ organized crime agents flying a helicopter out there at the drop of a hat? I mean, that is kind of tough to explain. That's tough to explain. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's definitely some kind of weird conspiracy, but... Okay, further posts here. This has been so unbelievable. 1, yes, Kathy and her mom's mutual friend thought it was more important to tell that Marty was seeing Sue than to tell she took the boys home. Why in the world didn't she just say that they were hitchhiking and she picked them up? 2, if this affair with Dana was supposed to be a big secret, then why did the mutual friend know about it in the first place? So, Kathy Beckley had several opportunities in 1981 that we know of to come clean on how the boys got home, but she did not tell it. Yet, by 2017, we're supposed to find her and the mutual friend credible. Well, their credibility and motive for keeping it a secret has been called into question because they failed to tell the truth in 1981. And make no mistake, if we question this, then there is no way that 28 doesn't. He may be a psychopath, but he's not stupid. I'm assuming this is the Keddie 28 website that we went over the theories in the previous episodes. Okay. Another post by Haran here. I keep losing track of the answer to this, but did anyone back in the day ever say anything about giving the boys a ride from Keddie back to Quincy Saturday afternoon? And that's a great question as well, because supposedly they did yard work, then they went back to Quincy, so they were in Quincy at least 2 times in the same day, allegedly. I mean, no one would have a reason to lie about that, right? I keep harping on that because nobody seems to have confirmed Sheila's story about the boys coming out to cabin 28 for an hour or 2 to do yard work, then hitching back to town. Nobody saw pick them up. Nobody saw Sue pick them up. Nobody saw them doing any yard work. Nobody saw them hitching back to Quincy. Nobody picked them up and drove them to Quincy. Her baby daddy and his friends contradicted her story. Okay. Lots of people have lots of reasons for not admitting the drive to Keddie Saturday night, but no one has a reason to hide driving them to Quincy that afternoon. I mean, these are very astute points being brought up here. Chief said Marty Smart, driving someone else's 1957-ish Chevy pickup, drove them to Keddie that night. What? What? The police chief said that Marty Smart, driving someone else's pickup, drove... What? That's not totally implausible, but we have zero idea where Marty was before he and Bo and Marilyn headed out to the bar. But Chief may very well have lied about that after prompting from the Meeks clan. But in order for the Meekses to prompt him to say that, they would have to know about the Chief riding along to Keddie that night. But if they knew from the Chief that Marty had driven the Chief, the boys, and the other 2 men to Keddie that night, then why didn't the Meekses say something about it before the Chief got himself arrested 3 weeks later? And if they made up the whole thing, why wait until Chief got himself arrested on an apparently unrelated charge? What? What is going on here? Where did Marty and Bo suddenly get $20 in cash to blow at the bar that night? So, suppose Chief was more or less telling the truth. Why and how would Marty end up driving around Plumas County in Steve Howard's 1957 Chevy pickup truck, picking up Johnny and Dana and the Chief? Is this the police chief or someone else they're just calling Chief? Why would Marty not tell that part of the story? Well, maybe Marty and Steve Howard and, say, Baird McKnight were driving around looking for Johnny and Dana. Maybe Marty went along because he had a pretty good idea where to look, and Johnny and Dana might be willing or less nervous to get into a vehicle driven by Marty, and Marty's car was on the blink. Then Marty and Bo and Marilyn established an alibi at the bar, blowing $20 they didn't have to blow until McKnight gave Marty $20 for helping him track down Johnny and Dana. An alibi Howard and McKnight and Chuck and Henry, for that matter, don't have. What if everybody we know of more or less told the truth at the time, not all these tall tales told years later? What if the only lies they told, like Chuck and Henry lying about driving out to Keddie to drop off some coke at Cabin 9, were things they had to hide but have nothing to do with the actual murders? If so, then the only person who stands out as maybe lying about things that might be directly related to the murders is Sheila Sharp. The last person who supposedly saw the victims alive, the person who supposedly discovered the bodies, the one person who maybe could say have benefited from Sue's death, the only person who seems to not have been honest with investigators and was certainly no help at all. If I'm right about Sheila, okay, then why on earth would she lie about Johnny and Dana being at Cabin 28 for a couple of hours Saturday afternoon? Such a lie would not explain any witness statements. Okay, what physical evidence might it explain? Well, how about the clothes Johnny and Dana were wearing? Dead Johnny was wearing Sheila's red gym shorts. There is some confusion about Dana's boots, his bandana, etc. Or maybe it's about that mysterious blue sweatshirt, the one the crime scene experts left where they found it in the bathroom until after Sheila had been taken through the cabin. What I mean is, I'm not asking what it was doing there, I'm asking what was it still doing there. They actually removed the medicine cabinet door, Don't tell me they didn't pick up the blue sweatshirt. I think that very probably they had questions about it and took it back to cabin 28 and left it there for Sheila to see why. Wow, there's a lot of information in that post and a lot of critical questions. So an individual we haven't talked about thus far is McKnight. And so apparently McKnight, there was a Judge McKnight in the area who was supposedly connected to the Reno or San Francisco mob. Supposedly there's a lot of Hell's Angels in the area, and there were also hippies and lowlifes coming to Keddie and Plumas County from the Bay Area. So the administrator Haran here on this forum also mentioned that Judge McKnight was definitely connected to the Stratton family, had owned most of the timberland west of Quincy. In fact, their holdings once bordered Camp 18. I'm 99% sure he was the one who worked with Henry Molath, a mob-connected real estate lawyer in Reno, over the whole let's screw the English family over the Keddie property scam, and that's a whole nother can of worms. So what? Well, not only did Judge McKnight's son look like the second composite sketch, long blonde hair, but two of his high school buddies ended up with murdered sisters, Steve Howard and Gary Molath, both tied up, bludgeoned, and stabbed with no sexual molestation. Funny that, what's also funny is Stratton's step-cousin faked her own death in 1998. Someday I'm going to write to the creators of Twin Peaks and ask them if they've been to Keddie. No kidding. Also, apparently, McKnight was connected to the murder, the murder of Kathy Ann Howard. She was reported a runaway October 7th, 1973. Her body was found by a deer hunter 6 days later in Strawberry Valley, 14-year-old. There's not a lot of information on that case. So, yeah, McKnight supposedly buddies with some shady individuals, two of which had their sisters killed. I mean, this is... Yeah, you can't make this stuff up. I mean, I really don't know what to make of all of this. I mean, yeah, it's tough going through all these statements. I mean, there's clearly so much going on in the Keddie-Quincy area, overlapping law enforcement, overlapping drug deals, and all of these shady characters, not to mention all these rumors and just insanity. So another post here with more information, this posted more recently, April 28th, 2021. From the video podcast, DMAC tells of Kathy confronting Alyssa at school and gives a brief description of this Kathy that has to be Kathy Beckley, allegedly. I guess it could be another Kathy. And part of the story is over a locket that she gave to Dana. This is completely weird. All I can go by is that we have in the files and the report, if true, leaves me the vision of a 27-year-old woman going to school to confront a 7th grader over a locket. We are missing a lot of information here. If this Kathy is Kathy Beckley, my questions are, 1, who reported this incident to law enforcement? 2, was Kathy working at the school, or did she just barge into the school to confront Alyssa? 3, why would a grown woman give a locket to a guy? I don't know. 4, was a locket something that she gave to Dana or something that he or Johnny had stolen from her? That might make more sense if they had stolen it and given it to somebody else. 5, who or what made her think or know that Alyssa had this locket? 6, did Alyssa have the locket and who gave it to her? What were Johnny and Dana really doing at Kathy's house that night? Dana had other options as far as a girlfriend to Kathy, would have been low on the list unless it was for drugs or alcohol because Dana was already having sex with other girls. Also, how common would it be for Dana to drag Johnny along to his exploits? Kathy and the bartender lied by omission for years and did not tell this story until confronted about it in 2017. If law enforcement had corruptly overlooked her telling them in 1981, then she could have reported it to the FRB, who had reported for years that it was still unknown who gave the boys a ride. She did not tell it. But what she and Kathy both did was to try and give police some more bull on Marty Smart to go along with the gossip already stirred up by Marilyn and the Meeks. By May or June, when Carl was being heavily questioned, was when they told all of these Marty stories, and by then everyone in Keddie and Quincy had heard of Marty Smart. Marty was at FRB talking about eating puppies. What a flipping joke. Tina was pregnant and Marty was the father. What a flipping joke. Marty and Sue were having an affair. This joke was nothing more than a last-ditch effort to take the heat off of them. I think everyone is more interested in what these reports actually say in full rather than some Don Stoy garbage that has nothing to do with the case, yet DMAC continues to cruise right along doing nothing more than running the case into the ground. Okay, more posts here. All of this, you summed it up perfectly, 1000% agreed. Kathy is one of the biggest liars and rumor spreaders in this case as far as I'm concerned. Let me tell you, I have the most unflattering visualization in my head as well, not a good look. Sounds like an unstable woman, almost 30 years old, going inside the high school to confront a little girl over a 17-year-old boy. I mean, yeah, this is something that even like TV and movie writers might be like, you know, that's not believable. A locket is strange for a woman to give to a boy. Why would a boy want a locket? Either she gave Dana the locket at some point and he gave it to Alyssa, or he did steal the locket because he wanted to give it to Alyssa. Whichever way it happened, it raises some questions. Kathy was so upset, mad, over this locket, she barges into the high school. Sounds so ridiculous to confront Alyssa, but everything was okay between her and Dana. She wasn't mad at him over the locket, whether she gave it to him or stole it, or the fact that he had a new girlfriend. I find that hard to believe. And the bartender didn't tell that she was the one who gave the boys a ride home that night because she didn't want to get Kathy in trouble for sleeping with Dana. Yet, Kathy obviously wasn't too worried about people finding that out since she's in the high school confronting Dana's new girlfriend. And she had no problem telling law enforcement the boys were at her apartment that day. But we're supposed to believe she didn't give the boys a ride home because she didn't want to say that, and the bartender didn't tell because she didn't want Kathy to get into trouble over Dana. Doesn't sound like it was a secret. She might be trying to keep something secret, but doesn't seem like it was sleeping with Dana. Not to mention a 12-year-old girl was missing at this point. Coming forward immediately saying who rode the boys home would have narrowed down the possibilities for law enforcement. And like you said, every single FRB article for years mentioned how it was still unknown who rode the boys home that night, and they chose to keep it quiet. I mean, isn't that also obstruction? Can that be an obstruction of justice charge or interfering with an investigation, intentionally withholding evidence of the last person to see the boys alive? I mean, that's crazy. I don't care who the bartender is. All I know is Kathy confirming her story means nothing to me. Kathy is not reliable and she sounds like one messed up woman. Lots of questions, and yep, without knowing exactly what was said in those records, all we can do is form our own opinion on the info we have heard, and it's not pretty. Someone said, I would assume that if a grown woman showed up to school to pick a fight with a girl, we would have heard about this. I think it would create quite a buzz. Responses here. Yeah, I think that would have caused a buzz as well, and it may have. We just never have heard about it. The person of interest list is huge, and only a handful of statements were ever released to the public. And it seems like it was mostly just items related to Marty and Bo and other people considered suspects by PCSO. Kathy's rarely discussed, just as the older woman sleeping with Dana. This is what DMAC posted on his site. He came across Alyssa's statement, but only posted this snippet. Without the full interview for context, it's hard to say for sure, but based on this, it does sound like she went out of her way to confront the little girl over Dana. At the beginning of part 3 of that podcast, he says Kathy in this report was Kathy Beckley. So this is from My Trip to Keddie 2020 by DMAC, April 23rd, 2021. I've spent an outrageous amount of time on the case since the 11th. Met with Gam and then Greg on the 12th, but my back went out late in the afternoon when I was headed back to what I would call home base for the winter. The pain was hideous. I barely remember the hour drive. I unloaded all my groceries, it appears, and got sideways, but I didn't start coming out of it till around last Friday. No food for 3 days. The cure is almost worse than the disease because once the pain subsides, that I'm so sore from being bedridden and paralyzed with pain that I'm moving around like I just got beaten up. It's baby steps. By Sunday, I only felt like I've been bucked off and stomped on and started working on the story files. I read a file, renamed the file date, author, and main topic highlights, basically a raw digital file. Alyssa Seabolt, Dana, Kathy, Saturday night. The new name of the file means Don Stoy filed a multi-page report on April 28th regarding an interview with Alyssa Seabolt. So Dana's new girlfriend is the neighbor. I mean, how many more overlapping connections do we need here? I mean, wow. I mean, it's just, they just keep on coming, these overlaps. It's just, so the Seabolts, the neighbors of the Sharp, and when we say neighbors, I mean, we're talking about mere feet here. Okay. So, one highlights were comments made on Dana, Kathy finding her in the school hallway, wanting back the locket she'd given Dana, and events on Saturday night, April 11th. I've got 1/3 of 400 story documents relabeled, and I just need to write up a few pages of overview highlights. Okay, then he starts talking about a snowstorm. Okay, so that's pretty much it. Kathy finding Alyssa Seabolt in a school hallway, wanting back the locket she'd given Dana. That's interesting. So there was also there was also a Cindy. So it's unknown who this is. Is this another student at the high school? But apparently Dana told her he was going out with Alicia Seabolt. And that Cindy was out of town the night of April 11th, 1981. Okay, so... Some more posts here regarding the bartender. I don't know if these are excerpts from reports here. May 10th, 1981. Redacted was contacted by Wright, dispelling what Spang was telling the deputy. Redacted told the deputy in context that he or she knew Sue Sharp from college at FRC 2 semesters ago. He/she said that they don't want to give away who Redacted is. He/she said that Sharp was going with a Martin Smart, a Vietnam vet. He/she said that Martin gave him/her the creeps because Marty was so protective and possessive and jealous of Sue. Again, nothing was done to follow up the information. Posted by DMAC, Saturday, November 4th, 2017. The reason I had difficulty believing the bartender's account of Sue shagging Marty is the mind-blowing other expletive this person brought up. He/she gave John and Dana the ride to Keddie late Saturday night. The reason it's been secret for 35 years is that he/she didn't want to get Kathy Beckley in trouble for her affair with Dana. Now, here's the thing. I mean, theoretically, that could be a good reason in that person's mind, right? I mean, we don't know the mental faculties this individual is working with. This is a bartender. I mean, maybe they're drunk at the time they're making the decision, and then they don't want to expose it later on. Or maybe they're also a druggie. Or maybe they're just not very bright, and in their own mind, it just sounds like... Or Kathy in either through intimidation or blackmail, or they're just a trusted confidant, and they're really good friends with Kathy, and Kathy simply asked them not to tell. Or something to that effect. Another post by DMAC, Wednesday, October 25th, 2017. As I said in my email reply, it was fairly widely known Marty had a thing for Sue, but this source knew it was reciprocated. This is just the first known instance of someone confirming they were an item. Not only that, but repeating what's always been described as Marty's obsession with Sue. Another post by DMAC. I've reread all the data and can confirm this bartender knows Sue and Marty were an item. In November 1980, Loon and Sue and Mike's wife all had the same typing class together. Sue had 2 typing classes, and Marty and the bartender were all in the other. What? What? Wait, what? Marty and the bartender were also happened to have a typing class together? And Marilyn Smart, Sue, and Mike Gamberg's wife all have the same typing class. All had the same typing class together. Is it time for me to just end the podcast right now? Because wow, I mean, what the heck is going on? Okay. More posts from DMAC. Mike Gamber's wife. Mike verified the info from the bartender against school records, which is how he found his wife was also in Sue's class. Sue took 2 typing classes not in the same semester. Mike has the full roster of who was in Sue's classes, and in one class, a business course, probably the typing class he didn't recall off the top of his head, was Sue, Marilyn, Mike's wife, and the bartender who gave John and Dana the ride home. And confirmed Sue was having an affair with Marty. So the bartender who supposedly gave John and Dana the ride home also had a typing class with Sue, Marilyn, and Mike Gamberg's wife. I mean, I don't know how long I could keep doing this. I mean, yeah. Wow. Okay, more posts from DMAC. It turns out very early on, Steve interviewed the bartender. I don't believe the ride home was mentioned. Kathy clearly wanted that hush-hush, but the bartender did speak of Sue and Marty having an affair. This included how scared the person had been for Sue, as Marty was a weird, squirrely freak of a dude who was insanely jealous of Sue. Let me repeat that again. A weird, squirrely freak of a dude. Has anybody ever been described like that? I don't know if I've ever heard those adjectives in that order. Okay. So, more posts here. May 10th, 1981, 2 months after the murder, the bartender said that Carl was lying about being at the Greenville bar. The bartender said she knew Sue. Okay, so this is stating the bartender was a female. Said she knew Sue from FRC 2 semesters ago. One semester, Sue was in a class with Marty and the bartender. Based on Mike's full class roster, Sue took 2 typing classes, but not in the same semester. The full class roster list is Sue, Marilyn, Mike's wife, and the bartender in the same typing class, but no mention of Marty in this instance. Sue took 2 typing classes not in the same semester, and the bartender was in a typing class that Marty wasn't mentioned as being in. Only Sue, Marilyn, Gamberg's wife, and the bartender. Did the bartender have a typing class that Marty Smart was in? If not, then when and where did she take note of this affair? How in the world was the bartender able to confirm that Marty and Sue were having an affair? What I think I went over in the first episode is that they were in the bar together, but okay. While the bartender is being praised for her information in 1981 of Marty and Sue having an affair, and Carl being a liar, I see absolutely nobody, with the exception of Mean Kitty, even question this info. How accurate is the bartender's statement? Did she ID the right woman? I do know there is a rumor mill here that sure messed up the facts of the case and buried it in rumors. How the expletive accurate do you see a bartender who went to FRC with Sue? Are you out of your expletive mind? When did Loon come into her memory or remarks? So again, I mean, did the bartender make up this information about Marty and Sue, or did they simply misidentify Sue? It is, yeah, I mean, I guess there could have been innocent mistakes made. A post by Mean Kitty. I've seen so many lies, half-baked rumors, and expletive theories in this case over the years, as well as shifting memories, that I would like to make sure everything is as accurate as possible and every single piece of information is taken into account instead of being ignored because it didn't fit a pet theory. Also, did Zonita tell what time she was supposed to have heard the sex noises on the 11th and where she was standing in relation to cabin 28? What? So she did hear something? Oh, not that night, though. Okay, response by DMAC. Yeah, you're so right. There's absolutely nothing in my description of how this went down to have one iota of respect for the accounts given and independently confirmed, and absolutely no logic whatsoever to the account. So do me a favor, consider all of this to be complete expletive, drop it and walk the expletive away. As for Zonita, she said it was from 2:17 p.m. to exactly 2:38 p.m. Was she looking at her watch? When she first heard it, she was standing back... Oh, I guess he's making fun of this. 6.78 feet south-southwest of the gas tank for 7 minutes and 22 seconds. She sat on this tank and listened. She got the ladder from the back building, climbed up to look through the window. Dear expletive, you ask the stupidest expletive questions. If any further details why the expletive would I omit them, please go away. Okay. Oh, man. Okay. More questions here. How accurate was the bartender's story? Did she really know Sue or Marilyn, or Marty know it well enough to know if she was confusing Sue and Marilyn? Or was she intentionally lying? How in the world can she be praised for her 1981 assumption/story that Marty was seeing Sue, or that Carl was a liar since she didn't give the law enforcement the answer that she knew in 1981 to one of the biggest questions they were asking, that she took the boys home? She lied by omission in 1981, and then she lied again in 2017 when she said she didn't want to get Kathy into trouble for seeing Dana. Kathy wasn't worried about what anyone thought in 1981 when she confronted a little 14-year-old girl at Quincy High School over a locket she had given Dana. Appears to me she and Kathy had a couple of months to get her story straight before she contacted law enforcement about Carl's lie and Marty and Sue's affair, just protecting herself by casting suspicion elsewhere. I mean, these are all theories, of course. Let me reiterate the MINDSHOCK motto. The only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. I am not claiming anything is true or untrue. I am simply sifting and parsing through these endless claims and rumors, many of them contradictory. It's just, yeah, it's absolutely crazy. Another post here. It has been said that the police should have known who took the boys home in 1981, and DMAC seems to have known by 2010 that law enforcement knew who took them home, so why did it take Mike 7 more years to find out? Must have been buried as deep as the 911 tape and the love letter. Here's the thing, though. Did police truly verify who took them home, or did they just take their word for it when it really wasn't that individual? Because how would you verify that with 100% certainty? Another post here. Things aren't right there. There is more to that story, something they still aren't telling. The only reason Beckley and the bartender story was so well received is because it ended any speculation about a bad ride home, and because claiming Sue and Marty were having an affair added motive which was non-existent before. Everyone else involved in this case had their statements and stories ripped apart, and the worst thought of them because of any inconsistencies. So why does Beckley get a pass? She straight up lied, not misremembered or changed some details over the years. If she's being truthful now, then that means she lied to law enforcement in 1981 about one of the most important aspects of the case, changed her story, kept things hidden for over 35 years, made sure to spread those rumors to draw attention elsewhere. In my opinion, she is still lying or hiding something. So why did she lie? It wasn't because of her affair with Dana. What was or is she really hiding? And why was Dana really hooking up with her? He had plenty of other girls to hook up with. Was he hooking up with her for drugs or alcohol since she was older? Perhaps money. Was her brother or family wealthy back then, or did that come later? Drugs would be a reason to lie. Except she had no problem telling law enforcement the boys were at her apartment that night. It was just the ride she didn't want law enforcement to find out about. What would be the reason for that? I can think of a couple, none of them looking good for Beckley. This is just my speculation and opinion, but at best she lied because it did have something to do with drugs. She knew where the boys were going between leaving her apartment and getting that ride home hours later. She could have set up the boys meeting someone and didn't want law enforcement to know that. At worst, she just set the boys up. Was she mad or jealous of Dana's other girlfriends, tired of being used by Dana, or realized that's what he was doing? She cared enough to get to the freaking high school to confront his new girlfriend, but everything was a-okay between her and Dana, no hard feelings on her part, ? I find that hard to believe. She got the boys to come to her apartment, promising them a ride to Keddie, only to tell them she didn't have gas, tried to talk them into staying. Dana didn't believe her. I mean, let me just jump in here playing Angel's Advocate. Is it possible Kathy Beckley knew about a potential drug dealer or just some criminal individuals that were looking to harm Dana and or Johnny, and she wanted to protect them by keeping them at her apartment because those people knew where they lived at Keddie or where Dana lived at the foster home or whatever, and she was really trying to protect them, but something went wrong and she couldn't? Or they just wouldn't listen. And that's why she couldn't reveal who that other individual was, because she would be afraid for her own life and the life of her family members. I'm just throwing that out there as another possible theory why she didn't want to reveal the intermediary step or individuals involved, because she truly believes they did harm them. if she was the good guy. I'm just, again, just going through different possibilities. So she tried to talk them into staying. Dana didn't believe her. So DMAC posted this August 29, 2020. Kathy Beckley was re-interviewed July 15th. Now she says she couldn't give them a ride because she was out of gas, and Dana even checked the gauge to prove she wasn't lying. What? She was, it never happened. Dana mentioned that Pat Doris had given him money so he could take John out for a burger, which it appears they hadn't yet done. So she gave them a tab. Cola. What? Okay, so he probably brought up the burger money offering to buy gas with it instead, but she didn't want them to leave. She either told them the lie about going to her mom's for dinner, or she just made that up to law enforcement to distance herself and that ride. Johnny said he had to get home to his mom. She was expecting him home. I think Johnny and Dana wanted out of there. And to be 100% honest, the whole thing sounds like a setup to me. She lured them there with a lie and then tried to make them stay. Was she keeping them there, waiting for someone else to come over? This is dark stuff. Fancy sedan with San Rafael plates. Her family from San Rafael. When the boys wouldn't stay, she had to change things up, call someone else to give them a ride. The bartender didn't want to get Kathy in trouble. Did she have her suspicions? Wonder if she'd unwillingly be involved in a setup. There was no reason to lie about the ride, just the ride, unless she had something to hide. Actually, here's that entire post about Dana checking the gas gauge. I mean, this is really dark if she did set them up to be harmed. And then what does that mean? Did that situation escalate to the point where there were one or two vehicles involved and the murderers took them back to the cabin? And then that all went down. Maybe they thought that Sue Sharp would have money. And then when she didn't, they killed all of them. I mean, this is really, these are really dark theories here. So DMAC posted this, August 29, 2020. Kathy Beckley re-interviewed July 15th. Now she says she couldn't give them the ride as she was out of gas, and Dana even checked the gauge to prove she wasn't lying. She was. It never happened. Dana mentioned Pat Doris had given him money so he could take John out for a burger, which it appears they hadn't done yet, so she gave them a tab. Mom called at 7:30 to 7:40 before it was 8, asking her over for dinner. And I wonder if that was confirmed through phone records as well. She suggested the boys wait until after dinner and should give them a ride. Johnny insisted they hitch home instead. All lies, of course. Asked about the black that Sue had just broken up with, she denied knowing any such info. Asked about the black claiming he would eat a puppy she'd offered, she said that the subject, is black supposed to be like blacked out, redacted? She said the subject was indeed Marty. Trish from Plumas Health and Sherry said that Tina was pregnant. Or maybe not, because there's another individual named Dave said one of Dana's girlfriends knows a girl who said Sue had a black boyfriend who broke up with her on April 10th, 1981. A lot of things seem to be going on. April 10th, April 11th, April 12th. Continuing the post here, looks like Kathy was originally trying to point the blame towards some black guy, possibly a person she made up. But by the time she was interviewed again in July, the Marty stories had been going around, so she changed her story from the black guy to Marty. Refresh my memory, when did Marilyn and Marty move to Keddie? Was it in November 1980? So they began this affair shortly after Marty moved to Keddie, and either while Sue was still living in the trailer park or immediately after moving to Keddie. They got that close in this typing class? Sue, the loner, as described by the teachers. And didn't Sue drop her classes or not stay in college long? If she took 2 typing classes in 2 different semesters, that sounds like she didn't complete the course the first semester. Did Gamberg check the records for that? How long was Sue actually in those classes? Sue, Marty, and the bartender weren't even in the same class? ? Gamberg's wife never picked up on this obvious affair and obsessiveness of Marty towards Sue? ? According to the timelines, other people mistaked Marilyn for Sue. Interesting. The story of this ride has never been clearly explained. Why not? How did the bartender get involved with riding the boys home? Did Kathy call her, or was it Kathy's mom? Where did she pick them up? What time was it? 10 p.m. to 1 p.m. isn't a time. How were the boys behaving? Did they talk about anything? She left work to pick them up, or was that an off night? If she was riding the boys home, how could she possibly confirm or dispel if the other bartender was at the bar if she wasn't there herself? I just feel there are red flags that aren't being questioned because of what these statements prove, but really there are just a lot of unanswered questions and questionable motive. Another post, did Kathy try to keep them there, or was she trying to get rid of them and they kept on coming back? Yeah, there were some timeline sightings. Supposedly they were at the apartment, then they were hitchhiking at a gas station around the corner, then they were back at the apartment, and then back at the gas station. So, yeah, no, that's a good question. Like you said, Dana had the hamburger money. Why not give to Kathy for gas? Did he offer? Kathy and the bartender both lied in 1981, so let's just believe everything they said in 2017. I bet if Redacted hadn't have mentioned Marty and, or bartender hadn't mentioned Marty and Sue having an affair, they would have been ripped apart. I think Marty and Marilyn moved to Keddie in June 1980, and Sue moved there in November 1980. How much school were any of these people actually attending? Yet there were people who had already confused the two. Just because she was in class with them doesn't mean she knew who was who. That's a good point. So supposedly the bartender contacted Deputy Wright on May 10th, 1981, but it was actually Wright who contacted the bartender. Why did Wright contact the bartender? It appears her being questioned was linked to Carl, the other bartender. So she knew Kathy, Carl, and Sue, or was it a different Sue? Was she lying then, or is she lying now? Did the boys invite her into 28? Or was it so dark in Keddie that she got the heck out of there, but sat there long enough to know the boys went through the front door? Did she see Carl parked by Keddie Pond? Is that how she knew Carl wasn't at the bar? Or was she in the van with Carl? If her time frame for taking the boys home was between 10 p.m. and 1 a.m., I wouldn't think she worked at the Pioneer Bar that night. Or else she could have been a little bit more specific on time. Oh, wait, she didn't tell the story until 2017, so she probably forgot. But she remembered there was a faint light in 28. What time did the Pioneer Bar close? Did she work at the Pioneer Bar, or did she live there? How did she know Kathy and Mrs. Beckley well enough for them to call her at 10 p.m. for the boys to give the boys a ride? Did Kathy ride with her? Were the boys still at Kathy's? Oh my gosh, what a cluster. Somebody please tell me again that Steve was a liar and in on the cover-up. Only in a DMAC world would liars be honest and the honest be liars. Wow. Okay. I mean, what is going on here? I mean, can anybody make heads or tails of this? So other people are saying, why would Dana check the gas gauge? Sounds like he thought she was a liar, if any of this is true. Why did Dana and Johnny need anyone to take them to Keddie that night? All they had to do was call Sue from Kathy's house if they needed to get home for whatever reason. I also wonder what happened to the money Pat gave Dana. No money is mentioned in Dana's autopsy report as being in his pocket. And I may be wrong, but I don't remember a wallet being mentioned either. These are all solid questions. Excellent thoughts on the money not being on Dana when the murders were discovered. I don't remember his wallet being mentioned either, but Johnny's was thrown behind the couch. The boys had no money was one of these things that constantly brought up over the years, usually when discussing Dana not eating yet giving himself the insulin injection. Now we know different, and they did have cash on them. Since they had money, they could have just offered it to one of the other rides they were trying to get, and then there would be no need for Beckley and returning to her for a ride. I remember at least one person said they couldn't ride Johnny and Dana because they didn't have enough gas to get to Keddie. I came across another post mentioning Kathy and the ride. At least the bartender settled on the time she dropped the boys off when this post was made. Did she tell Gamberg an exact time from the start, or did she suddenly remember? So this was on a post. Sheila, where were you kids before and after the murders? April 21st, 2021. We know the Dorises approved of the plan, so as long as they could get there without hitchhiking. We know they had made plans for Kathy Beckley to get them there, but we have no solid indication as to when the arrangement was made. We now know that Kathy reneged on giving them a ride, so they began hitching. As I deduced and Mike proved, the boys were shortcutting to Kathy's by heading from Exxon across the street to Chevron through the fence and then through a field to Kathy's apartment. This explains why they were alternately seen near Exxon, Vans, and Chevron, and why they occasionally disappeared and then reappeared for more sightings. They eventually wore Kathy down around 9 or 9:30 when they were last seen near Exxon and arrived home to a darkened 28 around 11:30, according to who gave them a ride, allegedly. This person's account is better than even the killer's because she noted 28 was dark except from an eerie, dull light emanating from the front window. Bingo, Sheila had already flipped off the switch and unscrewed the bulb, and Sue had already gone to bed, leaving the bathroom light on, that light hitting a spot on the living room floor and outlining where the kill zone was. According to Kathy's old statements, the boys left her apartment sometime around 7:30 p.m. In one of her statements, she told Johnny and Dana to wait until after she ate dinner with her mom and then they can get a ride home. But she had no gas, right? So how would she ride them home unless Dana was offering up their burger money for gas? How did it go from Kathy riding them home to the bartender? At some point, we heard that Kathy's mom called the bartender to arrange a ride, but what? That's weird. She was younger than Kathy. What type of relationship could she have with Kathy's mom? So the bartender was younger than 27. Just more lies. So they left Kathy's at 7:30 p.m., yet kept coming back over and over again until Kathy finally relented and found them a ride. How nice of her. They kept going back even after Dana confirmed her tank was on empty. Can't say I believe that line either. It just adds to the ridiculousness of her story. Did Kathy tell Gamberg that the boys kept coming back asking her for that ride? She said okay at 9:30, or is that another DMAX says so it's true? I think the only boys would have went back there is if Kathy told them a specific time to return. I still 100% believe they were just using her for a ride or something else and wanted out of there as soon as they found out she had no intention of riding them to Keddie. Back to what I was trying to get at. So they leave her place at 7:30 p.m., return several times, still asking for a ride. 9 to 9:30 p.m., they finally wore Kathy down, but the bartender doesn't ride them until 11:30 p.m. Still no mention of where bartender picked them up. They weren't just waiting at Kathy's because there are sightings of them from 9:30 to 10:30 p.m. They were with Steve at that point. In his final account to law enforcement, he claimed that he, Johnny, and Dana drove for about an hour and a half. During that time, they left Kathy's, and the bartender rode them home. Steve told Richard he drove Johnny and Dana to Gasner Park and then back to Exxon. Why didn't Steve just ride them to Keddie if they did all that riding around, unless they were waiting on Kathy for something more than a ride? Steve, Johnny, and Dana were all apparently at the parties on Lee Road. Maybe that's why Steve claimed they drove around all that time. Basically, there are enough entries of the boys being somewhere else rather than repeatedly cutting through a field, returning to Beckley's begging for a ride that she already reneged on. Did she take the ride to drop them off? Why not? Fatal attraction she had going on with Dana and all. Oh, and most important, the bartender mentioned outside of 28 was dark because Sheila had already unscrewed the light bulb and just the bathroom light was illuminating the kill zone, just like D-Mac said. Bingo. This comes down to who cares that Kathy lied? Nothing to see here. She's not hiding anything, and that's why she lied for 35 years. It was dark, and the bathroom light was on. Case closed. All right, so there's some very astute questions here. Like, there's several hours unaccounted for. So they were at parties, and what kind of drug use and or dealing was going on at those parties? And why did they need to go back to Kathy's? More questions here. So, were they really driving around or at those parties on Lee Road? If he dropped them off at the Exxon, did they return to Kathy's or did the bartender pick them up there? People did see them hitchhiking after 8:45 to 9:30 p.m. Why continue to try and hitchhike up until 10:30 p.m. if they really had a ride lined up with the bartender by Kathy? Why didn't Steve just ride them home if they were just driving around? Why did Donna really have to say, since her story also involved something with Steve? So Steve's report, Martin Smart sells hash, gave conflicting stories. Final story, he, John, and Dana rode around between 8 and 9:45 and he dropped them off at the Exxon. Johnny and Dana were picked up at the Exxon by Steve and are driven to the park near the airport looking for a party. Dana appeared to be drunk and told Steve he had been drinking something other than beer. Johnny, Dana, and Steve rode through the park but did not see any parties. Steve stated he saw a brown car with two males aged 21 to 30 years old with short to average length hair parked in the park. Steve then dropped Johnny and Dana off approximate time 9:30 to 9:45 for the drop-off. So Plumas News, April 2018, stated, it's known that John Sharp and his friend Dana were in Quincy, caught a ride home sometime between 10 p.m. and 1 a.m., Gamberg said. Although it's been a mystery as to who gave the two teens a ride home, Gamberg has identified the individual and has interviewed her. People also bring up the lack of a time of death established for each of the victims, because that would obviously be very helpful, but apparently there was also funny business in transferring bodies to mortuaries, etc. Another post here. Okay. Apparently someone's stating there's another fact twisted. DMAC claims it was Tina whose scream was heard. However, in one of the DOJ reports, it states witnesses who heard the scream believes they were from a male. Interesting. So was that Johnny or Dana? DMAC does indeed claim that the murders occurred between 1:30 and 4:30 a.m., and that the boys spent the hours between getting dropped off and the murders downstairs in the basement fully dressed hanging out. This doesn't ring true to me either. Whether it was cold down in the basement or not to mention they had the living room with the TV to hang out in. The kitchen upstairs to grab something to eat. Sue probably went to bed in the girls' room that night so Johnny and Dana could hang out upstairs. Where would Dana sleep in that basement? On the cold concrete floor? There was supposedly just one cot down there, correct? Question mark. If the murders really occurred at 1:30 a.m. and the bartender dropped them off at around 11:30, then is it possible Johnny and Dana did leave 28 again after being dropped off? Wow, that's actually the first time I've heard that theory. This is very interesting. Then the murders started when they returned back home again. They could have went back to town, perhaps with one of the other people who claimed to have drove them home that night, or just out and about hanging out, or to a party. Donna Williams told law enforcement the rumor that the boys were at the acid party at Chuck Walk's cabin that night. They could have met up with someone else out and about, or someone from the party invited them to hang out and things went south. Okay, so apparently there's an acid party also going on at the Keddie cabins, not that many cabins away. I mean, is there enough stuff going on that night? What is going on here? Or they ran into someone who was after them for some reason. The bloody tissues in the dumpster, a lot of possibilities of what could have happened, all speculation. Just like DMAC claiming they were down in the basement for 2 hours is only his speculation, not fact. It just seems more likely that the boys were not home for very long when the murders happened and they didn't have time to react or defend themselves. This is all especially possible if the scream was heard at 1:15 a.m. really was from a male. That's pretty interesting. So if we believe the bartender's account that they were dropped off at 11:30-ish, but the scream was at 1:15 a.m., that's a window. That's a window of time. But on the other hand, I think it's possible the murders happened earlier. We have never really seen reports discussing estimated time of death, but I would bet money that they exist. In initial newspaper articles, PCSO said the murders occurred between 11 p.m. and 8 a.m., the time the bodies were discovered. I mean, wow. Then they changed this time to between 11 p.m. and 2 a.m. There must have been a reason for them to say this. Most likely, the pathologist determined 11 to 2 to be the estimated time of death. We know Sue was mobile at some point during the attack. She had blood on her feet from walking through someone's blood. She had defensive wounds, unlike the boys. The evidence makes it more likely that she walked out of the bedroom after the boys had been attacked. If the witnesses were mistaken, I would say she is the one who screamed and was then gagged. Or didn't scream until she was already gagged, likely during the attack, and I suppose muffled screams from a gagged woman could be mistaken as screams from a male. I would also bet money if this report is around, it will never see the light of day. It would be indisputable proof that the murders occurred while MMB were at the bar if it did say 11 p.m. to 2 a.m. It's easier to keep up with the story that the murders occurred between 1:30 and 4:30, a time determined by an unqualified person, because it makes their theory slightly possible. That doesn't change the fact that it's based on opinion and not evidence, forensic testing, or expert testimony from a qualified person. Wow, that is interesting. So if Marty, Marilyn, and Bo were at the bar during the hours that the murders were taking place, I mean, wow. Unless they also knew the killers and they set that up on purpose, but let's not go down that rabbit hole right now. Unfortunately, it's impossible to know what the truth is without knowing what these reports say. I know I'm preaching to the choir, and we all feel the exact same way, and I'm sorry, but this case is super frustrating. Even if these reports do not exist, the testing wasn't performed, or the documentation not clear enough, a lot of these questions could still be answered using today's technology. 1981 PCSO is accused of being corrupt, purposely performing a poor investigation, and even worse, law enforcement at the time didn't have a fraction of the forensics and resources that are available today. In other cold cases, the advances in DNA and forensics are discussed by investigators describing how they were finally able to solve cases after 20, 30, 40 plus years. You hear absolutely nothing like that in regards to Keddie. It's all speculation, rumor, opinion, hearsay, possibilities, circumstantial evidence, etc. I truly do not understand why this case is so different from other cold cases we hear about being solved every day. Other posters, yes, there's got to be an estimated time of death, we just haven't seen it. I'm not convinced the 1:15 a.m. scream was related to the murders. Too many people in and out of the bar, and people still moving around Keddie in the early morning hours. I mean, that's a good point, too, especially if there's an acid party not far away and just random people roaming about. Yeah, that's an interesting point, but if the scream's enough to wake somebody up, I mean, yeah, I don't know. I do not believe the boys were staying in the basement that night, as it was cold, according to the FRB weather report. I posted that report years ago on Meanies Forum. Okay. Also, someone posted this. Johnny and Dana's autopsy showed they hadn't eaten for some time. Adds to the likelihood they had not been home for very long before the murders occurred. Chances are they would have grabbed something to eat while at 28, but they didn't. Interesting point as well. So, yeah, I mean, so many questions regarding this last ride, possibly more than one ride, and the added possibility that depending on time of death, it's theoretically possible that on a busy Saturday night, a lot of parties going on, an acid party in that same area. I mean, Johnny and Dana could have theoretically left again after being dropped off. I mean, we can't discount that, and there's just so many different details here. Yeah, this is a doozy of a case. It's really, really rough, and we will continue to cover it. I mean, it looks like we're just scratching the surface still, even on episode 3. There's so much more to cover. But I hope everyone found this podcast interesting and informative, and in keeping up awareness with this case and other cold cases. So if you did, you can donate to the MINDSHOCK podcast. You can check the link in the description to donate to our PayPal. You could also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Support the channel that way. Make sure you're subscribed. Like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.